Okay, so we will try again. New game plus, hard, any percent, no major glitches, Final Fantasy VII Remake. And we got 4 hours and 40 minutes to talk, so let's just get going. So right off the bat here, we're going to skip a couple of cutscenes. The reason you don't see the option for skip to come up is you can actually buffer down once you open the menu for it, and you'll move off of resume as soon as possible, and then immediately hit the skip button. You gotta be careful though, because
Let's go.
You need a little bit of time. The down button buffers as soon as possible, but it's not instantaneous. So if you hit X too soon, you'll just end up resuming over and over again and lose little bits of time by just opening and closing. That most usually happens when I'm mashing through dialogue, because I'll use my index and middle finger to do it, which is way too quick. What you're looking for here is the dog to get hit first, because you can see how close he gets to Cloud. What we're trying to do is get down this alleyway. What will happen there if we get all the way down the alleyway, or enough distance down the alleyway, instead of everybody spawning in the elevator and then slowly emptying out of the elevator, they'll spawn on the upper floor, which means the elevator comes down much quicker. Not only that, but we can clip underneath it, because the game is like, okay, the elevator should be down there for Cloud to get into. The door stays open. So we can walk in there and hit the button before the elevator comes all the way down. That actually is a funny thing. It's a quicker, but it can also lead to a soft lock in the first 60 seconds of the game. Because if you don't move after you hit the button, you won't clip to the elevator, you'll stay clipped to the floor and die. Or not die, but you won't be able to go up the elevator and it won't ever come back down. That was the perfect kill there. Complete RNG. So that's nice. If the dog and the officers are in the right position, they'll all get murked by one blizzard for the most part. So right here, I want to whiff that first triple slash for a couple of different reasons. One, because it's faster. And the second, because we can roll out of the last slash if it's the last thing to kill. If we're performing any combat actions or dodge rolls too close to ending combat or fleeing from combat, we get a very slow put-away animation where Cloud stands still and puts a sword over his shoulders. But if we're very careful and deliberate about it, Cloud will keep moving the entire time and put the sword over his shoulder, so that saves time. So we're trying to set up for that. Dodge rolling is quicker than combat movement. But getting that put-away animation basically loses all the time you save from that. So right here I save load to save 2 to 3 seconds of Jesse running over to the console. It's actually a little bit more, but we have to factor in the save load against it, so it only saves 2 to 3, even though it's like 5 or 6 seconds. So we want to move Barrett forward and to the left here a little bit. I kind of delayed the lock-on by accident. So what we're looking for right here is that. Moving him forward makes it so he'll kill all of the turrets, and then moving, locking onto B makes it so A, B, and C will all die, because I don't know why I took that so wide. I could have probably slipped in.
Let's see what's up next.
Rough.
And it's more of the same.
So we making an okay laser cycle on floor 3, but floor 2 was pretty bad. It's fine though. Chapter 1 only has like 10 to 15 seconds of time swing. So that was really obnoxious right there. Oh, that's actually fantastic. 2 crits like that is insanely good, actually. Because Barrett has MP Absorb right now. So that crit Thundera gave him 5 MP back, because it's 0.1%. Since he hit for 5,000 off that crit. And then his follow-up Thunder hit for a crit as well. So he got another 2 MP back. So he'll get his MP restored really quickly in the boss fight. He should naturally recover 1, which will put him up to 94. Plus he will have 2 Thunders in Phase 1 and theoretically a Thunder in Phase 2. So he should recover upwards of 4 MP, even though he maxes out at 95. The reason that's super important is because the Scorpion can openers or steel pincers have a 20% damage bonus when at max MP. So that will be super important in the 3rd phase. We're going to be using a Thundigo with Barrett there. That's a pretty large damage swing if we miss out on that 20% buff. It's not the end of the world, but it will make my life a lot easier. We're going to skip 2 cutscenes here. Triple slash for a little bit of damage into a Thunderous Synergy. Punisher for some more ATB. Fire off a Thundera for another Thunderous Synergy. And as you can tell, Barrett's at max damage now. And then we want to switch to him. It may seem counterintuitive to switch to Barrett, but what the problem is, AI likes to dodge roll a lot. So it's very unlikely to, no. Here we go. little bit slow on the menu. The reason I have to menu that Thundiga, well, I don't have to, but it's a preference thing. So we got the Thunder there. That did a little bit extra damage. It's super important here, because I'm going to Thunder it twice with Cloud, ATB boost in between. That will trigger 2 Thunder synergies, and Barrett's going to Thundiga. And that will be the first thing he casts, so he gets a 20% bonus. I could do the Thunders first, but that's very much not optimal, because the Thundiga would, being so late, would most likely get me killed. So now we're at 2 ATB. Barrett's ATB is very unimportant. We want to Thundera the right leg here, so I'm going to hold right on my movement stick and slowly mash Thundera, because I actually want to make sure it retargets properly. The retargeting there can be very fussy. If you mash Thundera too hard, I've had the game force me to stay targeted on Sentinel Scorpion. I also got to remember that I've changed where I do my menu. So I don't menu until I get into Chapter 2, so I can set up a glitch for Sephiroth in the Nibelheim flashback. I'll kind of go over that when we get there. But right now, let's flow. So right there is another one. You want to dump out the first triple slash so you don't spend a lot of time bouncing between targets. And if you do it properly, you can get way up the ladder before Barrett even starts climbing it. That's your indication that your movement out of the boss fight, plus that fight has been good. We do have a couple of more fights. We have a set of 4 enemies coming up, 2 officers, 2
You okay?
2 monodrives. Without Fury Ring on Barrett, the monodrive can survive a single hit from him, unless he crits on Thunder synergy. We're going to use triple slash to try and wipe out 3 out of the 4. Sometimes the monodrive can move very erratically, and Cloud will whiff it. That's the worst circumstance, because then you'll have to deal with an officer plus a monodrive. If things work out properly, there will only be 1 officer left, which Barrett can easily burst down with a Thunder synergy. If a monodrive survives, we'll have to poke it once with Barrett, but that's not that big of a deal. So you'll notice I've been moving the camera a lot. Mainly it's to make my movement easier. I like using that to rearrange Cloud's angle. Everything is relative to your camera movement. It's both a blessing and a curse in this game. But there's a lot of times where the game wants you to look at something specific, and if you set the camera up in the right early, you'll be fine. So right there, Barrett thunders the officer. The reason is we can retarget it with synergy. Synergy is extremely useful, but takes a lot of knowledge to understand and manipulate. Barrett having 2 ATB here is actually pretty fantastic, to be perfectly honest. Cloud's ATB is a little bit low, but we're fine. We'll be able to get a Punisher counter to offset that. He also still has ATB boost, so if something really bad happens, we're good. So we're going to Thunder at this guy, Thundiga from Barrett, and get the hell out of here. Okay. So, Thundiga and Thunder will be enough. Okay, we're going to go over here. And then we also want the... Boulevard. Barrett Thunder. Good enough. Let's get the heck out of here. Good enough. So, as long as we're sub my gold split for Chapter 1, I'm happy. 828 is my gold split with a menu in this chapter. So that's probably pretty bad, to be honest. It's okay. As long as we're around that time, we're good. So, here we're going to be doing trying to get Sephiroth to despawn.
Watch out.
So I'd say there's about like a
They're everywhere.
5 to 10% chance that Sephiroth will despawn in this flashback cutscene. If you played the game, there's early on in Chapter 2, there's a flashback to Nibelheim burning down, but it's like mixed in with Midgar. For whatever reason, in the integrated version, Sephiroth can just fail to spawn properly. I think it's mainly because of the option between 30 frames and 60 frames. It seems like he is lower on the totem pole of loading, so if the game lags out or is having a hard time loading everything, he can fail to spawn. Most often what you'll see is he'll spawn late and come running in from inside the burning fence to the very far end. But if we change the game to 30 frames on PC or switch the game to graphics on PS5, it very much increases the chances that he doesn't spawn from like a 5% chance to a 50-50. we're gonna move the menu to this chapter
That's
instead
about
of
as
chapter
good a place
1.
as any.
Because
back
then
there.
we can
I'll
do
set the
both, change our equipment, and set it to
Can't wait to
graphics.
see you, Marlon.
So it's not as big of a time loss if he decides to show up. It will save us 10 to 15 seconds if he no-shows. But without having this menu here, it's really a high-risk, high-reward, or a high-risk, minimal reward, because if he no-spawns on his own, it's 20 seconds time save.
We'll split up and shoot
But
for
if
the
he
last
does spawn,
train
it's
home.
you could look at it as 20
Regroup in the
seconds
freight car.
lost.
Got it.
But it's really out of your control, so it's just an RNG thing. But with the graphics setting,
I'd like my
we
money
can
You can have
increase the likelihood of
what
him
with
no-showing to
Days.
reasonably high. I could reset for it. Depends on how I'm feeling when we get there. But since I have the menu in here, we're going to lose some time every
Okay.
time.
Oh,
So right
before
here,
that
I'm
really
mashing
went
circle and
up.
triangle,
See what
alternating. Once you hit one of the buttons, triangle or circle, to skip text, it seems to take a while for it to be able to skip the next line of text. So if you alternate between circle and triangle, you can skip text at the optimal speed. So right there, if you manipulate the camera in the right, or very close to the right position, the game will let you keep running after through the car explosion. So we're going to do the menu right here, battle settings, cloud, fire. Normally I do this a different way. Barrett needs God or Gummerung on a Tifa. First strike here, fire here, delete this. Then we want to go up to this. That's about as good as that menu can get for me right now. So we need to stay in graphics for quite a while here. So it will lag out the game and probably save us a little bit less time. This game kind of runs pretty awful. So this is a lag management strat we used to do in the PS4 version. So I'm actually going to just look at the ground here. Hopefully that'll reduce some of the lag and Sephiroth will still despawn properly. So I'm going to wait until we get around this corner to see if he's here. And then we're going to switch over to this, graphics into performance. Now the game actually runs good again. And we can just look straight ahead. So, Sephiroth not spawning here, even though it doesn't seem like it should work this way, for whatever reason, the, like, little trigger for the cutscene here, where Cloud covers his eyes and moves very slowly, is Sephiroth, not an actual cutscene line. I don't know why it functions that way, but that's how it does. So that lets us move very quickly down that alleyway and avoid that stumbling. Hey, Rampok, thank you for the good luck. And it also allows us to run full speed. If you pay attention here, Cloud will slow down. That's how fast he would have been moving, and this is how fast we were moving. So, it's a nice little time save. The camera does, I think, get a little messed up here because Cloud's running. So the game's, like, trying to catch the camera up when Cloud's supposed to be walking. So sometimes I get confused and think I messed with the camera settings for some reason. It took me a while to kind of figure out that it's just like the game just does that there. So right here, the game is going to make us look at the exploded reactor. Yep. We've got the menu set up right there, so it's convenient to go for the graphics changeover. So getting Sephi skip is a lot more consistent now. We get to save the time from it without having to YOLO into two different menus. The only unfortunate thing is it seems like you need to hold on to graphics for a little bit longer than I'd like to. But I think we can look at the ground to minimize the lag, but still increases chances of despawning. So we're going to roll back here, and we're going to want to target these guys. Thank you, game. Normally the game likes to be very fussy with that lock-on, so we're trying to get in between the lampposts to make sure we don't get screwed over by anything. I want to target this officer specifically because it makes the angles of Blizzara a lot more manageable. We're going to take this pretty slow here and do this. Okay, I guess we're going to have to take care of this guy manually since he's decided to... Alright, so the camera flick right there was me pressing down to make sure none of the officers behind me survived. What I was trying to do was set up in a position where all of them would die. A cross-slash here. Cross-slash seems like it would waste time since it's cinematic, but the officers are very hard to hit with Magnify and usually take multiple bursts. But right there, you're gonna do this. Sometimes E survives if you Blizzara too soon, so that was my fault, not the game's fault. Or, well, it was the game's fault, because a lot of these enemies get an HP lock if they're attacked too early. I'm assuming it's to prevent soft locks, I'm not quite sure what it is. So Chapter 2 is one where you need to be very slow and methodical, not quick. with your inputs, for the most part. When you get to the Huntsman fight, you do need to be a little bit faster, because you need to buffer a fire-up before Blizzard gives you your ATB stagger back. I'll explain Ice's interaction with ATB stagger once we get to Chapter 4. That's where it's mainly important. It's very strong in Chapters 1 and 2, but it's very much for Chapter 4 more than anything. It just so happens that it's great in 1 and 2. Ice Magnify is actually really awful in Chapter 4, but when you have 3 good chapters over 1 bad chapter, it really doesn't matter that much. We can make it work in Chapter 3 for the most part, so it's not that big of an issue. It's just a little bit of a handicap, because the monsters are really obnoxious. So right here, we're going to try and get as close to the end as possible. I'm gonna make sure to roll here as straightforward as possible. I want to try and join this fight with the next one, so I'm trying not to exit fleeing. Good. That's because I get to carry over my ATB in this case. Okay, that was really bad, but whatever. Zara. So I needed to buffer that fire just a little bit to make sure I could get 3 here. It's a little bit random how that fight turns out, because it depends on how early the Huntsman spawns and how the troopers in front of him separate. The thing is, you can get in front of those, you can get the Huntsman to get hit multiple times by Blizzard if the Huntsmen have the right pattern. But I found it's just better to spam the fire-up. Trying to set up the Blizzard double damage so that you only have to fire it twice is more frustrating than it is helpful. So here we got to do some very specific movement. We need to get around those guys on the left, stick the bigs here, separate from them as soon as possible so you can slip through those guys. Perfect train car. So in the PS4 version, we could just bowl right through the center and not get stopped by anything. PS5 and PC version, you have to do that movement to get through it as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the ones at the very end there will block you and hold you still. Obviously, Kyrie is trying to get in front of you, so you have to wait for her movement. And if you don't know to go around the left of the ones right next to Wedge, you will get stuck back there too. The whole train car is really weird, honestly. It requires way too much understanding, but whatever, it works. So like I said before, Ice Magnify is pretty weak in Chapter 3. It's still powerful, but not as strong as we'd like it to be. The reason is Crap Boulevard, or Scrap Boulevard, if you'd like to call it the actual name. I think it's better Crap Boulevard, because it's crappy. Yeah, I wish I could get Big Skip. More so, like, skipping his dialogue at the end there isn't too bad. You can get in front of Biggs, but it's very... I've never done it once. If I hadn't seen it once, I'd say it was a myth. But it is indeed a thing that can happen. So right here, we're just trying to keep the best line right here, not waste a bunch of time running around stuff. Chapter 3 is mainly keeping a consistent line so that we can just go from point A to point B as quickly as possible. Marlene's dialogue here is completely skippable, so what I want to do is save load here. You can skip it as soon as she starts talking, but I'm trying to get close enough to her so that I can save load and do the same thing with Jesse, mash triangle to enter the cutscene immediately and then skip it. It's mainly because if you do it the other way around, you have to go, you get close to Barrett, who also has a dialogue interaction with Triangle, but that doesn't move the game, progress the game forward. It's talking to Marlene, because she gets spooked by us.
Chaotic.
Sorry for dragging
So,
you into all this.
I just take it as, like, it's a simplified positioning thing. It's probably, I don't know if it's any slower or faster, but it's the way I prefer doing
Don't
things.
worry about me.
There's a lot of little movement tech in this game, and you'd have to time a bunch of stuff to figure out what's the fastest. Some of the runners in the past have, so I know this is better than that, that's better than this. Like, I know the optimal Scrap Boulevard. Scrap Boulevard could be done quicker than the way we're doing it right now in Hard, if we were using Magnify Wind or Magnify Lightning. The problem is, ATB Stagger plus Ice Magnify is so ridiculously powerful that it's very hard to make the argument for anything else, because it's really good in Chapter 1, really good in Chapter 2, because it keeps you flowing in ATB, and it's the best way to deal with Chapter 4, by a long shot. The Annex fight is really easy because it floods you with limits and ATB, and the Whisper fights are much easier with Ice because the whispers are intended
Room
to be
201
staggered
here is
and
where I
then
sleep.
pressured, then
Don't have
staggered,
time
then
for much
killed,
else, what with
and that's how
second
you
heaven
set
and
up the fight with
Not
the
even time to
enigmatic
decorate.
whisper. Trying to bonk into Tifa here, and I got the bad
Here's
one.
your room. Don't worry.
If
You
you
did?
bonk into her
Yes.
properly
Oh.
at the
No.
right time,
And
you will
this?
make her
That
turn
one's,
and stop and interact with you immediately. I believe that was the worst one. I think she bonked and went all the way to the other side of the door. I can't really tell. It's kind of hard to do the setup, and because you need to like notice where she is and
Hey.
bonk into her properly, so she just stops dead where she is. So this chapter is quite long, to be perfectly honest. It's a lot of little tech here and there and everywhere. So we're gonna go collect some money. Tifa, we need to be cognizant of where she is for the
I've been
first and the last money collection.
What's she to you?
The one where we pick up the
Loud
stuff
and clear.
at the apartment building is not optimizable, but the item store and the weapon store both have slight optimizations to them.
Imagine if rich
If you get too close to the item store, Tifa will start walking, so I want to get a certain distance in front of her, then just flat stop. And then watch her get in front of the item store, wait for her to start walking. Because once she gets within a certain distance of the item store, she'll start walking. So I'm just, like, getting ahead of her as
Go
far
ahead
as
and keep
possible.
whatever we collect.
And then if I
Seeing
wait
as
for
you didn't
that,
bring
where
any
I do,
luggage,
I
I'm
can get a
guessing
full
there's
steam of
something
run
inside.
and just run right across and
And don't
catch right
worry.
up to her.
We'll pay the difference off.
The apartment complex has no special setup. The weapon store has a really cool setup where you can actually warp her over to the counter. Though it is a bit random how soon she warps. So there's the walk. We're gonna run right across. And there you go. I think you can just stay behind her the whole time, but
sounds like a
In your dream.
I prefer doing it that way because you have a little bit of downtime in there.
if you change them.
We'll see you around.
So we're gonna head over to the apartment complex and get some more money. Luckily, New Game Plus, like I said, we have
These are
everything
right
maxed
here.
out
For
and
you.
hard.
Well,
To get free
So
shit.
we're flooded in
Our
money,
next
flooded in
Just
materia,
then
flooded
you know
in
what to expect.
weapons, skill.
Remember.
Basically, everything's maxed out. There are a few things that we actually degrade or don't point into on the weapon buffs. Iron Blade, we actually don't point into the HP bonus for a specific
Mara.
reason. I'll talk about that when we get there.
Working?
Tifa's weapons, I do not point
pretty
into
good
her
at that.
concentration boost on Feather
Be
and
nice.
Metal Knuckles, because she actually uses those.
A good long
That'll be pertinent very
Thanks,
soon.
Mara.
Tifa has the parry materia equipped. It's a pretty potent materia for Tifa. It's kind of good for Cloud, and it's trash for Barret and
Mara's
Aerith.
great. She
But
helped
that's
get
for
me
different
set up back in the
reasons.
day.
You
Cloud gets a side
Here a
flip,
while
which
now?
really isn't
5
optimal
years,
movement,
give or take.
but does give him pretty much
But
a good,
never mind that.
good way to dodge
We've gotta get
attacks
you your money.
and not
Last
get
stop is
knocked
the
out of the
weapons store.
animation, so you can
Hey,
follow
this
up
is
much
Tifa.
quicker.
You here
Tifa's
for the
parry is
doctor?
ridiculously powerful. Hey, Steam Hams, thank
We're
you for the
so
good luck, I
sorry.
appreciate it.
All right.
So what I did there is if you
Pretty
stick next to the fence, you can get a
Thank you very
jog
much.
going,
Seeing as we're done-
and then with that jog, you can get a run going,
In that
and then
case,
if you
if
wait
you're
out in
serious,
front of the
it's not
weapons
what-
store
Yep.
till Tifa's done
How do I
talking.
start? Yeah.
Okay, okay,
Didn't
thank
see
you for the
anybody
lurk,
at
I
the
appreciate it.
office. So let's head
If you
over.
wait out in front of the weapons store far enough back, behind, there's a little invisible cutscene trigger, so that's why I was standing where I was to make sure I didn't walk over it. And then as soon as her dialogue finishes, you cross over that line and head in. And I believe the variance is what part of the walk cycle she's in, because she has to
Drop
stop
Boulevard is
moving
out west.
to warp to the
Past
counter.
barricade's supposed
But
to
we can
be
do that to
marked
save
yourself.
quite a bit of time.
Anyway, we
Because
should
the
go
walk
there,
over there is
just
pretty
in
slow.
case.
So now we're heading into Scrap Boulevard, where the money meets the road, or my face meets the pavement, or whatever, I guess.
Here's
We're hoping that ice doesn't
can see
decide to
why
hit
monsters
this
would
nice,
collide at home.
uneven terrain instead of the
The more we
enemies.
pile up,
Because if it
more
hits
they
the terrain
show up.
instead of the enemies, the hitbox turns off, and literal all fun breaks loose.
And there's our first challenger. Show me what you got, Cloud.
Okay. So we gotta be careful with a lot of these. Hopefully Cloud doesn't hit this. Okay.
Wow.
So right there, I have to be very careful because, what the hell angle is this game? I don't know what that was, but the game likes to fudge with the camera angle sometimes,
You're good at
and that is definitely that. See right there, camera's doing it again, having a
I've
stroke.
been here 5 years now. If you don't got
So
yourself,
right here, that was not a great Scrap Boulevard,
You
but
wanna
that
stay
was
down?
100%
a
not my
win's a
fault.
win.
True.
Trust me, it'll do
Sometimes the
wonders for you.
game gives you really funny camera angles, and to be perfectly honest, that's the first time I've seen it. So that's why you got that little weird reaction, because I'm like, Look, I know the game does this, but are you serious? So, the game can just kind of whip the camera around, and it's very disorienting.
Check 'em out. What?
No, I don't. I have the, like, auto-targeting thing turned off on purpose. Because it interacts with, the uppercut parries in a really awful way. Because it sucks Tifa into the enemies, usually, just like punch parries used to.
Actually,
So it's just the game camera doing camera things. It's like that part in Chapter 1 where you're rolling up the stairs and the game likes to go switch the camera on you.
I'll keep repairing
Yeah, I have no idea. The only thing I can guess is either the game was just being the game,
think of each jump.
or I unlocked on while switching to Tifa and the game buffered a camera input. I guess, maybe. Because I didn't push down directly straight, I actually flicked a little bit.
What's gonna happen to Midna?
But
My husband decided to go to
that's the first time I've ever seen that. Sometimes this game kind of just does what it wants sometimes. And sometimes it's very easy to tell that it's the game being the game. And other times, it's very hard to tell if it's you doing something.
This isn't gonna
Early on, I do a lot of dodge rolling with Cloud. And because dodge rolling is on the circle button, my right thumb is on the circle, not on the camera control. So, like, in those situations, 100%, it's the game being the game. This game, the lock-on and the camera controls can do some really weird things. So trust at your own despair. But when your thumb is actually on the camera controls, you're not sure if you're to blame or the game.
Come on. Let's get a closer look.
For the most part, the game is pretty solid, but in some places, it's very much like the OG game. Excuse me, what moments? Or like, oh my god, I'm surprised this actually functions properly. But for the most part, it's pretty solid. Casually, most of the stuff speedrunners have to deal with shouldn't crop up. You might see a couple of weird things, like the second-to-last boss soft walking, or overly aggressive AI, or some really like weird camera movement that you didn't do.
Anyway, you distract the officers.
It happens sometimes, and it's not even a matter of like leaving the game in standby for a long period of time. I turn it off every once in a while, and sometimes it'll do it on a fresh save. So right here, I want to Blizzard the dog. I think this. So Blizzard has an extremely large explosion radius.
We need to go.
That's why that killed everything. Even though it looked like that officer was way out of the way of the explosion. If I used Blizzard Magnify, that officer probably wouldn't have died. But with Blizzard Magnify,
What?
if the thing is like anywhere near
I
close to
suppose
Blizzard, it's
the
most
mock-up.
likely going to go down, or at least get hit by
What
it
do you want
once.
to do now?
Blizzard and Fyra have a huge AoE for Tier 2 and Tier 3. Air has a reasonably large AoE, but not as big, from what I can tell. And Thunder's hitbox is basically just on the target. The only way you're gonna get something to get multi-hit by Thunderer or Thunderga is the enemies basically have to be stacked on top of each other.
Same as you.
Which
Could use a
is
little
possible
help.
with Windstorm from
Hey,
Yuffie,
I
but
see.
not in the main
that case,
game. It's mainly a matter of like you get lucky or sweep them up in a very particular way. So we're trying to get off the bar around 29 minutes. But we'll see. I'm not talking about this one. I'm talking about the second one because we got to do darts. Got to be smash and circle here to skip this immediately, and then say, "Yep, I'm done playing darts."
Maybe just chill a
I
bit.
played the hardest game of darts ever. The one that I just skipped instantaneously. So we got a little cutscene here. I gotta wait for the visual cue so I can skip it. There we go. And then 29:05. Okay, start. The beginning can be pretty volatile, so the first 30 minutes can be pretty bad or pretty good. Scrap Boulevard, I think, was at fault for this one not being a better time because I had to fight with the camera thing. So what I was trying to do was fast Boulevard, and that really weird camera change made it extremely hard to tell which angle I should be parrying at. Like I said earlier, all of your movement is based on the camera. So I'm holding forward on the thumbstick, and you see Cloud kind of like tilts a little bit here. So if the game decides the camera, it needs to change the camera angle, you're going with it. It's like working on a film set, and if the guy running the camera wants to point it at something, that's where it's pointing. You're gonna either have to fire him or something, because it's going where he's pointing the damn thing. So we're gonna Blizzard here. Looks like we've got a physical. Are you serious with this? I'm not sure if there's more than one here, so. Okay. I could have gone with Fire, but I decided to go with Blizzard there. Unfortunate. Normally, when they're that close together, Blizzard and Magnify will raise them all. He was, I think he got knocked in the air so violently that he missed the second explosion. But got critical by Blizzard, that's why he was almost dead. I could have just cast Blizzard at a distance, but like I said before, the spells like to interact with the ground, so you're kind of gambling there, to be perfectly honest.
Casey, you all set?
Yep, I'm all set, and we're going to head into Chapter 8. Or what? Chapter 8? I wish I could go to Chapter 8 this early. So we're going to have to do this manually. I can do the inputs pretty fast, but you got to be careful with the skipping a motorcycle minigame, because you can accidentally reset to the title menu, and then you'll have to load a quick save from the checkpoint. Speaking of saves, we pretty much don't need to save at all outside of save loads. Most important fights have a checkpoint right before them. Like this fight here is multiple waves in the annex. We can just restart from the last wave we finished, which would be very difficult for a few different reasons. But most every fight in this game that's even slightly important will have a checkpoint right before it. So we have a free autosave. So even if we die and wipe at a boss, the recovery time is very low. The only problem is if you accidentally return to menu early, like when you're in the bar or something. So like if I accidentally returned to menu instead of exiting the Dart game, I would have had to do the whole outside dialogue. Yes, I don't give a crap about the side quests, and then all the dialogue inside the bar. So right here, we're going to save it a couple of times in this chapter. This one right here, I believe, saves 5 to 6 seconds. I also want to make sure to get out of Biggs and Wedge's way. I've seen some really weird pathfinding from these two, so I am not going to put myself anywhere close to being at fault. It doesn't really matter anyway, because... Yeah, there you go. Biggs. Okay, yeah. I didn't realize you could face her. So the thing is, I got to be close to them within a few seconds of them getting in position. So it's not really slower to like move in the street and make sure they get in position first. So I said I'd go over ice as we went into Chapter 4. So I will explain it now. Ice Magnify is extremely potent. Ice has a very high stagger value. And when an enemy is pressured, that stagger value is increased. Wind and Fire have the same stagger value, and I believe Lightning is a little bit lower. The worst at staggering. The damage values between Tier 2 and Tier 3 spells are the same. So in most cases, using a Fire and a Firaga will achieve the same chance to stagger, or Blizzara and Blizzaga. But the damage is the only difference, and it also takes an additional second to cast Tier 3. So for most of the game, we're going to be spamming Tier 2. The reason that this is important is the stagger value of Blizzara is the same as Blizzaga, so we don't need to waste the extra MP and time casting it. So, like I said, Ice, really high stagger value. It's already high without the enemy being pressured, and if the enemy gets pressured, which is the actual name of the bar under their HP, it's the pressure bar, but we refer to it as a stagger bar. When an enemy is staggered, they will hold still for a second and get 100, they'll have a 1.6 times damage multiplier, which can be further increased with Tifa's moves and one move by Aerith. That usually won't come up unless it's on a boss. Most enemies, stagger equals death immediately, and the way that the game is programmed, stagger takes place before an enemy dies, so we can cheese out staggers on all of the enemies very, very easily. The reason this is important is staggers give us two things with ATB stagger in the mix. Naturally, what staggering an enemy will do will give you 350 points of limit. Your base level 1 limit is 1,000. Your base level 2 limit is 1,350. So 3 staggers, 1 level 1 limit. 4 staggers is a level 2 limit. Level 2 limits are a bit stronger and used more for staggering the enemy than killing. We'll use them a bit more endgame to deal with the boss's increased HP, defenses, and stuff, so we can actually force through the damage.
Jesse?
But for most of the early game, we can get away with level 1 limits. In some cases, we actually need level 1 limits, because a level 2 limit won't do the job quick enough for several different reasons. But early on, we will be sacrificing our limit for refocuses. Refocus is a really powerful materia that very often goes underlooked. So what refocus does is it consumes your full limit gauge, whether it's level 1 or level 2, and refunds 500 points of limit. So it's basically half your limit back for level 1, and it's 500 out of your 1350 for level 2. The difference is, if you use a level 2 limit to refocus, it's 10 minutes in effectiveness of how long it's turned on. And if you're level 1, it's 5 minutes. Most fights should not go past 5 minutes, because it doesn't count cutscenes. But what it'll do is it converts your ATB bar that's normally 2,000 points, 1,000 apiece, to 650, 650, and 700 parts, 3 parts.
Don't expect me.
The reason that this is ridiculously powerful is there's some moves like First Strike and Disorder that refund ATB on hit, and even more potently, Ice Magnify staggers a lot of enemies. ATB Stagger at full level gives you 900 ATB. It's 300 for unmaxed and 600 for level 2. Basically, I can get like a move and a half every time I stagger something. And with Multiply, the stagger limit gain and the stagger ATB gain will be activated up to 3 times. So basically, we're going to be doping ATB like there's no tomorrow.
Unauthorized entry in 76 Annex. All units, proceed to location of
Alright, so I want to make sure to take care of everything as soon as possible. That's not really the best way to deal with that fight, but it's fine.
In 76 Annex.
Okay.
Unauthorized entry.
God darn it. I could have gotten the MP crate there, but I accidentally locked on again. It's fine. The MP crate here is super duper important. We're gonna... Missiles didn't go out. You gotta be careful there. The missiles do like 15,000 damage. So you can very easily die if you let the missiles make contact with your head. You want to make sure to fire on the shock trooper. The Grenader can be taken down easily enough. So it's a preference thing. There are 3 MP crates in here you can grab. They're not super important because I have MP Absorb on fire. But they do make your life easier. They will make an MP up route possible. Okay. I thought one of the dogs might get free. So we want Blizzara. Blizzara. There's a crit in there, so I'm a bit worried. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Anytime game. So we're going to Fire here. We're going to attack, counter, and then we're gonna... I held forward there so that I gained that last little bit of ATB. Punisher counters get you a lot of ATB, and very often will pressure an enemy. So it's a very good way to get ATB extremely quickly and get the enemy the hell off. Sometimes we attack just to bait out the Punisher counter quicker because the enemy usually will counter. So we do have to counter a physical melee move. But if you know what you're doing, that's extremely easy to bait out or wait for. So Roche here is dunzo. If my ATB had gotten really screwed up, I could have just Fire Gun phase 1 after getting up to 3 ATB. We used to use Fire Gun there, and you can use it. It's just a little bit more MP intensive. And because level 2 limit, or level 2 spells are naturally 10 MP, the Mithril Saber's really dope, and it has really high magic. So it's a very versatile character, and has pretty decent stats. So the Mithril Saber already accentuates reasonably good stats on him to begin with. It has some pretty cool abilities attached to it. Ridiculously high magic, 20% damage bonus with that high MP, or at max MP. But not only that, but he has a 20% cost reduction on his spells. So now tier 2 spells that are 10 MP are now down to 8. Lightning does cost 1 extra MP per, so it's, instead of it being 4, 10, and 21, it is 5, 11, and 22. So it's 4, 9, and
Coincidence?
All residents are to return to their homes.
But the thing is that cost reduction is extremely potent, because when you're firing off a fire spell at something that's weakened, hit max damage for 9,999, MP Absorb gives 0.1% damage back, so you spent 8 and you get all 8 back. It's extremely potent with Magnify and MP Absorb, because just like ATB, MP Absorb or HP Absorb would both activate multiple times due to the Magnify. So Cloud will be able to dope his damage through that method of using MP Absorb and Magnify on the same magic materia. It will limit his versatility, but the limit in versatility will boost his damage to the point where the versatility is not needed. And you can get away with just bursting down enemies with the wrong spell because it gets a 20% damage buff. So right here, you want to get a little bit of a boost from Biggs and Wedge if you can get it. Otherwise, just hold a straight line. Basically how it goes here.
Sure did.
So we're heading into the end of Chapter 4. There's a little bit of RNG here. The first fight with the regular Whispers normally will spawn a second wave. We don't like that for a couple of different reasons, but the second wave takes forever to spawn properly. I'm gonna have to wait for a second here and skip.
Think Jesse and Biggs made it back safe?
I guess.
I feel like I had some on the edge of my nose forever.
We'll pass by their places anyway.
Sure.
Unfortunately, the Final Fantasy PS5 version is extremely hard to have a break to do anything. So a lot of the time we need to take sips or blow our nose or eat our food during gameplay segments, just not high action gameplay segments, basically running around between point A and point B on storylines. There's only a couple of breaks baked into this game, and unfortunately it's like an hour and a half in, and then like 2 hours and 10 in. So the two bigger and better breaks are like right next to each other. And then the next one is closer to 4 hours, and it's two very short cutscenes separated by a hallway. So it's very hard to get a good break in there. So the Whispers, we're trying to kill 4 out of 4 at the same time, or kill one of them and kill 3 out of 3 at the same time. If we kill all 3 remaining Whispers at the same time, we can skip spawning the additional wave of Whispers.
Aw, I missed you too. Oh, big
The reason we want to do that is the second wave of Whispers takes forever to spawn in and be targetable and killable. We can do some damage to them pretty quickly, but they will have an HP lock, so this is just a little time saver. What I'm going for is I'm going to somersault A, B, and C. If I see Impales, I'm safe, but if they decide to float really far away, I'm in a pretty bad spot. Tifa might not kill them all, and I'll have to just wait for the next wave to spawn. But Tifa will kill A, B, and C. I could try and get her to kill all 4, but that's pretty risky. Requires very good luck, and you have to position Tifa. I'm going to actually do her limit through the tactical menu, because it's much safer that way. Otherwise, I'd have her limit shortcutted, because there's a lot of places I could use it. But the shortcut she has now will last a longer time. And I'm going to fire a D to get rid of him, so Tifa can kill A, B, and C, hopefully. So this on a B, on fire a, impale on A, that seems good. Okay. That was a really weird angle, but I liked it. It worked anyway.
Pretty sure you can't even see them.
So right here, we want to make sure to get Tifa and Cloud as close to the invisible wall as possible. If you keep tapping the parry with Tifa, she can sometimes slide through the wall while it's disappearing. So it saves you a little bit of time. Either way, the camera's going to shift back to Cloud. So this fight right here is really obnoxious. The way the Enigmatic works is you need to pressure a Whisper, then stagger it, which will pressure the Enigmatic Whisper, and depending on how many you stagger, he'll remain pressured for longer. Basically, you can't do shit for damage unless you're firing off a limit here, or staggering the Whisper. So we're going to do this, impale, then we want to Blizzara, stay.
Sloppy.
Then we want to 1, 2, 3, and then
Let's finish this. Going in. Burn. No more playing.
Okay. I didn't see the ice anywhere near him, so I thought I whiffed. I would have True Strike with Tifa, but the Whispers are weak to magic, so I played that a little bit safe. Unfortunately, lost time to it.
Huh?
I can tell you're nervous.
That obvious. Okay.
So we can get a little bit of time save in the train. It is very hard to hit. There is a save load while we're walking up towards Tifa. That's about frame perfect. And if you can save and load, it'll skip the ID scanning waves, and we'll go straight into the dialogue that's supposed to take place after that. We can mash through the dialogue immediately. You really want to be closer to missing it. Do it later rather than earlier. If you do it earlier, you'll think you hit it, save and load, and then you'll end up getting the cutscene anyway, and you've wasted more time now because you saved loaded, which is an extra, like, 3 or 4 seconds. So, there is a somewhat visual cue for it, but it's pretty hard to hit. So we got a cutscene to skip here, we got another one to skip at the train, don't care. So this is kind of obnoxious, but we'll try and hit it anyway.
If we're on heightened alert, that means more security officers. So,
That
we
missed it.
right?
I thought that was it. That's why I hesitated a
The
little bit.
train will be passing an ID.
So we're not going to save the time here. It is about a 20-second time save if you can hit
Not
it.
much of one.
I know.
It's probably closer to like
That doesn't mean
15
I don't have
because you
butterflies
kind of
next
saw
to
how
me.
I paused there. You're most likely not going to hit it. So reacting to it immediately is very improbable.
Why is that?
So we got to head into the next.
It'll be
We would have skipped straight to this dialogue if I had saved load. It's very unfortunate. It's pretty hard to hit. My PB doesn't even have it. My PB before my PB did have it, but I outperformed it. So honestly, you don't have to use these save loads to get a really good time. They just help if you're having a bad start. Honestly, it's not that big of an issue. It's just obnoxious. You can avoid them if you want. You don't have to bother doing them. There's no rule out there that says you have to use these save loads, right? What is this garbage? Boost into triple. That was really obnoxious positioning. Almost lost me time. The problem is, Mithril Saber doesn't do shit for damage, physically. So using a triple slash kind of is not the optimal way to do damage. But I also don't want to waste a bunch of MP on blizzards there. It is, like I said, pretty low cost, but I don't have MP absorb on ice right now. So I'm only recovering MP on fire, and I only have fire equipped, so that's 8 MP out, and at most I'll get like 4 back. So it's really cost intensive. So I really... those fights, you have plenty of time to get through those fights. Are you serious, Tifa? Oh, that's so stupid. So what I'm doing to speed up the parry animation is you can cause it to be interrupted by uppercut. That's actually why I don't have the concentration bonus attached to her right now. Because she can sometimes start with Omni Strike, which just screws up that movement. The problem is sometimes your uppercut gets buffered over the parry, so it takes a while to get the game to stop being obnoxious about it and let her move. If you really want to be careful about it, you can go for a regular parry first and then hit the button. Most often it's not an issue. So right here I need to pay attention to see if Barrett's coming in off map. Okay, he's off the side. He can sometimes stay at the very end of the track here, which means we can switch to him and then switch to Tifa and just parry right out of combat immediately. It does save a pretty big chunk of time because you don't have to parry across, but the parry uppercut's so fast anyway, you really don't lose that much, and it's not that often that it happens. We do have a menu in here that we're going to be adding in for... there is a save load in here that we will do a menu right before. We're going to be switching Cloud over to Thunder Magnify, so we're going to double down on that and switch him into Thunder MP Absorb as well. It's very unfortunate, but I don't think I've ever had these two fights join, so... We're going to just try and parry as fast as we can down the tracks, depending on how fast our... Oh, that's awful. Sometimes you can get up this stair sometimes, but the problem is your timer for flee is randomly between 3 to 6 seconds. Sometimes you just can't make it up the stairs if the game gives you a 3-second timer. If you have around 4, you should be able to get all the way up the stairs as long as your parries are somewhat on point. It's unfortunate. 5, 6, and 7 is a lot of stupidity in that. Okay, we're gonna switch Cloud in. I have Thunder here.
I got you.
I risked something there. Normally, I don't like doing that, I avoid it at all costs, but now I know I can warp Cloud over, so it's not a problem. I'll just have to actually switch to Cloud immediately next time. So we're going to do this. I want to see if we get parry. I wanted to make sure that I got pressured on those two draw strikes. The reason I'm checking them instead of moving without paying attention to them is sometimes ice can interact with the floor, as I said earlier. And ice is very persnickety about how it does things. So you very often need to be respectful of ice, to be perfectly honest. So we're gonna run away here. That should kill everything. So we're gonna be Swippity swoop swap. We're going to be switching over to Thunder for Thunder Magnify, Thunder MP Absorb. I'm not going to bother healing Cloud yet because we can lose a lot of HP to the missile turrets in the next fight. I'm also going to be giving God or Dummerung to Barret so he has Catastrophe. And we're going to be adding an MP up for safety. So we want to do this for God or Dummerung. Cloud. That's wrong. This, and this. Then we want to go into freaking Thunder. I'm trying to magnify a spell I haven't set yet. Mag. Then we want to save load here, so we can skip this little bit of dialogue and walking slow. It's a small optimization we can take advantage of since we have to do a menu anyway. It's a little bit annoying trying to do it, but it's
Just
whatever.
give it a quick one.
So we're going to Catastrophe HP boost, switch to Tifa here.
How did you get in?
I'm gonna parry that guy. Then Cloud Thunder. Cloud Thunder. Very unfortunate. Catastrophe usually nukes both of those guys, but as long as you need to make sure Catastrophe is triggering the targeting the Flame Trooper, so that if one thing survives, it's the officer. Cloud can just thunder it. You could also thunder it with Tifa as well if you really wanted to. I'll skip this cutscene. There's a lot of mash dialogues into cutscenes, so it is, like I said, I mash with these two fingers, triangle, circle. I changed my grip completely for it, so I can mash efficiently. And what it causes is I usually hit the menu button with this, and then I hit X with this. So often I will hit these too quick in sequence to the point where I resume over and over again. Normally my controller does have a toggle on the back of it. I have an X button set, a square, or a triangle, and a circle. I have circle on my left or right hand so that I can mash the roll and correct the camera. Normally I just preset the camera and use the face button for that. It's very, unless the camera fights me, I normally don't use that. The triangle I have on the left side so I can hold it down and get the uppercut parries with Tifa. And I do also have,
Where you going?
I gotta pay attention to what I'm doing. So we want the Thundera there, Thundera here, and then Thunder with Tifa. Sometimes that turret survives like that, so I want to follow up with Tifa ASAP there to make sure that it dies. Or else the fight will take a while. We're gonna Tifa cure herself. Barret's got more than enough HP, so I don't really need to worry about him ever. But there's almost no circumstance where Barret takes a ton of damage. We're gonna ATB boost right off the bat, switch to Tifa, Thunder, and then walk to the door here. So what we're trying to do is set it up so I guess I want to clip this table through the door. I'm not sure what I was doing there. So a high 52 is meh. We want a low to mid 52, but as long as we're sub 53, I'm happy with it. So we're going to skip this garbage right here as soon as we are able to. We're going to want to switch to Tifa as soon as possible. That allows us to target that leg. We're going to do a full combo here. True strike. Now we're in really dangerous territory. Okay, we're good though. Focus strike into unbridled strength. That will give me a full combo over here, or a somewhat full combo. I'm seeing a lot of crits. That's actually great. Fantastic. That's going to save me some time. So right here, I can Thundera the rear leg, and then I will target the front leg with Cloud and Barret to make sure I get enough damage in. So this will take a little bit, but it's fine. We want Thundera and Thundega. Want to get an extra poke in here. This. Waiting for Barret to cast Thunder. The Thunder isn't super important. Wherever Barret flings it, it would be enough damage. But if you break both of the legs and they have enough stagger, because they do have a hidden stagger bar on them, you can stagger the main body by breaking the legs if you do it in a very particular way. What am I doing here? This. Very wrong. HP boost into Thundega. So that was pretty delayed. I wasn't sure... I wasn't sure when to land that Thundiga because I took a while to retarget the Arsenal unit. So I delayed Cloud's Thundiga a little bit. I don't... Thinking about it now that I have a few more seconds to spare, it really doesn't make sense that I delayed it like that with Cloud, because my timing for Cloud is directly after I switch off of Barret after using Catastrophe, so there was no reason to actually delay his attacks.
Dead now.
You have to delay it a little bit, though, so whatever. So we're gonna skip a couple of cutscenes here. Then we want to hold forward left to try and get Tifa to wait at the end of the stairwell. Okay, she's just not having it today, I guess. I've gotten a couple of runs where she's cooperated, but recently she's been not having none of my nonsense. It's fine.
Shut up and move.
You can get her to stay at the top of that ladder for a few seconds, which will let you get right behind Barret once he crosses one of these 3 planks. As soon as he crosses the first rail that it's connected to, you'll be able to go on immediately. It's a very minute time save, but it is one you can have. So we don't want to bother with the door right now. It doesn't matter. Looking at it's not going to change anything. This is activatable regardless. So some of the time we can just ignore where the NPCs are going, or where the the characters controlled by the PC are going. And we can skip to a different thing. There's a few places like that. Speaking of skips, Chapter 6 is going to be mainly tied to our fleet timer. So the time save, time loss here is 100% dependent on whether we get a longer fleet timer in most of these fights. There's a few where we want a shorter one, but most of them we want 5 to 6 seconds. Now, circling back to the skips thing, so no major glitches, allows us to do some save loading. There are some humongous skips in this game now. It used to be just Chapter 15.
I'll go.
You could skip the middle 2/3 of the chapter. By kind of getting out of bounds and avoiding a combat trigger. After the 3rd-class soldiers, you could avoid falling down that broken pipe. And then you can basically skip all of those fights up to the blast rays and the 2 helitroopers before the boss, and you could also skip the minigame. So that was about 60 seconds in hard. It was a little bit more in other categories, but basically it was 60 to 90 minutes depending. So right here we got a decent fleet going. I actually can't complain about that. That was extremely good. Good inputs and a good long fleet timer. But now we have found out that there's a way to extend the fleet timer. So a lot of the skips we could do in the PS4 version are available here. They're just extremely easy to do in the PS4 version because we could get infinite fleeing by wiping out the party and then self-destructing and triggering auto-revive off the Angel Earrings. And then the combat would persist until we killed the enemy. So we could skip cutscene triggers that way, walk through the main map, get out of the map in a couple of different ways. Now we have to like reset the fleet timer over and over again to despawn the map. It's quite a pain. But there's a huge one in like Chapter 8 that will skip from the beginning of Chapter 8. It's very bad fleeing, but a very good timer.
Hey, look.
But it would skip from the beginning of Chapter 8. Basically, we exit the church, go over to the train yard, or the train stop, and then we turn back around after activating a glitch that would allow us to move off the map. Turn back around and do a bunch of fleeing towards the church. And then we would separate Cloud and Aerith far enough that the map would despawn partially, and we would jump Aerith out of bounds. And then spend a couple of minutes running outside of the map and skipping all the way to the end of Chapter 9. So that's about 20 plus minutes. There's a couple of smaller ones. The next biggest one, I believe, is skipping Eligor and Ghoul, Chapter 11. Right before Ghoul, you can get out of bounds and just skip the rest of the chapter. So those are... There's a couple of more earlier on, like you could do a skip in this chapter. Once you get to the other side. God, there's a few other things, I think. Let me think about that. It escapes me. I don't really do any percent, so I'm only partially familiar with some of them. There is one skip that's possible in PS4 that's not possible on PS5, and that's you could skip from chapter 13 to the sewers in chapter 14.
Made it through in one
So
piece.
that's very obnoxious. I thought I beat her down the ladder.
Think that took a
This is
couple
why it
minutes
sucks
off
that
my
you're
life.
stuck behind her.
I mean,
think you can
not
move a
really.
little bit faster if you get in front of her.
Couple seconds, maybe. 3 tops.
So this
Section
isn't
H is
the
just up ahead.
best, but it's
Slow and
decent enough
steady,
start.
guys.
We're looking
That's our
to
objective?
get
The
to the
cargo
stairwell around 60
I'm
minutes.
pretty sure that's the one.
Looking like it won't happen. As long as I get to the other platform by 60 minutes, I'm okay with it. Doesn't look like that's going to happen. I don't want to be on this platform. I want to be on the next one.
By the light
so.
of these magnificent lamps, we shall lead our brothers
pretty
and
rough
sisters of the
first
Undersea to a
hour.
brighter
Okay.
future.
We broke the...
Say what?
I want to be
It's from
up
a
this
speech
stairwell
President
around
Shinra
60
gave,
minutes,
talking
but
up the importance
that's a
of
lot of RNG. What do we got here? So that guy, that frost strike I punched
Let's flip it
is
and go.
very, very volatile. So the True Strike plus Thunder from Barrett is usually enough to push him down. I think Cloud got him with Thundergut. But I hate to be boosted because he's really obnoxious to deal with. So the reason I'm not parrying, uppercut parrying here, is it'll actually get to the other side too fast, and you don't want Cloud to
Lined it up
spawn
perfect.
in this railing. You want him to spawn in front of the console so he
Which
can
way
just
to
walk
the
forward
next
and
light?
activate it.
If we can't make
So,
sense of this place, we're gonna get lost.
Right here, we're looking for.
we know where
Could
the
you just?
big-ass things
This
are.
game is so obnoxious sometimes. At least it doesn't happen. Didn't happen. This is one of the ones where like that was an awful flea timer. We want an extra second or so. And I also lost time because Tifa decided she wanted to parry like 6 times or uppercut like 6 times.
This a hole, right?
I'm not quite sure what
Receptacle
causes
slows
that.
down
I'm
then.
assuming it's probably
You
hitting
wanna
the
check them
uppercut
out
button
sometime?
before the
I can
parry.
show you around.
So you accidentally
We'll check
cancel the
them out now
uppercuts
if we
instead.
fall.
It's really obnoxious. So right here, we got to be careful. We actually don't want to do these fights together. We want to actually exit combat. That was a pretty decent flea timer. Could have been a lot worse. Right here, we're just gonna take our
We're right
time,
back where we started.
so we can kind of spawn Cloud in
Where
the right
was that
spot.
last light again?
The problem here is if you join both of those fights together and flee them as one combat
Almost
segment,
done.
Cloud will spawn on the
It's a shame we had to
floor
wander
above
around
the
so much.
elevator instead of in the
Well,
elevator.
no stamps
So you
here,
lose a
guys.
huge chunk of time.
No
So
Jesse or Wedge
you need
back
to
us up.
separate those two fights. Normally, you wouldn't have an issue
What should
without
we tell
uppercut
Riggs?
parrying. Even with
I don't
punch
want him to
parrying, it
worry.
really wasn't viable. It wasn't possible to get all the way down the stairs there.
If there's no viable
But
path,
because
we'll
uppercut
just have to
parrying
make
is
one.
so much faster, parry is ridiculously fast in the PS5 version, and it's even more insanely fast with uppercuts, canceling it out into just the quickest part. So right here, we're going to do a little bit of a
We're
trick
better
here
than that.
So let's
to
prove it.
this. So this fight right here is supposed to have 4
Would kill for a shower.
2 turrets, and then 2 monsters will spawn and join the fight. If I move across quickly enough with the parries, and thunder and get rid of the turrets early enough, I will end combat inside the little, like, ladder well, or whatever you want to call it.
Jesse's injury
And what it'll do is it'll let me get out of combat while the monsters are spawning and stop me from re-entering combat. If you do it wrong, you'll end up respawning in combat. Oh my. Okay, so like most of the parries were
He knew we
extremely
might be
good,
late,
to be
so he
honest.
came up with a few
Most
ways
of the
to
fleet
kill time.
timers were really good. There
We
was a
ought to
couple
reach
that
him
were
long
sussy.
before he dies aboard.
Pretty good chapter overall. That's surprising. Chapter 6 is usually a headache because it's really hard to save time here,
And we're
or
back
at
the
least
cargo
go
platform.
even.
Get ready,
Because the
Marco
fleet
Reactor.
timer is 100% random.
Here it
As far as we know, there's no way to affect it. Outside, you can reset the fleet timer doing some very specific movement. But honestly, in this scenario, I don't know if you can do that.
So long,
And it's
Underblade.
probably quicker to just take the L on bad fleet timer and move on. Because you have to switch to another character, move them in combat, and then move them back out of combat so that they're in fleeing, so that when you switch to the character that is fleeing away, they won't warp back to the combat area, because when a character is in combat and another character is in fleeing, and you try to switch to the character in fleeing, they'll warp back to the combat area next to the character. So there's like safeguards in place, and if you know how to work around it, blah, 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 blah. This game really has some jank stuff, but they really did do their due diligence to try and keep us out of bounds, which I can respect, but I also hate as a speedrunner, blah, 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 blah. Oh, shut up now. We're gonna Thunder this garbage, and then we're going to Thunder here twice, and then we're gonna True Strike. So the True Strike there is to get a Synergy Thunder from Barrett. just in case Cloud has some really bad damage rolls, and the Thunder Magnify does not kill that second turret. We Thunder a Magnify the other turret because that will make sure 100% that all 3 of those are dead, or 2 out of the 3 are dead, and the missile turret's dead after a Thunder Magnify. The thing here is, Synergy is extremely good at a follow-up move and killing enemies and making sure they're dead.
Good at it.
And Thunder Magnify is extremely potent in 5, 6, and 7 for the most part. The problem is at the very beginning, it's a couple of monsters which are, I think, take less damage to lightning, but are weak to ice. Monsters are weak to ice, flying enemies are weak to wind, humans are weak to fire, and wind, fire, lightning. Machines are weak to lightning. So it's pretty obvious the weakness order. Bio really doesn't do anything, takes forever to explode, so it's pretty much useless. It could be used in combination with Synergy, but unfortunately it just takes too long to explode. And there's one case where Bio ticks are helpful. It's Hell House Phase 4. This Hell House flies around for an extended period of time with God mode on, so it doesn't really take any damage from anything. So allowing poison to tick for a couple hundred can be pretty helpful. So right here, we're going to wait for Barrett to talk. Okay, save load here. I see the vent the grate you were talking about, steamed. Thank you for pointing that out yesterday. That made that a lot easier to hit. I'll have to do some work with it to get a better cue on it, but that was really helpful. Because that is a pretty good visual cue right there. So right here, we're going to be using some Thunder Magnify. You see 4 enemies? I only see 0.
All done.
So Thunder Magnify will take care of 3. If I switch to Barrett, I can force retarget the last Thunder onto the 4th enemy, and basically wipe the entire party. Normally, Synergy targets, so like whatever I'm casting on right here, Synergy would normally target. But because I switched to Barrett, the game treats it like a normal spell for whatever reason, and allows me to retarget it before he casts. I'm not quite sure why it does that, but it does do that. So we're going to, please, Thunder, where's Tifa? So right there, not super optimal. If the sweeper had stayed closer to the ladder, I would have True Striked him and just walked it out. But because he was so far away, it was way better to just True Strike at a distance and make sure I spawned right next to the ladder. The sweepers in that room can be pretty obnoxious. I could just make sure to one-shot them between Synergy and Magnify, but the problem is the last Synergy does not go off on the second sweeper there, because I switch over to Tifa. But I can always trigger Synergy Thunder from Barrett at a distance with True Strike. You don't have to make contact with the enemy you're trying to hit, you just have to use an offensive command. So we're going to Thundera, switch over to Barrett here. So if this works out right, they should get one shot. There we go. I don't know what it is, but if you do the inputs properly, the elite trooper gets knocked back into the rear ones, and then you end up getting a bunch of multi-hits from Thundera Magnify because they're close enough stacked, and the Thundera from Tifa. The switching to Barrett is to make sure he doesn't physically attack them, because when shock troopers are physically attacked, they can activate a dodge mechanic. So we're basically just trying to prevent that from happening. Okay, that's super efficient and not something you normally get. Star Shower doesn't usually clear out that whole group. It usually clears out anywhere betwing 2 to 5 out of the 6, I believe it is. Because there's 2 elites and 4 regular officers. So that was extremely nice. The MP isn't really an issue. It's just a matter of like being able to move. Because having to cast with Cloud does lose you a little bit of time.
Pretty sure.
So I did go over this, I did kind of glaze over this earlier, but Tier 1 spells take a half a second to cast, or charge if you want to, and about a half a second to fire off. Depending on the spell, they may take an additional half a second. So like, some of them have travel time, which depends on the distance of the target. And spells like Ice and Wind create a ice effect for ice and a little wind thing around the enemy. Before they explode, so that's around another half a second because those explode on a set timer. Fire and ice both need to travel a distance, so they can take longer depending on the targeting. Okay. So right here, we're just gonna True Strike. That will trigger Thunder for Barrett.
All done.
Huh. Cocky little bet.
So we're going to Catastrophe. Grab this. Grab this. Tifa, come over here and Star Shower, maybe. So the Star Shower was a little bit delayed there because I had to wait for the dialogue to clear to get him off the platform. So what we're hoping for here is we're gonna Thunder a Magnify with Cloud to hit the turrets. If we get lucky, it'll hit the Shock Trooper, and then we're going to be firing off Catastrophe with Barrett. The issue here is this Shock Trooper is a total dickwad. And very, what are you doing? Catastrophe, Thundera. So we're trying not to trigger the dodging, and we also want to make sure he stays down there. So I played that very, very safe because last time he followed me up. And doing a bunch of follow-up spells is extremely obnoxious in that fight. Catastrophe, Superstar Shower. Is everything dead already? So that guy will get off of the console as soon as everything else in the room is dead. I could theoretically kill them faster with Cloud, but it's very hard to set that up. Catastrophe has a large enough AoE that it will most likely clean the room out instantaneously once it hits. The reason you want to avoid using Catastrophe most of the time, unless the room's on a timer, it takes about 5 seconds to fire up, and to get all 4 hits of it, it takes about 10 seconds. Plus, Barrett, if it's needed for a cutscene, he takes a couple of seconds to land on the floor. So we're going to do this right here. Bop, 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 bop. Cloud into Thunder. Cloud into Thunder. Okay, we're just trying to spawn Cloud over here and get the MP right after. Chapter 7 has been going pretty good. Chapter 7 usually claps my cheeks. We do have one more fight, so the game has one more chance to clap my cheekus on the deekus. So we're going to want to start off with Catastrophe. Thundiga a little bit later. Wait for Tifa here and head down. So the Thundiga will hold the Shock Troopers still, and the Catastrophe will do the rest of the damage. The thing is, those Shock Troopers can follow Tifa, so you have to be very careful about those Shock Troopers following you up the alleyway. That's why I use Thundiga. Thundiga Magnify 100% does enough damage. Plus, it's turbocharged by having full MP, and I'll get more than enough MP back here. That's not a problem. We're gonna actually switch to Tifa here. Catastrophe is safe as heck here. So I'm gonna show you some tricks with Tifa and parry. So this is a regular focus strike. This is a regular uppercut. This is when we cancel the parry. Now keep in mind, this keeps assist from activating when you parry cancel a move. But uppercut can be ended extremely early, and then you can do stuff like this. So with focus strike, you need to poke in between for it to trigger an additional action, or the assist. Now, if you want to do this,
Too late.
So we're going to be poking a little bit in between focus strikes. So we'll be abusing focus strike very heavily on Airbuster to get a ton of free synergy casts. So Airbuster really doesn't stand a chance, to be perfectly honest.
Keep looking.
So I'm pretty bored here. I'm just trying to Thundera.
Okay, let's go. Finish him off.
Oh. So Cloud's at full MP. The Shock Trooper exploded, or Sweeper exploded. We'll heal up. Tifa, I don't know how close it is for her to survive Tank Buster if I accidentally get hit by it, but I want to be careful. Cloud is Glass Cannon right now, because we have to have ATB Materia, Magic Ups, and 2 different Magic Materia, plus Magnify and MP Absorb. But we want to make sure he has enough HP to survive. What we're looking for is a Thundera right off the bat, and followed up with a True Strike that should pressure Airbuster so he can't get out any shock balls. If we get extremely unlucky, if I screw up the inputs enough, he can get them out, and if Cloud gets shocked, I lose out on a ton of damage, and the boss fight goes to hell in a handbasket. Hopefully that is not the case. But we have a lot of things back to back that we've got to deal with here. We need to fight Airbuster.
So we
we
need
need
to
to skip a
synchronize our
cutscene. We need
movements?
to menu right after that. Deal with a couple of troopers. Deal with Reno, and then do an additional menu after
Okay.
that.
Pay attention, you two.
So this is a
3,
really
2,
tight area
1.
where I have to do a lot of things back to back. This mini game has a huge window to hit it. So it's better to go much later than sooner.
Great timing.
Yeah.
Great timing, yep. We're about to have great timing in a minute here. So Barrett's Synergy was additive damage. Synergy with Cloud or Aerith is decimatingly high damage. Cloud is pretty decent when he's at full MP. Aerith's damage is off the charts. Her magic is about 500. There's a few other factors that are boosting our damage a little bit more, but I'll go over those in the next chapter. So, Thundera, lock on True Strike, and Uppercut into Focus Strikes. Poke again to activate Assist, and then we want to refocus Cloud. So this is going pretty good right now. Okay, we're gonna have to ATB this with Thundega. Really unfortunate. We're only gonna do this twice here.
You ready?
Oh, good enough. I had to ATB boost early because Cloud's ATB was really screwy. It did delay the Thundega a little bit, but as long as we kill right after Tank Buster resolves, we're absolutely fine. So we're going to Thundega, Thundera, Thundera. So Aerith, or Tifa has extra ATB there. Okay, did you just Thundera, dummy? I did that all wrong because I was on Barrett's shortcuts. Okay, that's a little bit of time lost, but not too bad. These will come out a little bit late. Okay, good. We got a high damage roll there anyway. I need to weave Barrett's Thundera in there to be a little bit quicker, but I probably should stop doing that since it's biting me in the ass. So this, and then this. Put Cloud on Iron Blade. Tifa gets Chain Bangle forever. Metal Knuckles and Mithril Rod. Now damage is maxed out. We want to go into Disorder. Blade Burst, Ekambumi, and Triple Slashy Washy. So Cloud is now set up to do abilities rather than physical or magic attacks. He does have Blade Burst, which does a humongous amount of damage with Iron Blade. It does even more with Mithril Saber since it's magic based, but whoa, it's whoa. We're going to... Wrong. I did that a little bit weird. Okay. I'm very lucky. Rude is on a timer here, or Reno's on a timer here. It's impossible to hit the first cycle with this setup. So I really didn't lose much time there, it just looked stupid. What was the real risk is I could have accidentally got ATB boost canceled. So we're gonna explode here. Oh look, I'm still alive. I wonder how that works. I'll explain that in a little bit. Oh look, I've got a nice chunk of limit. I wonder where that came from. Maybe I'm taking advantage of system mechanics. So the devs tried to be cute about self-destruct in this game, and they did a pretty good job trying to discourage you from using it, but speedrunners are always going to prevail in the end. There are a few times where devs win, but more often than not, the speedrunners win by handily having a long-standing
Maybe we can get out that
beatdown
way.
with the game. Right. So what we did early on there is we switched Synergy and we switched Synergy to Aerith. We gave her First Strike. Those empty slots don't matter because the materia got removed anyway because we switched weapons. And Mithril Blade, even though it has empty slots now, will actually be dumping new materia on it via Force or Twin Stinger and Nail Bat later on. So its current materia does not matter. It will be replaced anyway. Now Aerith is set up with Magnify and Synergy. She has 500, 499 actually, magic stat. So, and she also will have a few other perks. So one of the main things that I really haven't gone over is there's two extremely potent accessories in this game. One is the Gotterdammerung. It's not really as broken as you think, but if we did allow the ones from the Vice DLC, which if you have the Yuffie DLC, you can fight Vice after you've beaten Nero with Yuffie. You have to beat Nero. You can't just download a save file and have that boss fight active. You have to beat Nero, actually. It's really weird.
Give me a hand.
That's how it works. But beating Vice will give you 2 Goddardamaron, but those are considered DLC, so those are off the table for a normal run with this. We can get 1 naturally through the VR Top Secrets boss fight. And what it does is it immediately fills your limit bar to max, regardless of whether you have a level 1 or a level 2 limits.
Stay close.
So that will allow us to activate refocus pretty easily without needing to ice magnify to dope limit. Or it gives us a fat damage stack right off the bat. So early on, we're going to be using level 1 limits mainly with Tifa. Somersault comes out very fast and usually does enough damage.
They gone?
The problem is we don't have
so.
Fury Ring
are
equipped,
they?
which is
I
the
think
better, I'd say,
actually-
of the 2 accessories.
I don't know.
And yields
just
more
go.
varied
Okay.
strats.
See that pill
So
showing
Fury
us?
Ring
Let's.
inflicts Berserk permanently into that character. There's only a couple of ways to get Berserk. That's one of them.
So, what's
Normally,
next for
you can't target
A
your
little
party
bit
with
of
Berserk.
bodyguard work.
You can do a thing called target corruption
that,
and target your
back to
party
the
with it,
Sector
but
7
it's
slums.
too hard to do naturally.
how to get there?
It's really hard to explain.
Yep.
We don't do it at all.
Of course you do.
But
That suit from
like I
earlier.
said, Synergy will activate when
one
you
of
do an
Shinnar's
offensive
Turks.
command.
Turk
Offensive,
want with you?
command
Hello.
like First Strike, Brave, or
Hey,
Focus Strike,
don't Turks keep
Braver,
an eye out for
Focus
potential
Thrust,
soldiers and stuff?
They
Blade
do more
Burst,
than
any
just
of
go for
those.
candidates.
I
Turks
believe
can call down
Unbridled
and handle
Strength
all
will
kinds
not
of
trigger it because
situations with
that
extreme
buffs
prejudice.
her chi charge, so it doesn't
Professional
act.
bad guys.
But one
Gotta
thing you
love 'em.
probably wouldn't
Back to my
realize,
question.
magic spells do
So
activate
what's it to
this.
you?
And it's not just
Looked like
fire,
we knew each
lightning,
other.
wind, bio that
Maybe
triggers
he thought I could be
synergy,
the
but
greatest
also
soldier
slow,
yet.
stop, sleep, berserk. We will be using berserk a lot now that we're
You
getting
mad?
to later in the game. The early bosses were machines, so they were immune to berserk. And we have no good way to inflict
Be
berserk on
surprised if
Reno
you
and
have.
Rude. We can just
It's
out damage them
honestly
so quickly
kinda
that berserk
exciting.
is kind of
Well,
moot.
first time.
We'll start using it once we get to Hell House. That's the first boss that's thick enough to really need it. The reason Berserk is really powerful is it gives you a 30% damage
Give me a
bonus,
moment.
so it's really potent on the party because it buffs our damage by 30. The reason we want to use it on bosses is it increases the damage taken by 30%.
Run off on your
Both are
own.
always active, so our party has a
Is the Lords of the
30%
Soldier
damage
candidate?
output increase, but we also
So
take
petty.
30% more damage. And the thing with bosses is if they're in Berserk, they're going to hit really hard.
Looks
You gotta be
kinda
careful.
rusty.
Most of
I'll
the
go
time, we
first.
kind of cycle bosses to the point where they don't have a choice or ability to counter. But the 30% damage bonus is actually
That was
helpful
unexpected. Thank you, Cloud.
for a few different things. Your damage taken gives you
there it
limit
is.
gain,
The wall.
and it's based off percentage rather than raw
but-
numbers.
Too dangerous.
So
Too
if you
much.
take
Maybe more than
9,999,
people hate
when you
all
have
that
9,999, that's
passion.
100%. So we'll convert that to 100 limit points, even though that's not the case, just to make the math simpler.
This time
Now,
I'll
if
go
we're
first.
on Cloud, he has
After
base
all,
4,820,
I can't count on you to
and I've
win.
removed the
Sure
HP
about
bonuses from Iron
for
Blade, and
yourself.
I've equipped 0 HP ups. So now that 9,999 is closer to 200 or less percent, so I get 200 points of limit per pop.
Maybe you shouldn't talk.
Basically,
Then
with
you
this
talk.
setup, without any magic ups,
Tell me a
which
story.
Aerith has them now because her magic damage is so ridiculously
free.
high,
Cheapskate. You're
I'll get 95% of a level 1 limit, pretty much. Sometimes I can damage myself enough to get a level 2 limit. But what happens with self-destruct,
Gotcha.
normally it inflicts
You're
instant
killing
death.
me here.
So Iron Blade has a very unique setup to make this function, and Iron Blade is perfect for it because it has very relatively high magic stat. Not the highest, Mithril Blade's
Here
obviously
goes
higher,
nothing.
but it has reprieve and trade-off. 110 magic, which is still pretty high, and still a relatively high physical at around 70, I think. It's not super high, but it's pretty high. So, our
You're
self-destruct
getting
will
closer to the
usually hit
station.
for near max. We have
So,
Elemental
we'll
Ice
probably
on to
run
bonus the
into a few
damage,
monsters on
buff that damage, because self-destruct is magical, so it does extra
I
damage.
thought scarier things in my sleep.
We also have taken off Chain Bangle for Force Bracelet. So instead of having 50 physical and magical defense, we have 9 and 9. So our defense has basically been debuffed by about 40 points, which is super important. We also have Berserk, which boosts our damage taken by 30%. So all these factors add up to, I think the way that the game handles damage in the back end, you'll see 9,999, but Cloud will take more than that. So you take instant death, but we have Subversion Warding equipped to evade that 100% of the time. This is only possible in New Game Plus because Warding is way too hard to level up in a New Game run. And at best, you'll get like 50% evasion rating. You do get Subversion normally, and I think there are some Warding material, but they're very far out of the way. Or at least the earliest one is way out of the way. So there's no way you're going to get it to 50%. At base level, it's a quarter or 25% evasion rating. So basically, we always evade instant death. The developers thought they were being smart, and they're like, no, we'll just deal a bunch of damage to you. That on paper sounds like a good idea, until you realize that self-damage taken is converted to limit gain. So normally this wouldn't be possible without either Angel Earrings or Reprieve. And Iron Blade just happens to fit all of the criteria to make this absolutely broken. It's not as broken as Synergy, but this still functions on the PS4 version. Synergy is completely different on the PS4 version. It consumes ATB and MP, so it's pretty much useless. On the PS5 version, it consumes neither, so it's free damage. And since like Disorder and Focus Strike refill MP, or not refill MP, but refund ATB on hit,
How do you figure?
you can loop Synergy extremely quickly. And if you're being really good about it, you can also regain your ATB and trigger ATB assist over and over again as well. So it's an extremely beneficial loop between ATB assist, Disorder, or Focus Strike. With Synergy, it's just a ridiculous amount of damage that the devs didn't intend. But self-destruct is still pretty good.
No.
Having access to a limit on command, and then having that limit have the buff from Berserk. Because normally when you put God or Dummerung on, you can't equip Fury Ring because it's an accessory. So you'll lose out on that bonus damage. The only way to kind of work around that is mainly with Tifa or Cloud. We do give Barret God or Dummerung early on because the enemies are weak enough to go down to it. Some runners don't. Tifa just gets God or Dummerung for most, like, all the friggin' game. But with Self-Destruct, we can give Cloud limits pretty easily. So Cloud, when he's equipped with God or Dummerung, isn't quite as bad, because when he goes into Punisher, you can hold square and do a down stab, and that will give you a temporary Berserk. But because of the self-destruct shenanigans, we really don't need bother going that far. We can just leave God or Dummerung on Tifa. The reason God or Dummerung is better on Tifa than anybody else is Star Shower is a just ridiculously great move. It buffs the next move by 70%, which is a fairly large amount, especially it buffs limits too. So you can Star Shower into Star Shower into limit. Star Shower ends up doing is her highest damaging move. It does take longer though. If you're going for like a single hit, Dive Kick's better, or True Strike depending on the situation. True Strike will buff damage, will increase the damage bonus while in stagger, and it also comes out pretty quick, so it's very good at triggering Synergy at a distance. But so what we're doing here is we're rocking Iron Blade, which already has pretty decent magic stat. Fury Ring to increase the damage out and increase the damage in. We have Elemental Ice as bonus damage.
Nice work.
You could equip any element, but most things in the game are neutral to ice or weak to it. So it's just probably the best way to do it without having to juggle that magic. I will have to change it in Chapter 17 because the enemies are just too thick to get away with not having Lightning Elemental on for Hojo's Laboratory. But for the most of the game, I'll ride Ice. And we also have HP Absorb to enemy skill, so Self-Destruct recovers HP. The thing here is, the HP Absorb is relative to the enemy's HP pool. So if you self-destruct on like rats and gorgers, their HP is like barely a couple hundred. So you'll end up losing HP most of the time instead of recovering it. So I'm going to do a quick restroom break here, and I'll be right back. And we'll talk more.
Using spies so they don't have to break
While
the
fallen
ceasefire.
beams and other debris continue to hinder rescue efforts, the fires appear to have been mostly
So if we
extinguished.
help catch the bombers, we get a reward
Over
or
there.
something?
That's the director of Shinra's Advanced Weaponry Division, isn't it?
Enough of that doom and
Excuse me,
gloom.
ma'am, but would
we're
you mind
safe
answering a
down
few
here,
questions?
right?
They're targeting reactors. There's no
Can you
reason
give us
for
any
them to
updates
attack
on the
us.
status of the reactor?
So,
What
when
kind
are
of
the trains
damage did
gonna
it
start
suffer in
up
the
again?
explosion? Are we in any danger?
Mako Reactor 5 has been temporarily shut down, and all fires have been successfully extinguished. The situation is under control, and the people of our fair city need not worry about any additional complications. We're in the process of conducting a full forensic investigation, but we suspect the device used was similar to that employed in the attack on Mako Reactor 1. The perpetrators of that atrocity were filmed making their escape. These agents of the eco-terrorist group Avalanche are currently believed to be in hiding somewhere in Midgar.
And,
So we
given
have
that this
quite a
group
bit to
has
go,
now
but this
attacked
pace is
2
still pretty
reactors in
decent,
quick succession,
honestly.
Can they really be stopped before they strike
So
again?
now that we're getting into mid-game, we're going to have to menu a lot more often. We need to, be optimal with those.
Have no fear.
But so,
Shinra
since Aerith's
will
magic
keep
is so
Midgar
ridiculously
safe.
high, it's a very hard argument to give even Cloud a single magic up.
Okay.
I used to do that at some point because with magic up, you would be able to
Alright,
leave Chain
let's go.
Bangle on, but still get a limit out of the self-destruct. But lowering, not having Aerith at full power very much limits her damage output, and will usually cause it so you have to use a tier 2 spell where a tier 1 would normally work, or a tier 3 spell where a tier 2 would normally work. So it would just end up costing you time everywhere overall.
I'd love to.
It would take you an extra half a second on one fight, and it would take you an extra second on another fight because you had to cast Thundiga instead of Thundera. It's really obnoxious. It was something I should have never done.
I help out every now and then. It's
Like,
fun.
once you understand that Aerith's damage is so ridiculously high that you need to prioritize her all the time.
What are you
You're
doing
doing
all the way up there?
So
trying to get a look at the
self-destruct
reactor.
is mainly a sideshow here.
Who's this guy?
This is
You have
Cloud.
3 choices
He's a
with Cloud
mercenary.
since Aerith's taking both the
And
magic
currently
ups.
my bodyguard.
You can either use
That's
Mithril
Oates.
and deal with bad damage, pretty low magic damage.
See you.
You can do Iron Blade, which is what I do, using
Two things in a
self-destruct and buff limits over and over again. Self-destruct is a little bit self-destructive, unironically, because when you explode and evade instant death, Cloud would normally go to one knee, but when he takes
So,
damage, he gets
what are
popped
you
up in
guys
the
up
air,
to?
falls to the ground, popped up a little bit high, a little bit lower, and then drops and then gets up. So since
what
he's the
for?
party lead, even if you end combat with self-destruct,
Well,
it
guess we
can
have a
cost
new
you significant
destination.
time. So we're trying to not
I
use
should probably
self-destruct unless we
explain.
absolutely
Believe
have
this is
to,
a
or
local
there's a
orphanage.
cutscene right
That's
after
where all
we
these kids
self-destruct, so it doesn't matter if Cloud gets back immediately.
The church again?
The limits are super strong,
Go together.
but they're not consistent unless you take a hit before it. So mainly we'll be using
Hello,
self-destruct on
Aerith.
bosses,
Popular as ever, I
and do
see.
them in such a way where we'll
Apparently,
100% be
they
able
sure
to
keep me on
tank
my
a hit
toes.
before or after the self-destruction, so we can always
Better
get the
than
limit.
being bedridden.
Brood is a good
Thanks again
example
for
of
all
it.
those herbs.
Reason we didn't need to
Helped
do
a
that
lot
with
of
Reno
people.
is because I had both
No
magic ups on
problem.
Cloud because Aerith
Anytime.
wasn't in the
How'd
party
you
yet.
manage to find so many
We
anyway?
could use self-destruct on Hell House, but that's not really
I have
that
my ways.
good of an idea.
And him?
He's my
Um,
bodyguard. Just until
for
I
Hell
get
House, I
him.
need a very
you're
specific
sure
setup,
he's
and it's
up
either
to it?
Iron Blade or Buster Sword. Buster Sword
Maybe.
ends up being better because I have nowhere else to use it.
Since I'm so
Um,
generous, I
So I
gather
can set up a
medicinal herbs
lot of
for my patients
materia on it,
sometimes.
just
Here's some
specifically for that
herbs.
boss fight. It makes my life a lot
There you
easier.
are.
We're back.
Sorry to
Plus,
be
it also
grumpy.
allows me to use
Well,
Buster
then,
Swords, so
no
that's
problem.
nice.
All you can keep up with all the I'm sure they will.
Let's all wash
But
up.
like I
before
said, normally SD inflicts us instant death. We evade it with warding subversion, which results in us taking a bunch of self-damage instead. And the reason that that's beneficial is that damage will go into limit. And as far as I can
So,
tell,
Cloud, what's your
even though
favorite
the
flower?
number is
They're all the same to me.
9,999 on him,
Huh.
I believe in the back end
You
it
sure
is
you wanna say
uncapped,
that to a florist?
which is why we
Better
can
than
do so
mine.
much damage.
Okay. And what'd
That
you
it's
do
a
with the
percentage
flower
of our
right?
HP that we can save time there. But anyway, so you can either self-destruct, I've been over twice, or you could go into Hard Edge, which is his physical weapon. Hard Edge really isn't that bad, but I haven't routed for it or really tried it much in mid-game. I'm a bigger fan of self-destruct, and I feel like it's more beneficial because you're
My
kind of
house is just up
flexible.
this path.
Since you have high
Don't you be
magic
home by
and
now.
okay
So I'll
physical,
introduce you.
to the point where you can still get some damage in with like a disorder or something to trigger synergy and ATB assist really easily, and still have high enough magic that you could like
There
blade
you
burst
go.
or
That's
self-destruct
my
if you
house.
really
It's
needed
amazing.
it to clear out a group of enemies. Because like one of the big ones is in the arena in Chapter 9, there's like 10 Corneo thugs or something. And if you use Magnify, it's not going to hit all the enemies there because Magnify is only scripted to hit 3. So if you kill the Magnify targets, it won't recast. I hope that was far enough. Okay. You could use like Fyra or Fyriga to clear that out, but I believe Self-Destruct has a bigger explosion radius, so it's just better to use Explosion or Self-Destruct there. And we can also use Self-Destruct on Cuddy and Sweepy, because they have a pretty high HP pool, and between Thunder and Magnify and a couple of Disorders plus that, you'll normally wipe them out really quickly.
Which ones do you think we should
Self-Destruct
pick?
doing a ton of damage is really nice.
Oh, don't be like
So the
that.
flowers
I know
here
you
can
have
give
an
us
eye for
different
this kind of
mascots on
thing.
the corkboard.
People
The
used to
Moogle
get
apparently
bees
is the
to declare
fastest,
their
which is
loyalty
white.
to one another.
Chocobo is yellow,
Interesting,
and
right?
Foxtail's green. I guess we can talk about incentives for a little bit here, because this could be one. I could also show
I think
the
we still need
soft
a few
lock
more.
at the beginning
What
as an
should we pick
incentive
next?
and kind of make it a gag. If you're willing to take, let me do like a couple minute, 2 minute long, because it's like a minute to get there and then like restart.
She said,
I mean, I could
as
also
many as you
just
can carry,
you know,
so maybe a few
save
more.
load to show how do you get out of it, but I believe you reset and it'll reset the fight before and then reset the elevator, so you're fine. I believe that's it.
I think we're good
Okay.
now. What do you say? Shall we go?
There is also Tifa versus Aerith in a couple of different places. You can pick them. We could also
No need to
watch
hurry.
the Barrett
We're
date.
not
A
under
lot of
the gun
people
or
don't get
anything.
that, but the
I'm not
speedrun
cut out for
always
this
gets
crap.
it. And we
Sure you
always
are.
skip it because it takes
And
so
when you're
long.
done, you'll
In
be
chapter
drowning in
14,
job
it
offers.
gets 15.
So,
Yeah, it's in
how do you
14.
think they'll arrange
Yeah,
these
because at
flowers?
the beginning of 14,
Don't
then
know.
you do the sewer,
Well,
then you
we'll
do
soon
chapter
find out.
15. We could also do stairs versus elevator in chapter 16 as well. That's one that people really like to hammer the stairs home, so we can suffer. Yep. We got a one and done so far. The run hasn't turned sour yet. So we're at pretty good pace. Gotta talk to... Oh my. We gotta talk to this kid over here, Oates. You didn't see him earlier because he was up on
I
the roof
remember.
and I
Where's
just
Eric?
kept going
The leaf.
with Aerith in tow. But yeah. Let me see here. What's going on? But yeah, those are the incentives we could take. There's plenty of time for me to
You
slow
could
down
say,
and stop
yeah.
talking about stuff and
That's
go
what
through
it's this guy who
donations
they
for
say,
sure.
I don't like this.
I know someone.
Okay.
This is a really
Come
slow
on.
area. I don't need to explain self-destruct here. The rooftops is pretty slow. I've got plenty of time to explain almost everything. It's 4 hours and 40 minutes, so there's plenty of times outside of just my natural pee breaks that occur that I can make room for donations. I probably would need co-commentators for certain boss fights. Because I have noticed when I commentate specific boss fights during the fight, it turns into a 50-50 on whether I execute it right. I can say how to do it all I want, but my brain and my fingers are doing two different things
Come on.
sometimes.
I know this place is off Instagram.
Some of them are short
If
enough,
we
like
wanna
Rude, I
rescue
can
them,
narrate before I get to the fight
we
and then
gotta
show
break
it
the
off.
rules.
But longer fights like Hell House, there's a couple of little cutscenes in there, or some slower phases where the boss really isn't doing much and I'm just kind of watching him get towards the killable.
Eric's come to... Yeah, leave it. But there are... Don't
I hope
worry.
so.
I've brought
I
a
hope so. That'd be
I
great.
used to- So where's the?
Thanks
I don't
for
know.
dropping by,
Right now,
Bernard. I
let's-
really
come on.
appreciate it. Hopefully you'll get to see all the game.
What if they're eating
As long as they don't punt a boss super early, we
They
should be
ran
good
up
to
this
go.
way. Be careful.
Trying to get a good one without a pop-off.
Where do
The
you think
last
they
one was a
went?
PB
Who
pace,
knows? They're
and the
kids.
friggin' stupid second-to-last
Nothing to do
boss
but
gave me
all
weird
over.
Just
RNG.
hope we find them in time.
So right there, I want to make sure to target. There's actually a
Not
reason
bad.
I have Sorcerer Storm equipped. It's these
this
guys
isn't
right here.
good.
The rats are very
wasn't
dangerous,
so bad.
unironically, in this area. You would think the rats have no risk.
there
The
they
problem is, if a single one of them is
Not alone.
damaged, they all will have the ability to activate Call to Arms, which calls additional wave of rats into the fight. And the problem is they take forever to be targetable,
Okay,
and they're
then.
extremely hard to
I'm
kill.
backing off a bit.
So we want to make sure to kind of lag
I'm
around
pretty good at
Aerith
protecting myself, you know.
to make sure the rats kind of group up on us so they all get hit by Sorcerer
Alright.
Storm. It's one of the only moves that can hit everything all at once and not lose me a ton of time.
You'll be blown away.
Are you serious? Oh, this is so stupid.
You jittery?
No holding back.
Okay, so that's gonna waste a little bit of time.
We'll be right
That's pretty
there.
awful. Normally, you get an additional arrow, but I may have canceled it. I'm not sure. So what you're looking for is, no, I haven't tried Strangers of Paradise yet. I'm gonna have to ask in the Discord how if anybody's played it and how they feel about it, because I'm not gonna pick it up just yet unless people are like, yeah, it's pretty similar. I heard it's closer to Dark Souls stuff, so I'm not 100% sold on it yet. So we want to get away from this guy as far as possible, because the movement with the kids is so slow.
You jittery?
The problem is Tifa can decide to jump before she thunders.
Well, you see, Cloud here used to be a
Synergy can be pretty inconsistent. Overall, the problem is,
I might have.
for whatever reason in this game, when you tell a character to do something via shortcuts, if you're not in control of them, there's a very high chance they will do their dodge animations first.
I don't think so.
That's really stupid.
Watch out for high winds.
That was stupid as hell.
Never in
I
doubt.
accidentally arrow-gunned instead of thunder magnify.
You gotta work
Oh,
at it.
what a dumb way to do that fight.
Right?
Looky,
So that's a little bit of time loss.
That was so cool, you guys. Especially
Could have been worse
that-
though.
Oh, yeah.
I could have just used Thundera and had it
Really
miss.
cool, and you went like, yeah.
I don't know why.
You
Sometimes
got
my
it
brain
all
is just
wrong.
like, hit a button, and I'm like, sure.
Like,
Which button?
no way.
After I hit it.
It's way faster than that. Yeah,
So
like that.
it'll happen. It's,
Fine.
you know, no matter how much you've trained, sometimes your brain just goes offline, or your muscles are like, yeah, this button. Like, oh, not that button.
He doesn't see me. Be quiet.
So we're heading into the Rude fight.
Thank you.
The way that Rude
From now
works
on, okay.
is he's weak to
Guys,
wind,
go
so
for
that's
it.
actually why we have wind
You also
synergy.
request-
Otherwise, I would be on lightning right now. I really need wind to cut through Rude at a reasonable pace. So what we're going to do is we're going to start the fight off with a normal attack, which will
Hey,
bait
Cloud.
him
I
into
know
trying
I
to do a
left
counter
one
combo.
out. Do you think you... Well,
And
I'm on the
since
clock.
Don't worry.
Punisher
I always
stance
have the
can
latest
counter
information.
physical melee attacks, that counter combo will get ended, and I'll counter his counter with a counter. That'll give me a huge chunk of ATB, and it will put him in a pressured state, so I can kind of wail on him without him really having a chance to react. We'll hit him with Disorder then. That'll give us a little bit of ATB back, which isn't the super important part. It's mainly that it hits pretty hard, and then we'll trigger Synergy Arrow from Aerith. And then we'll be able to ATB boost into a self-destruct, and if the damage is right, we can avoid seeing the additional arrow synergy. But if the damage is wrong, Aerith will follow up with a synergy arrow and end the fight. That phase of the fight. Next phase of the fight, we'll arrow go with Aerith, and because of the self-destruct plus tanking his attack, we'll have a cross slash, and that will trigger an additional arrow if he tanks that too. So swing your weakness, disorder, lock on, ATB boost, and kaboom. Nice. That's what you're looking for. So sometimes Cloud can damage himself enough to get a limit here, but we were nowhere near it right now. So we need to move to the right here so Aerith doesn't jump into this move. You'll see her jumping forward. This is what I was talking about with the shortcut issue. So we're going to do this. You see that right there. And then we got our limit. So the limit here will break his guard move open, so Arrow Guy can hit max, and then follow-up arrow pushes through the rest of his HP. It's really funny that limits activate synergy too, but limits any ATB using command that's flagged as offensive, so like I said before, sleep, slow, stop, berserk, any of that stuff will trigger synergy, so it's extremely potent in the in this version. There's really no benefit to using it in the old version where it consumes ATB and MP because it doesn't buff the spell or anything or cast it quicker. It's just an auto cast, which makes it extremely useless. Auto cure could be useful too, but it didn't get the same buff for whatever reason. I'm not sure why. Auto cure would, like, unironically be decent if it didn't require ATB or didn't require ATB and MP. So the movement right here is pretty obnoxious. There were some people that used to run, but they kicked the can one too many times and nobody runs up there anymore. Most of us do that movement by messing with the camera rather than, like, moving Cloud around with a thumbstick. His movement's kind of weird, and if you're, like, at a standstill or moving slow, the game really, really dislikes taking slight angular inputs and stuff, unless you're moving. or moving at full speed. If you're at a complete standstill, the game will only take 90-degree angle inputs. So it's kind of obnoxious. But yeah, Stranger Paradise is on the docket for me to check out at some point. I'll have to watch some more videos on it. If there's anything I do today, though, it'll be Master Doo-Doo stuff. Or Master Duel. The normal and rare festival sounds pretty interesting. Everybody playing with crappy cards should be fun. And you won't have to deal with Mariforce, because it's an SR. No more blowouts. So we do have a couple of menus coming up in Chapter 9. First couple of fights will be taking advantage of Wind Synergy. The first enemy really doesn't matter. Wind Synergy will knock it
I
out.
don't like this part of
The
my
second fight
Back
is a
when I was
lesser
still
Drake,
building
which is
Midgar,
one of our
there was
first
an
flying
accident
enemies.
and the plate fell.
And the
People
only
had
thing
only
that
just
Drakes are
started
weak
moving
to
in,
is magic
so there weren't a
or
lot living there at
wind.
the time.
And when I say magic, I mean like Aerith's basic attack. Her attack is based on her magic. So her damage is actually ridiculous. She's pretty overpowered once you get into New Game Plus. She's pretty good in normal New Game and New Game Easy, but she's ridiculously overpowered in New Game Plus Hard. Double magic up for a 50% bonus. Really high magic stat already, plus Berserk permanent. Unfortunately, she doesn't have the cost reduction like Cloud's Mithril Saber, but she still has the 20% damage bonus if at max MP. So there are some cases where we can keep her at max MP with MP Absorb. So right here we can skip this.
It'll be an adventure.
We'll disorder this guy and just dip on out. Aerith will be able to kill it with Wind Synergy. This stupid thing right here, the Drake, can be really obnoxious. Okay. Alright, sometimes she can be aggressive, sometimes she takes forever, so I usually just manually Soul Drain like that.
Big arm.
At this point, I would like to have Soul Drain instead of Sorcerer Storm on
great.
Square, but there's not much I can
Someone's
do
up the
about it,
ladder.
to be perfectly honest. It's not optimal to do any menuing just yet. So the arms here move a little bit faster when we're in control of them. I want to move it a little bit left here to save some
It's
time.
this way.
And then we're just gonna
Here's an
mash
idea.
triangle,
You serious?
circle here
Absolutely.
to skip the
I'll go
dialogue.
down the ladder
And I usually end up hitting circle. The thing with picking up with Aerith is like the hand can only get so close to the floor, so it's really obnoxious. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I count 5 ticks of that arrow pulses, I'll be able to clear the ladder every
Piece of
time.
cake.
So that's why I do
Give
that.
me a sec.
The-
And here comes the
Oh,
ladder.
note, something that most runners don't notice.
Well, what did I
The
tell
arm
ya?
mini game here has inverted movement from the catwalks in Chapter 6. Very weird. I don't know why. But left and right do two different things. Okay. Got a blade burst here.
That shocked me. Oh, that's weird.
Okay. So no matter what you do, because of how late the blade burst comes out, you'll always get the slow put away there. So it's always faster to just roll. You could disorder twice, but sometimes Aerith under damages, which means you'd have to cast an additional spell, which I absolutely want to avoid. I could use Sorcerer Storm, but if she gets pelted by the bullets from the sweeper, it takes her a very long time to get close and explode. Sword Storm. The reason I don't want to use any MP is, like I said, she has that 20% buff at max. I want to save it for the end of the highway, because a lot of these enemies are super obnoxious. So right here, 1, 2, 3, and then we're going to stop. Because we want to make sure we move full speed when exiting combat. Like I said, the flee timer is between 3 to 6 seconds, and the only way to reliably get full speed movement
Hey, I bet you
is
can grab
just
that
to
container
roll
with
3
you.
to 4 times. 4 if you're feeling frisky, but it can really bite you in the ass. This one right here is really weird. You have like a cutscene to skip, and then
I'm
move it
gonna head
over,
down.
and then move it down, and then X. And then, like, it doesn't go high enough, so you actually go up a little bit, then down, and then up, and then down.
Okay,
It's really...
Cloud. Ready?
The hand movement in this minigame is super obnoxious. There's very few ones where I have a super good visual cue. I need to start looking at the shadows to figure out where they should be. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, that should be enough. Yeah. So, like I said here, I want to wait a little bit. Looks like I went too far with the drop off,
Okay,
but it's
right
fine.
there.
So for what we did there is we immediately swapped our wind out for lightning. Because most of the stuff in Chapter 9 is machines, or most of the stuff that won't die in one go is a machine. So wind really isn't super effective, but toggling out the Thunder Magnify will put down things really quickly. And the stuff that isn't a machine will take enough damage from a combo of like Thunder Magnify from Aerith and Blade Burst from Cloud to the point where they'll die anyway. A lot of these fights, we wombo combo between the two of them when the enemies are a little bit too chunky, too thick. One of the fights is coming up here. We're going to Sork Storm. I could Thunder and Magnify, but I'm still trying to maintain lower MP, and I do not have Thunder MP Absorb because Synergy is so incredibly powerful that I really couldn't find the space for Lightning plus MP Absorb. It could be useful, but more of the time I want her to Synergy for damage than I want her to refill her MP, because I can manage her MP without it. So we're going to Sork Storm right off the bat, and then Blade Burst at a distance, don't care what's left, and so Blade Burst will kill, or she'll follow up with a Synergy. Butch, for whatever reason, has more HP than the rest, so we always have to put him down after the other two. I think he has more than 10k HP, so no matter what, he's gonna survive. Then you have to follow up with somebody. I could triple slash right off the bat with Cloud and Sork Storm, which would be MP free.
That is random.
The problem is that it usually triggers Synergy unless I do my inputs like instantaneously, and I don't want Synergy going off because it delays Sorcerer Storm, so they all end up getting separated. And then,
okay.
So we're gonna A to B boot here, Blade Burst into Thundera. Fine. Like this, and then get out of the way.
Let's go.
That's unfortunate. The Sweeper tanked the Thundera plus Blade Burst.
Always out of reach.
Not common when she's at max MP, but it happens sometimes. So we're going to move. We're going to play Move the Hand that creates one more time. So for those of you that are familiar with New Game, but not Hard, you would know that this area is the place that has Magnify. Speedrunners in New Game do not get Magnify here. The reason is it takes about 2 to 3 minutes, I believe, to get it through the minigame. But if you wait till the end of Chapter 12, when you start 13, the Magnify materia will be in your path. You do lose out on a materia level, I believe. I'm not sure if you can hit materia level 3 with it or not, but I do know for a fact that if you don't miss out on a level, you just get level 2 Magnify very late move, which is a pretty big damage penalty. I believe it's like 60-ish% or something at level 1, and then it's like 50 at level 2. So it's a pretty significant damage drop-off. Luckily, in Hard, we have access to Max, so it's only a quarter drop-off. And with Cloud's MP Absorb Magnify combo, most of the game, we will be able to get full damage. I really overmoved that a little bit. If you're paying attention and you don't like move the arm down any when you start, as long as the shadow is a little bit over Aerith, you'll usually have the arm in the right spot. That's like one of the few places where I actually have a visual view of the shadows. So we're heading into town. We're trying to get down the arena elevator around 2 hours. That's what we're looking for. We could get much deeper into the arena. I believe my PB is well into Fight 1 around 2 hours. But this is still a pretty reasonable pace. To be perfectly honest, this game has a lot of ups and downs. So you can have a pretty good pace 1 hour and then have a bad one the next, and then it comes back later. So we're going to Blade Burst right off the bat here, and then try and lock onto Bandit C. We're going to be careful about this and wait for Thunder, switch back. So the reason I switched to Aerith there is because I Blade Bursted before I locked onto Bandit C, and I've had her cast Thunder on nothing when I do that sometimes. I was being careful. We'll just heal here because I can. That will time this out so that I don't back up from the wall here.
Cloud, up top.
We're going to hold until we... A 5. We're going to get the hell out of here. So we got to go into here, and then there will be a short cutscene. And then we got to walk across with Aerith, and we have to do a couple of cutscenes here. So we're just going to try and maintain the straightest line possible. There's not much we can do here to save time. It's just... so we want to skip... Oops. So triangle, then it's mash.
Guess this is it?
Then it's yes. Then it's mash. Then it's skip. It's very easy to forget that little interaction there.
Come on, Cloud. We gotta hurry.
Okay. Lunchtime medicine. And there we go. We're ready to go. So, Chapter 9 is a lot of movement optimizations and 3 fights at the end of it, pretty much. We want to optimize the movement of the hands so that we're doing as much of it ourselves. We're doing the, a lot of those fights, we want to make sure our damage is optimal.
Can't say I can't.
Like I said, I held out on casting Thunder until the second to last fight,
Save her.
so she had full damage. Right here, we also want to optimize things in a very particular way. So we can either get Sam's side quest or Madam M's side quest. Madam M's side quests are significantly faster than Sam's. So we want to take very specific dialogue options. The middle dialogue option in almost every circumstance is 0 points towards either. The upper dialogue option, when it's actually words, is 3 points to Sam, and the lower is 3 points to the expensive hand massage gives you points, 3 points towards Madam M, and the cheap one gives you 3 points towards Sam. We're going to save load here, saves a little bit of time. Not a lot, but it does save some. And talking to Johnny gives you points towards Sam. So we're going to avoid that as much as possible. And the coin flip gives you points towards Sam. No matter what you do, it will give you points. Heads and tails is a 1.5, regardless which one you pick. And it is a half point towards tails. I'm sure this is as a failsafe, just in case you happen to take all the middle options plus coin flip and not talking to Johnny.
And who can get
So the game doesn't have some sort of weird soft lock. You would think it would just default towards Sam, but
Thanks for the info.
whatever. So right here, these doors are kind of weird. You have to, like, mash triangle before you get up to them and then hold triangle. And you'll end up getting, like, a quarter of a charge ahead of time. Corneo's doors are really awkward. So a lot of the movement optimization around here is pretty minimal. We want to go to Sam, then Honeybee, then Madam M. Your options are Sam, Honeybee, Madam M, or Honeybee, Sam, Madam M. No matter which way you go, Madam M has to be last, because talking to these two is what triggers the rest. So I do always try and take no deal, just in case I accidentally mash the wrong dialogue somewhere.
Sure.
Next time
I always try and do it
Can
optimally
you be
towards
so-
Madam M,
Sure
just
do.
in case I screw up. It can be a little bit easy to screw up, because it does take a while for your inputs to get input, so sometimes your input will get eaten to move, push the hit D-pad up, and then it won't roll to the bottom dialogue option. So going to Sam first is a little bit quicker. It's actually a lot of it quicker, to be perfectly honest, because you have that immediate alleyway out. Going from Sam to Honeybee is also a bit quicker, too. It's basically the same no matter which way, because you take the same path. The problem is going from Honeybee to Madam M is slower than going from Sam to Honeybee, or Sam to Madam M. Problem, just overall though, the time you save from going to Sam first ends up saving you a couple of seconds over the longer trek to Madam M. It's not really something super important, but it is a way to save a little bit of time. So we're just going to mash for the luxury course here. Mash this out, and then we want to skip this.
How was it?
So I can heal up here. I did mention it earlier on, but
you okay?
Reprieve is on the Iron Blade.
Yeah.
Reprieve will revive you at 1 hit point as long as you weren't already at 1 hit
You're
point
acting
and you
weird,
take
Cloud.
damage that
Right.
puts you at death. So if you
Really
have 2
weird.
HP and something hits you, you'll reprieve to 1. If you self-destruct, regardless of whether you're at 2 HP or max
Think you'll make a
HP,
habit of it?
you'll revive, as long as Reprieve hasn't triggered. Reprieve only activates once per combat. So
then.
the thing that
I
makes
think
this
I've seen
really
everything I
cool
need to
is
see.
trade-off is an additional
So,
ability that normally never
tell me
gets
what you
activated
want,
and
and
is
we'll take it
fairly
from there.
badly worded. So the way trade-off functions is it is a
You're one of the
significant amount of damage triggers
Huh?
trade-off,
Huh?
and you recover
I could
MP
never
from
stop
it.
doing so.
The game is
There's something
very
wrong
vague
with
about
you?
this, and the
matter
thing
what.
is,
Well, look,
trade-off triggers
sorry.
when you take 10%
So
or
long as
more
you-
damage, and
What I
every
said,
10%
but
of your max
don't
HP
listen.
you take in damage, you recover
There's an
1
underground.
MP
If you
per.
win-
There any pride?
So if I self-destruct at
Alright.
100%, I
Yeah,
recover
they're
10
already
MP.
letting fighters
So this is a
inside.
really good way to dope ATB fairly quickly, without using any sort of recovery item. And because
Where have we
hard
gotten
bans
ourselves
item
into?
use,
Nothing good.
the benches, beds,
I
or
wouldn't
any
expect
sort
a
of
fair
restorative
fight.
spot only restore
Think we can win it
HP.
all?
The only
That's one thing
significant
I'm
way
definitely
to
sure of.
recover or maintain MP is not using it. Using MP Absorb plus a spell, and magnifying it, which will usually get you more MP recovery than you would in another circumstance. You end up gaining MP.
What's this?
Or using Soul Drain on
Yes,
here.
the two of I need to.
You can alternatively break Shinra crates. Those certain ones will have 10% MP recovery, 1 Mako shard. But that isn't... they're not usually very reliable in certain circumstances. They're not consistent. So right here, we want to save load as soon as we can. We have to save load when the map comes up. That is our indicator that the menu is loaded properly. Otherwise, we'll just waste time. This is a pretty good exit. Obviously, I can get down here a little bit sooner on a really good pace. But this is good enough for a reliable run.
I just needed. I hope you.
2 hours in and being not neck and neck, but on a good enough pace is more than what I'm looking for a marathon. Hopefully we don't make any major input errors here that would throw things into whack. We also need to wait for that dialogue option to be able to start
not
any of
to
these
get
fights.
yourselves.
This first fight, we're going to Thunder Up Magnify and then ATB boost. So, Thunder Magnify, ATB boost, triple ski. Okay. So the reason I ATB boosted is Ice Triple will usually clear these guys out, but it makes it 100% consistent if you go for 2. The other thing is, like, you have to figure out which one has low HP for Lightning to finish off, so that way you can just gambit the whole thing. It does make it a little bit slower, and gives a... But what it does is it reduces the risk significantly.
Well,
The
that's
next
one.
fight here is super obnoxious. We're gonna just try and hope we have good ATB and then SD on all the Corneo thugs.
Better to expect.
Or rather, Butch, Cassidy, and whatever their names are. Once again, Butch has extremely high HP, but self-destruct should wipe him out.
That's what they call.
So we gotta wait for that ding-dong ding every time before we
remember,
can start the next round.
Your match will begin.
Then we're going to skip a cutscene every time. We're going to get on in here and hope we get an explosion really quickly, and we're not going to. That's unfortunate. Thunder Up. That's Thunder Up.
You jittery?
That's that.
Okay. Thundera did its job, so I really can't complain. You did notice that Cloud didn't do any animation for the thunder there, or healing there. You can instantaneously cast a spell as long as there's a special animation going on. In some cases, we can game that to cure instantaneously. In other cases, we can use that to get a spell off, and get the spell off for free. We'll be using that in Chapter 11 when we get there. So right there, we just need to get through the door, and then the cutscene triggers. The next one, the cutscene will trigger on its own. Need to wait for the bell here. So we're going to have to fight Sweepy and Cuddy here. We're going to start off with a Thunder Magnify, and then follow up with Disorder to hopefully put Cuddy low enough. And then we're going to probably Disorder the other one. There's a couple of things we got to do here. There's a lot of this, that, the other thing. HP boost, into boom.
Let's be smart.
Okay, that is actually not what I wanted.
I'd keep my distance if I were you.
I was trying to retarget Thunder, but I switched to her too soon, unfortunately. So I did slow that fight down a little bit because I didn't wait. So we're good with HP and MP. You notice that Cloud's MP is back to max, so that's because of the SD stuff. We're going to be switching over to Buster Sword, doing a pretty significant change up here. That will get us into both of these fights. So give me a second here. This MP Absorb, Fire, Wind, and then we want to go into Berserk and Thundera into Arcane Ward. We need to downgrade to Era, Fire, Ra, and Fire. That will get us through both Hell House and Abzu 1. Cloud will need a minor change out before we get into Abzu 1, but that's for different reasons, so don't worry about that. Whew! Let's get busy. Fantastic. So I switched over to Aerith to bonus build some more A to B with her. A to B assist will give her 600 A to B. You need to know A to B assist only gives 600 at max, A to B stagger, and Skill Master get 900.
Not yet.
So it's a little bit tighter if we want to fill a character's ATB out with ATB assist. Cloud's ATB here is fine. Punisher gives us a shit ton of ATB, so we're good to go. Plus we have a Skill Master loop coming in, so we've got a lot. I need to go hard left here, because Eric will run into Hell House if I don't make sure to keep her away from it.
Enjoy the ride.
Just in case. Wait a little bit here. Bio. Alright, so Cloud got the ATB stagger in here. That's good to go. We're going to build a little bit of bar here with him. Aerith's ATB is a little bit low, but that's fine. Both of them have high enough ATB that I can get enough out in this phase. So we're going to stick on Cloud for a little bit here, even though Aerith needs some ATB. Because if we wait till here, Cloud will be the one getting targeted by the chairs. So we can basically move unfettered with Aerith at this point. We're going to wait a little bit here before we cast Berserk, or else it'll run out. So we're going to Berserk here. We're going to charge a Tempest and chuck it. We have Wind, so we Thunder up with Cloud, Fire with Aerith, Fire again, and then just swing. I could have done Berserk or Disorder with Cloud, but I wasn't. It would have taken longer to wait for his ATB to build up so that he could follow up.
There you are.
Disorder really doesn't hit very hard, and when you use the AI to loop stuff, like Focus Strike or Disorder, they do not get the ATB refund. You have to be in control. So I could have triple slash, to be honest, but I want to. Aerith just does way more damage, so there's really no reason. So what you're looking for is actually Thunder element. Fire element's okay, but since Cloud has Blizzard, it's going to do very little damage.
Just one.
So what you're looking for is a spell that takes a while to explode, because then that way Tempest will have a bit of time to go through its timer. Tempest does a little bit of damage on the front end, but most of its damage is on the back end. It starts exploding for a significant amount of damage once it's been in place for a while. If you don't get Lightning or Fire Elemental, mostly that won't be a thing that can happen. You're looking for Lightning because Aerith has Wind and Fire.
Well, I do.
So you get a lot of bonus damage out of those hitting it with the weakness.
Just want to say, bro, that
if you get Lightning, you can do an Aurora plus Tempest plus another Aurora or Fire, and that usually will one-shot Hell House while he's hanging on the hook, so you never have to get him to drop down. If you get Fire or Wind, you're kind of screwed no matter what, because Cloud's damage is garbage.
Yes, sir.
It's actually garbage because of the Buster Sword, but the thing is, you need the Buster Sword to make that Phase 2 and 3 work. So when you're doing Phase 2, what we're trying to do is do a low amount of damage, but a specific amount of stagger, which is why I needed to regular combo my way through Phase 1. If I end Phase 1 with a magic spell, that stagger value gets carried over, and you have to do a completely different Phase 2, which requires a ton of math, and I'm not smart enough to do that shit. I only found this by pure luck, honestly. I just did a bunch of commands because I was testing out some damage values, because Strife, one of our better hard runners, had just joined the community and was using Buster Sword, and we're like, Buster Sword's awful. We should be using something else. We should be using Mithril or Hard Edge, one or the other. So I tested it out, and I ended up with a very specific loop plus Buster Sword that would consistently build that stagger value and do the right damage value, such that when it shifts into Phase 3, you wouldn't achieve HP lock which would prevent the stagger bar from being emptied out. So you would keep 99.99% stagger, basically, into Phase 3. So basically, blowing on it hard would trigger the stagger, so you would basically skip God mode. It's a pretty cool strat, and I believe all New Game does it. I think even Easy can manage it. New Game plus Easy, though, there's no way. You'd do way too much damage.
To see the hunt, you said you didn't. It'll be
so,
fun.
What?
It's pretty rare.
it just saves a lot of time there, but the problem is,
Come on.
the final phase
No
can give you
can
one
cancel.
element
Not
randomly,
medicine. So I'd
so
say
you
we
need to
march
have
right
all
up
4
there.
elements, but the problem with that is, since Cloud's stats are kind of screwed up, because you need to put Buster Sword on it so you can hit the right damage values in Phase 2 and 3.
What stage?
Gimps you in Phase 4 to the point where you really can't do as much damage as you'd like to. But it's what you have to do. Skipping Phase 3 is extremely important. Saves a huge amount of time.
And here's
Phase
the
4 is
chosen
pretty
by our
free, so
honor-
there's no reason to really complain about it. It's just one of those things where, well, it's a time loss. So we'll be going into Chapter 10 here in a moment and doing Abzu and the awful, awful sewers. I'll be right back. Enjoy.
Come on, Cloud. Get into it.
So, this is more than a good enough pace for a marathon run. It's a little bit behind my PB, but I can still catch up to it in the end game. Hopefully I don't make any major execution errors. As long as we don't have to reset more than 2 bosses, I'm okay with this. And I think even my previous submission attempt had to reset Ghoul and something else stupid, or lost time to a weird RNG factor. So this is our biggest cutscene right here. You can tell it's 2 hours and 10 in and barely like 40 minutes different than 40 minutes past the last one. We're gonna actually close up Discord here so I can focus. So now every chapter is gonna have a menu. We only get 1 more chapter with Aerith at full force. Actually 2, excuse me, I lied. We're going into chapter 10 and 11. This is where Aerith is going to be the most useful. So we really have to invest in her setup. So that's why in Chapter 8, when I got her, I did a lot of things to set her up. About 4 materia menus, and I did 4 re-equips, or 8 materia menus, 8 re-equips, or 4 re-equips, and I think an accessory swap, plus a complete rechange on Cloud's shortcuts. Aerith is such a potent character that the game is warped around her in any run, I think. I'm not 100% certain about that, but I'm pretty sure the run is really warps around Aerith's incredibly high damage output. So every time she enters and leaves the party, it is a watershed.
Now that was a show.
Oh no. So Aerith's dialogue there shouldn't have come out. That was me dashing too early.
No.
But you're so...
If you interact with Cloud too soon, what the fudge am I doing? I'm blind, deaf, and dumb. Please send help. Could have done that during the cutscene, sorry. Very unfortunate. So, like I said, Aerith is very warping. So we're gonna enjoy the time we have with her, which is fleeting. We still have 2 chapters left. Abzu is going to get absolutely melted because of Aerith. So we're gonna change her a little bit up. Right now she has Fire MP Absorb. and wind synergy. It really doesn't matter on Hell House because fire or wind could be interchangeable. The main reason that they're interchangeable is their damage values are the same.
No. Here you are?
And
Serious?
the
Is
damage
there a
only
problem?
really changes up based
will they?
on
If you say so.
weakness. And their stagger values are the same. Wind and fire are kind of unique in that sense because they're both basically interchangeable. The main difference is wind now spawns on a target and then takes like a half a second to boom. And fire has to hit its target with line of sight. So fire, unless you're right on top of it, takes longer than wind. Wind is more beneficial overall because you can at a distance. So there is a shortcut we can do here, or a menu.
I think they'll call
So we're going to add Twin Stinger onto Cloud and not change any of the equipment. And then we're going to put Mithril Saber on and dump all that material on Mithril Saber. So that's going to give us a nice setup Mithril Saber for Abzu and Eligor. I could use Mithril Saber the whole time, but we're not going to. I'm just better in the sewers with Iron Blade. It's an unfortunate thing. I'm kind of a dummy. We want to go into... nope. Yep. And then we want to go into Wind Synergy, I believe, for Fire. Yeah. And we want to go into Fire, and then double Somersault. And then we want to save load. So if we save load here, we skip all of the dialogue in the basement. I used the menu down here anyway, so it really wasn't a problem switching out. So right now, we're going to... We shortcut Arcane Ward because I use it on every fight from here on out that has a boss in it. Abzu, Hell House. We're going to be using it... Well, we're not going to use it on Ghoul.
Let's go
because Ghoul is obnoxious as hell. But it could be used on Ghoul if we really wanted to get cute about it. Problem is, establishing line of sight, if you're not using Cure, makes Ghoul really friggin' hard. Ghoul has a pretty decent chance of just screwing me over anyway. Well, I'd say about like a 20% chance, but we'll get there when we get there. So Fire, just spam it there, whatever. So now we have Fire MP Absorb, Fire Synergy, and we're about to start a new chapter. So I get to loop Fire spells and Siphon MP, so I get that 20% bonus damage. Arcane Ward duplicated spells are half MP cost, half damage, half stagger. Dude, what's going on here? I'm so stupid. That was a cutscene. I expected him to talk. I was like, what? That's so stupid. That's the first time I've frozen there. Interesting. So we're going to Arcane Ward Cloud, actually, because we want it very close to Abzu here. Because Aerith will be consistently moving forward this whole time. So we need to Star Shower, HP Boost, Fire, Somersault, Fire. So we do have another menu here real quick, but I'm going to do it after this, because there's a save load I can do to maintain full movement speed here. And since I'm going to menu anyway, I think it's faster. I could be wrong. So we want to put Iron Blade on, ATB boost to Aerith, and then we change out for Magnify Wind. Got it. Sure. Into Iron, no ATB boost for Skillmaster. And then we want Magnify Wind. And we want to switch into Self-Destruct and Blade Burst, Stays, Mag, Arrow Mag, and Fire. Then we're going to short save and load. So there are a few save and loads throughout the game, quite a few. So right here we're going to Somersault with Tifa and see what we got. I needed to play that safe because if the Sajin follows me around the corner, it's going to take forever to kill him. Without Mithril Saber, Cloud really has no good way to damage him. Mainly, he's set up to trigger Synergy on Aerith over and over again, which Aerith does indeed have Synergy Fire, so she can rip through a lot of these enemies. She also has Arrow Mag and Arrow Mag, but the Sajins really don't give a crap about wind spells, especially with the 20% debuff, so... Tifa's Somersault's the best way to deal with that fight. Speaking of... that's wrong. I forgot about that. I'm used to doing the menu with... there we go. So you can tactical menu that, but it's pretty bad. So one of the things you need to remember when you're switch swapping between parties, since I have Aerith, I've had Aerith and Cloud up till now, I really haven't thought about it very much, because you left or right, you're switching to Aerith. When you have a 2-person party, it doesn't matter. But when you have a 3-person party, you need to remember one thing, which is which. You could do the up and down swap. I don't really do that. Whenever I switch to the wrong character, it's me usually hitting the up or down by accident. That case right there, I forgot something. When Tifa is with Barrett, she is always on the left side, Barrett is on the right. So left and right button, or L2, R2, as long as you're still on Cloud.
Generator, right?
When Aerith is in the party, this changes. Tifa is on the right, or R2, and Aerith is on the L2, left, if you want to switch the characters. So, it is something you need to be cognizant of. My brain parses it better since they're L2, R2 to switch the shortcuts. So, like, right here, boop. Okay, that's not fun. The, crabs here can be very obnoxious. Normally, you would get in here and hit that switch, but since the crab decided to punch the crowd in the face, I got in a really bad position. And I tried to correct it with a roll when I should have just tried to run. The damage isn't super important, it's just obnoxious at best. Yeah. It's really hard to die down here unless you really screw up your casting. This next fight is super obnoxious. There are 3 rats and 1 bluegill, and we want to kill the bluegill. So I'm going to go out of my way to target that one first to make sure the arrow at least kills that obnoxious thing. Bluegills are super dangerous down here. Not in terms of killing your party. It can happen, but for the most part, it's a huge time loss. Because if you get all your characters put to sleep, you're just sitting there for a long time, and getting attacked won't wake you up, so... We're going to... Get ready. Okay. So, right there, I switched stances and then disordered to trigger fire synergy. The reason I did that is because when Cloud disorders into Punisher stance, he launches forward to connect. But if he's in Punisher stance, switching to Operator, he holds still. So I don't get bad movement. So right here really doesn't matter because we gotta wait for this to activate.
Moving on then.
Try to right here, same thing. Just gotta go up the ladders so we can chill out forever. These ladders take a while to be activatable, so... The ladder we go! Ho ho ho! Pull the switch. So we do have a triangle boss in this game. Interactables in this game are pretty notorious for being very fussy. A lot of these interactables where you see like the white X on the white slash on the ground or the arrows, the game is very picky about where you need to be. You normally need to be like standing right on those boxes and pushing into the object to get the game to activate it. It has a very narrow activation field, so it can be very obnoxious. So right here, we're going to fire this guy first, and then disorder for a fire synergy. And that would be enough. Surprisingly, this is faster than somersaulting with Tifa. Tifa's somersault's really quick, really high damage, but it's just slow enough to be beaten out by a tier 2 and a tier 1 spell comboed correctly. It's a little bit faster, so it's a very slight optimization. If you're worried about Aerith's MP for some reason, so like if you're not running an MP up on her, you could avoid it. If not, though, if you have like fire MP absorb, just go to town. You could probably get away with fire, actually, in the sewers, because the 20% damage buff. Probably hit for max damage anyway. So, the problem is I really couldn't figure out how to optimally get a third magic plus MP absorb on her. Because right now, Cloud's Mithril Saber is going to swap into Magnify plus MP absorb again. And I think MP absorb is in a really weird spot. I think it's on Barrett. What is this? Oh, I'm being stupid. I forgot where I was going for a second. My brain was like in chapter 14, which is the revisit to the sewer. So I was going somewhere completely different. I had an out-of-body experience. I guess in this case, it was out-of-brain experience. So we're going to arrow magnify most of the enemies in here. We don't really need fire. You could roll to save some time, but
go.
you see how fast Cloud gets to the ladder. He'll end up getting there as soon as it's activatable, so he can get down it immediately. If not, you're just going to be standing there, putting your sword away, and kind of look like a dingus. So we're going to do this, and then Disorder. Sometimes it's the rat that survives, and they'll come for Cloud, so they'll get smacked by Disorder pretty hard. We're going to heal up here, even though it's not really important. The fights with the turtles can be pretty rough, depending on how aggressive they get. But for the most part, the thing that's hard coming up here is not the turtles, it's the frickin' pump game. Ugh. I haven't reached a point yet where I screwed up the camera control there. I forgot I was supposed to be focusing on the ladder because I was so busy focusing on the stupid pump. Also, the water physics are pretty nice. Actually, the water physics are so nice that my PC almost dies here every time. My GPU maxes out at 100% at 60 frames with like low graphic settings. It's pretty... it would be more funny if it wasn't so concerning. So the next menu will be before Eligor, so that's pretty cool. Right here, we can't skip any quicker. We just have to mash through it. Next time, when we flip the switch, as soon as the command menu will pop up for a little bit, and that will be my indicator that I can skip it. So right here, we have to do probably like the worst part of the run. I really hate this thing. The first one is reasonable to react to. The second two kind of suck. Some people have a lot of issue with the first one because it's so slow. I have missed it before, so I'm not going to say that it's literally impossible.
Here goes.
But you do get more red per push here. So it's a little bit easier than the rest, in my opinion. That was a little bit risky doing that. The next one I need to react to well before it gets in the red area, so this is going to suck. Okay. And the last one I actually need to make an audio cue so I can reliably react to red. But it depends on how I react to it. 1, 2, 3, 4. I suck at this game. It's not uncommon that I miss this a couple of times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I delayed that one a little bit more. Usually when I hit the first two and I'm on a decent pace, I get pretty worked up and I swing early.
Okay, let's get back.
It's pretty hard. If you're on a good pace, you usually get excited and swing at that last one a little bit soon. If you're over-concentrated, sometimes you freeze up and activate the switch late. So, it's really obnoxious. The sewer, it's not the end-all, be-all, but it is obnoxious as hell. So we're gonna fire at this guy, Disorder, then somersault this Deuterino, and that will end it. Thank you, thank you. We're gonna come over here, and we're going to,
try to stay behind.
I want ice. Disorder this guy, and then somersault, that should be enough. Okay, actually, a really good fight so far. Hopefully I don't mess this one up. This one I need to wait a little bit. Fire a Disorder, and then somersault. That should be enough to roast both of those guys. Oh, that's really obnoxious. Play burst, yes?
You're done.
Play burst. That's very obnoxious, but not much I can do about it. I delayed way too much on the fires, so Aerith got tanked. Thank you. Still pretty good. Still pretty good overall. I'd say a 227 is pretty good. You can get it a bit lower, but for a pace on a marathon. So hopefully we don't get ghouled here. The main RNG point in this chapter I find is ghoul. Most of these fights are pretty consistent as long as you know how to execute them. Arrow Magnify makes your life a lot easier because you don't need line of sight like you would with Fire Magnify. And Arrow usually will cut through the enemies in the sewer pretty consistently, so you don't really have to think about it very much. The problem is ghoul is an obnoxious sack of garbage. Because you have two options with ghoul in hard mode. Normally you can just elixir the jerk, and it's free as hell. In hard mode, it's an ever-loving nightmare. So in hard, it's either equip healing to Aerith that you normally wouldn't want to use anywhere else because her MP is super important. And go for Kyrga's, which is safe. It's just slower because you add in this healing material into the mix that you really don't want.
Try to stay behind.
Let's see here, Arrow. That's me holding
never in
back.
doubt.
Obnoxious sack of garbage is the most nice thing I can say about Ghoul. So a lot of these fights we can just tank with Arrow Magnify or Arrow Raw Magnify. These guys right here need an Arrow Raw Magnify to go down. We're just gonna push them in here. Normally that fight can be a really big pain in the butt because Magnify fire will sometimes hit the side of the building.
Did you guys hear it too?
Usually will
Why would there
work,
be
but
kids out here this late?
you really don't want to
What?
risk it, to be honest.
Then
So the problem with Ghoul is it starts weak to physical in blue phase, and then when you hit it with enough physical damage, a certain percentage, it'll shift to weak to magic. And that will be it shifting to red. The way that I have it set up is I SD with Cloud to get a limit, but SD is not enough because I don't have magic up. So I actually bait out one of his attacks by being a little bit slower with Aerith's or Tifa's limit, and that will allow me to tank an additional hit before self-destruct, which is much safer than later. And the problem is like you're normally having to rely on the furniture hitting Cloud in that
Coming through.
without doing that. So it's just something people really don't want to do. So that's a good fight right there. This is what I mean. Most of these fights are pretty consistent. You can't get up the ladder until both Tifa and Aerith go up. This next fight here can be pretty obnoxious. We're going to try and Blade Burst the two Chris Phase that are running at us right here. So we're going to do this. Switch over to Tifa, and then Arrow. So Arrow will hit that one in front of me, and then it will propagate to the two behind the train car that are really far back there that you normally don't notice. That'll be it. We can do a save load in the train inspection hangar, but I don't think it's really worth it. It's about 30-second time save. The problem is it's another frame perfect one, and you saw me miss it in Chapter 5 earlier. And the problem is like you have to be very far back into the hangar to get the save load. And the problem is you want Cloud and Tifa to be as close to this door as possible, so you don't lose a bunch of time. So if you go for that setup, you're very far back into the hangar, and you can't use combat movement. If you do it the other way, you can get a lot of movement during combat to get them as close to the door as possible. The risk reward is very high with that.
over there.
So it's not just that if you miss it, it's whatever. It's like, no, you lose an extra 10 seconds because you're way out of position. Right here, I'm going to actually switch to Punisher to hit harder with Disorder here. And then I'm just going to roll to the right a little bit to make sure I don't trigger this cutscene. We're going to come in here and Arrow, 1, 2 into Disorder, into Tifa. So we're going to do a couple of parry uppercuts here, and then do the regular do a regular parry. So what that'll do is keep Tifa from buffering an uppercut during that cutscene. And you see what I mean? The cutscene trigger is like way back here, and you kind of see where I stopped. Cloud was here, Tifa was somewhere over here. So you're really far out of position if you go for the save load. It's not a bad idea. If I was consistent with it, sure, whatever. But I'm not. I haven't even tried it, to be perfectly honest. And I don't know if the other characters being past that line matter. So, we'll have one more menu on Eligor. We're coming up to probably... I'd say Ghoul is probably the most random boss in the game. It's a lot less obnoxious in Intergrade. Eligor seems to move back less aggressively and warp less often. But Eligor can still do as such. So what we're going to do immediately is switch to Tifa, go over there, hit him with an uppercut to delay my attack a little bit, then somersault. Ghoul will get out a magic beam attack, and Tifa will just ignore it because she's in somersault, that she's fully invincible. I guess that's something I neglected to mention earlier. And then I'll have Cloud take the hit. So here, we're actually going to do something really unique. This is what I was referring to earlier with Chapter 9. You can get a spell out instantaneously if you do it during an animation. So both Tifa and Aerith played a spooked animation by the Ghoul. So we get to follow up with a Thundaga through the only way to do this is through the tactical menu, by the way. You do a shortcut, it won't do shit. But tactically menuing the Fire there, we'll get it out instantaneously.
Do you think there's
and then you'll be able to
Looks like
get your MP back right after the fight's over. So we're gonna disorder here, wait a little bit, and then start swinging. Because this ghost isn't killable for a little bit. Oh, thank you for the good luck, brain bug. Appreciate it. Hope everybody's having a good Friday, by the way. Remember, the weekend's coming up. Enjoy your day. It's almost over. Well, at least here, it's about halfway to done, right? So Ghoul is pretty random, and I have to do things in a very particular way. Problem is, after Somersault, Ghoul can back up and then teleport away, and I need to get a Fire in and a Self-Destruct before that happens. So sometimes Ghoul can back up so aggressively that I can't do the fight properly and have to reset. I would much rather reset in Phase 1. You can get unlucky in Phase 2 and get hit by furniture and get knocked into blue fire, or Cloud can end up rolling into the wall so many times that I miss cycle and get hit by blue fire. This fight sucks. I'm gonna have to focus, basically.
all set. Don't think you'll walk away from this. Let's finish up.
Cloud here. There it got out of the way. Thank you. SD.
Let me handle this.
Into where's it?
It's on you.
Actually, Fyra. That was very awkward, but whatever. So taking that magic beam early on in Phase 1 was what pushed me over the limit. If I just self-destruct naturally, Cloud will most often not do enough self-damage for a limit here, just like with Root. We do this a lot with some of the fights. If we're going to do self-destruct, we need to take a hit first, and then we'll do enough damage. So we're going to roll out here, and then get the limit on the other side, and I'm going to shut up right after that. Fyra into Fyraga.
How's this?
Nice critical. That should kill them.
Get fired up.
So you need to Fyra first there instead of Fyraga. If you Fyraga first, there is a very high chance that with your damage rolls, you will over-damage the boss. And what I mean by over-damage is you saw how the Cross Slash and Somersault did enough physical damage to shift him to be weak to magic. If you do too much magic damage, he goes back to being weak to physical. And at that point, I have no really good way to deal damage. At best, I have Somersault with or Star Shower with Tifa, and that's probably not going to be enough unless I Star Shower twice. So you need to go Fyra into Fyraga. In Phase 1, you also need to SD into Fyra. Unless SD hits like a really high damage roll plus crit, you're good to go. This is part of the other reason I don't change element. You could change his element to fire there. For Root, I could have had him set to Wind Elemental. For the most part, I just ride Ice Elemental the whole way. And it adds a nice little bonus damage, but it makes it very consistent. So Elgor be the next problem. And that fight is really tight until we get into Phase 2. And then it turns into magic spam. The first phase is very white knuckle tight. Because if I mess up an input, I have to reset.
It's moving.
It's not too bad because there's like no really big cutscene between it. But
Keep your cool.
we're gonna HEB boost here,
Maybe this'll
and
do
then
the
arrow
trick.
magnify the
Enjoy
rats. Okay, that's unfortunate, but that's what happens sometimes. Luckily, we're waiting for the turnstile here, so Somersault. We're waiting for this to go over, so we're good. So right here, we're gonna arrow magnify. Once we get a target. Arrow magnify, and then blade burst. Okay. The blade burst isn't 100% needed, but it'll usually break that crate, which has an MP shard in it, or Mako shard. And if the wind spell does hit weird, we have a blade burst on deck to hit something, usually.
Hey.
Most of the time, arrow magnify works there, but sometimes they spawn in such a weird way, or you fire off arrow too soon. So the arrow magnify is really potent because we don't need line of sight, but the real reason we have it is for these stupid drakes here, and Elgor. It'll push us halfway towards what we need. Wind drakes are really hard to deal with anything besides wind. Also, like I said earlier, now that we don't have heal on Aerith, we have additional materia on her. The problem is healing just disrupts her materia flow to the point where I have to menu before Ghoul and then after. But with this setup, I can go all the way from post-Elgor to post-Abzu to pre-Elgor, excuse me. So right here, this fight's gonna look really jank. I'm just gonna be running around like an idiot for the most part, but it's fine. So we're going to walk onto Cerulean, ATB boost, arrow, and then we'll get a stagger here. Ooh, or you'll get an instant kill. That works too. So what I need to do here is we're gonna switch into Mithril Saber. I used to use Buster Sword here, but it's not really that good. No, we wanna... Oh, looks like I'm good. Ice to Fire. Okay, I remember this. Into Mithril. No, we want to swap these, this, and this. Then we put Ice on you. And then we want to go into, we need Aurora so that it lines up with Eris. Blizzara works here. Somersault stays, Demag, Blizzara, and Soul Drain for the rest of the game. And we'll use most of these for the rest of the game. That arrow will come in Chapter 17, and I'll just remagnify it. I just demagnify it for Eligor here, so we don't lose a bunch of damage on it. Once again, like I said, Aerith is a caster, so her spells are super important. We can't afford to be debuffing them for no reason.
No more magic. It's over.
Let's do it right.
So we want Aerith to get a stagger here. We want to get Berserk off and make sure Tifa has full ATB. Cloud's ATB really only needs to be about 1100 because he will get a Skillmaster loop here. So she'll be able to have enough. What we're going to do right off the bat is breach this jerk. Error. Okay, so I want to take the spear with Aerith specifically, because then what I can do here is I can Blizzara with Aerith, and then Blizzara with Cloud. And then that will cause 2 more bonus blizzards to come out from Synergy. So it's really nice. This, and then this. And the reason that I want Cloud to be alive is because then I can, yes. Okay. I was worried there, because last run, I underdamaged. So I do have to do a major shift in the pillar once we finish this first fight. So let me look at that. I think I know this entire movie. Yep. Huh? Yep. Okay. So the shortcuts are going to be the only thing I have an issue with. For the most part. Normally I would use Blade Burst here. It would be just as effective, but we're going to use Blizzara because it's on shortcut. So lock on this guy, Blizzara, and then Aerith will follow up with a Blizzard. We want to switch to Tifa for a second here to stop her attacking. There is a weird thing where this Enigmatic drops out of pressure like instantaneously.
Sorry, but I gotta.
If you attack him too many times before he gets pressured. I'm not sure what causes it, but it is a very awkward thing. So we need to be careful here with Tifa. Now we want to heal up Cloud here. Want to top off Cloud because he could lose a lot of HP. All right. Into Nail, no. Into Mithril, yes. Into LMG, no. Into yes. And then we want to go for Magnify, Magic up. And then we want to go for another magic up here. I believe it's, what? Assist? No, where is it? Assist. Ah, yes, for this. Wrong. Yeah, I remember the rest of the movement now. This. Then we want to go Synergy for this. This. Lightning for wind. And then First Strike for this. Now we want to go into, let's see here. Fire Mag, Fire Bag, and Self-Destruct. No, Blade Burst. Then we want to go into Aeroga, Fire, Blizzara, and Blizzard. Then we want to go into upgrade Dolphin Flurry, and Blizzara. And that should be good. Yeah, should be good. I don't see any reason that's wrong. It's just a little bit slow, but
I'm getting sick of this. Don't they have anything better to do?
Tell me about it. You see how hard we got hit over here?
Shit! What's wrong with these people?
Hope things stay close.
What the? Avalanche! Hostile contact. One target. Engage!
No escape.
Oopsie. Coming! Don't think you're gonna get away with this! Calling fire.
Not optimal,
Let's
but
go.
it worked. Unfortunately, I missed with Blade Burst. I intended to cast Fire, but I forgot what my shortcuts were. Fine enough. Blade Burst is intended for the boss, not any of these fights. But I need to set up my MP to be very specific so that I can get through this next fight. The thing is, I have to menu Fire if I don't... so I need to do this. Okay, we're going to ignore this guy, see my MP maxed out. Ooh, nice, he's almost dead. So we're going to come up here, roll a little bit, and then we're going to run over here. That'll get him to come up here. And we'll cast Fire and roll over and start this fight ASAP, and they'll both die to Fire. Yeah, Strife, Steam. Thank you for still hanging out. I appreciate it. Yeah, we should be we got a decent run going. I really don't know until we hit the 3-hour mark kind of how good it is, but it is good enough. For a marathon run, this would be a very good run. It's very hard to maintain course for 3 hours. I did lose a little bit of time because I forgot where I was putting assists for some reason, but at least that was the only part of the menu I forgot. I kind of had to look at the menu notes, but that wasn't what made me remember. I was like, no, it's here and then there. Oh, yeah, oh, never mind. I remember where it's going.
That's it.
So Aerith has been stripped of everything for the time being. She is not going to be in our party until we get into Chapter 7. So her having anything useful is going to be stuff that I steal for other people.
How the hell did they expect us to escape?
There's a way out! Over there!
Gotta get through. Gotta find a way.
That's so stupid.
This underground passage will take you to Walmart.
Almost there, okay?
Hey, can you walk?
Also haven't said anything too spicy either,
No need to
so
rush. Steady now.
I think the worst thing I said in this has been
Thank God the kids
something
made it
like,
out of time.
Ghoul is a
Come on, we've got to go
giant
too.
sack of
I'll
garbage.
be fine. Don't worry about me. We can get through this.
Maybe something
We
earlier
just have to
on,
work
but
together.
I don't remember anything being too bad that caused me to actually swear. I think I may have said hell or something, but
Stop.
that's actually Hell House's name, so there's not much I can do
Please,
about
I need to get through. This is it. Almost there.
There's still.
that. So we're pretty good right now, as long as I don't pop off because of some weird RNG, we'll be fine. Might even be able to beat the previous attempt. Who knows? If we can get like a 440 XX, I'd be happy. If I can PB, that would be great, but as long as I can get sub like 43 is what I'm looking for the most part.
Hold on, Marlene.
I would really like a 41 or a 42, which basically the other one was a 42, because it's like a 441 itty something. So it's a glorified 41 at best. So, a lot of this chapter, we're trying to micromanage Cloud's MP.
Right?
Cloud Magnify plus MP Absorb is pretty potent.
We'll grow lots of flowers at your new house.
The thing is, like I said earlier, he gets a
I can help
20%
too.
cost reduction,
Of course you
20%
can.
damage bonus at max
Hey,
MP.
what's your-
So a lot of the time with that setup, he can very easily get a ton of damage going. We're going to try and get to the top floor with Tifa here. Sometimes Cloud is a little bit slow. Should be fine because it doesn't look like he's being shot.
Then let's keep moving.
Okay, so that's optimal.
If this is how you want to play it,
The trick is really weird, but looks super cool. Normally, it's really hard to warp him up to the top floor, and you normally have to run it out on your own. But as long as he doesn't get shot by like both of the turrets, he'll usually end up in the stairwell right behind the turrets, which puts him into fleeing status, so I can up-warp him from there. Worst comes to worst, you have to roll him up the stairs yourself. So we're going to fire Magnify here. Ooh, perfect ATB. I really can't complain about this. So the reason we're using Fire Magnify is it kills and it conserves MP. So that whenever we do need to kill something with Fire Magnify is usually strong enough to finish him off. So like right here, we're going to get a Helitrooper. Normally we would need a Fire to kill him. But in this case, Fire Magnify will hit hard enough to kill.
Our guys are seriously struggling to take down these assholes?
Anyway, we may need to implement it personally.
Whatever you say, partner. Keep them busy, will ya?
A little bit too early.
Give me a break. Let's be smart.
So we're gonna Dolphin Flurry here to Wombo combo this Elite Shock Trooper. Dolphin Flurry is programmed to not kill until the final hit. So that'll let me cheese out the Shock Trooper and also keep Tifa from physically attacking the Shock Trooper, which can activate the dodge animation. So we should be good on all of our menuing. I just need to swap out the Iron Blade here. So we are on double MP up, so Iron Blade is going to be extremely effective. Because Cloud had, or not MP up, Magic up. So Cloud's magic set's pretty high now. If we wanted to, I could get a level 2 limit out of this. SD plus tanking one of the missiles from Phase 2 would be enough. But I've worked this fight out in such a way that a Dolphin Flurry from Tifa should be enough to take care of the final phase. SD will take care of Phase 1. Overcharge twice plus Fire will take care of Phase 2. And I'm going to stop talking here. To self-destruct, switch over to Barrett. So I'm going to overcharge right off the bat, recharge it manually, and follow with Fire-Up. I'm using Fire-Up because I want to get an additional overcharge when the helicopter comes in. That way I'll have a ton of ATB, so my life will be a lot safer having that additional ATB. I don't normally need additional commands here, but this fight is really stupid. It can be very stupid, so we want to have the additional safety here. So we're going to not use Tifa here. We're going to get out of the way. Erica would kill the helicopter sooner, but it would not give me as much leeway in ATB. And then we're going to limit Cross Slash with Dawn. Cross Slash should kill, but if it doesn't, Barrett will follow with Fire-Up. ATB boost, overcharge, wow. It must have given the overcharge. That's going to unfortunately lose a little bit of time here. So everybody's got almost full ATB. So Dolphin Flurry here can stop EMP Triple Pulse and Flash Strike. Damn it. If we get Flash Foot, which is extremely rare, it will not stop Reno. And there does seem to be a case sometimes where Rude activates his guard ability immediately, and then he survives Dolphin Flurry. As long as things don't go completely upside down, we should be fine. I am going to menu the Dolphin Flurry to Rude instead of Reno, because when we start with Tifa, it starts on... Okay, we're good. Rude, switch to Cloud. Now we're going to wait a second here until they come back. Blade Burst and Fire-Up. That should be more than enough. Okay. So we're trying to get Cloud in a very specific position. If we get him in the right spot, the plates will fall here immediately. Good. You can tell a couple of different ways. The timer will take a lot longer to spawn. Aerith won't be here, or Tifa won't be there. And the timer spawns at 15 seconds instead of 30. That timer is fake as hell. It actually does nothing. The only timer in this game that will actually kill you is the Chapter 1 timer. So every time you see a timer, the game is trying to trick you.
Anybody out there?
Absolutely none of them function except for the first one.
I hear him up ahead.
You're about to see me smoke some smoke.
Push.
So 250 is pretty good here, actually. I think I could get it down to about 250, so we're a little bit slower than the pace I would like to be on for a PB attempt. But my PB attempt has an extremely strong start and a really weak end game. So there is a lot of time to still be saved in the final 2 hours, 2-ish hours of the game. So the run is not over yet. We have plenty of time to get. A lot of the time here is just making sure we keep the most direct line. Then we also need to mash through this text here too.
Good job.
We gotta head over to Aerith's house to find out if Marlene's there. And that's about it, honestly. Nothing too special going on.
Bet hundreds of people are still trapped under the rubble. Is it true that Sector 7's pretty much destroyed?
You guys run into Jesse at the villa?
Yeah. Biggs, too.
We do have a bad batch right now.
But Wedge wasn't up there with
The-
them. He got out.
I'm in the middle of getting it treated, so it should be treated by the time any marathon comes up. It lasts around 6. It's supposed to last around 6 months, but lasts about 5. So there, even if it's untreated, I can do my runs just fine. There, I just end up having to take a bit more pain medication during it to make it so I can actually sit and focus at the same time without sweating and dying from the pain. We're headed over to Aerith's house. So, not much to do here. Time for a donation. We're explaining some of the mechanics.
The plate, it's really gone. I thought it was...
My ears are still ringing from it.
This is Sector 5, right? So where's this place you said Marlene is?
Where I think she is. It's a house on the other side of town.
Well, come on then. Pick up the pace.
I'm going as fast as you are.
I can't even.
No. Technically, I have world record in this category right now. My PB is a 440 XX. There are other runs that are technically faster, a 438 and a 436. Those do, however, use Chapter 15, which at the time was a skip acceptable and no major glitches because it was the only skip variance on the category, but in terms of hard, it saves somewhere between 60 to 90, depending on your route optimization and how much you have to disrupt your Chapter 15 route to accommodate and make it quicker. It does make some things easier. You get to skip a lot of combat, so you can have a better optimization for 14 and 16. It usually makes Chapter 15 a little bit easier. You don't have to really over-optimize for that.
The main entrance to Sector 7 is buried under rubble now.
Theoretically, I have
So
PB
how are we
a
supposed
world
to get
record,
back
but I'd say
inside?
a super strong run, super strong execution,
But how do we
really
get to the park?
well routed
I know
out,
another way to
executed
get
with good
there.
enough RNG should be
Eric
around a
showed me
35, 34.
This
But right now, my
agent
sum of
stuff.
best is a 432,
Didn't mean
32.
anything, right?
That is probably not reasonable. Like I said, I think around a 35 or 34 is reasonable. But I'm not there quite yet. We're still trying to get into 430 range. We have quite a bit of way to go. It's very hard to keep like golds across the board because there's a lot of RNG between fights. There's some enemies that can go down instantaneously, or if like your inputs are a little bit too slow or too fast, you end up having to do a backup to kill them. Some of the bosses do have damage ranges that can kind of screw with stuff. Mostly early game bosses. Most of the late game bosses don't really have that issue. We need to look down this tunnel. Okay. So we're trying to get to the other side of the highway here. Tifa's movement is extremely important here. So I'm not going to be using too much Fire Magnify. Mainly going to be using Fire Magnify. Because I want to get far enough away from these fights that I can actually take advantage of the parries. So there is a little bit of risk-reward here.
Let's keep moving.
I could end the fights instantaneously, but then I would be missing out on Tifa movement, so it's pretty much, I feel it's worth it. Starting with Cloud will make my life a lot easier, because I can just fire up, and there's no dodge rolling nonsense. We're going to do that to get rid of the last guy. Okay. So that fight has 4 gorgers in it. If you're really lucky, or you could look at it as being unlucky, fire will kill all of them. If you only kill 3 of them, Tifa can fairly easily True Strike to trigger a Synergy Fire from Barret, which is more than enough to get rid of it. We do have EKG Cannon. The reason we switched to Airbuster wasn't for Airbuster itself. We could overcharge on Airbuster and loop some ATB with Skillmaster, so it could have been beneficial there if the fight went really bad. It's really nice in Chapter 12 because of the helicopter, but that's not the reason either. It's just a side effect. The main reason is this chapter right here. We have to go into the underground laboratory, and the fastest way to deal with that stuff is with, no, you have to have a ranged weapon to get through the underground laboratory. So we're going to switch to Cloud here, Somersault with Tifa, and we're going to fire this guy. Burn. Looks like we might be able to get away.
I'm through with you.
That's not what I wanted there. I intended to use fire there, but whatever. It's a little bit jank, but, so right here, we're gonna fire these guys and then switch to Tifa. You could do this a little bit differently, but I've tried a couple of different things on this fight, and they're really obnoxious, so it's just better off doing it this way. Sometimes fire can hit the, outside, so we're gonna actually take this right here. If I get far enough forward, Cloud will warp. We're gonna fire a grungy bandit, wait for it to go off, and then fire it again. Unfortunate. We're gonna lose a little bit of time here because I can normally parry down here, but Barrett got right on the ball with the fire magnify, and I think both of them hit with crits. It happens sometimes. This fight right here, there should be 3 enemies, so it shouldn't be too bad. Gonna just parry them in place. Alright, so we do have to do a menu here, so I gotta take a second to look at this. Switch, 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 switch. We're toggling out wind for ice, warding for time. And then all we're doing is adding Blizzara and magnifying. Okay, so we want to do this. Nope, wrong. It's easier to do this if you do it correctly. If you incorrectly switch stuff, you should revert it. So I need warding here, then I need to do that. Bear it onto Blizzara, mag. All right, so Aeroga is in place for Chapter 16. I can also use it in Chapter 15, excuse me. Aeroga's in place for Chapter 15. So I just put it there ahead of time. Normally you would use it in Chapter 12 on the helicopter, but I like doing the fire thing so that Barrett has more ATB in Chapter 12. It does slow down Reno and Rude, but it very much makes your life a lot easier.
This is bad.
So I think
Use some fresh air.
we'll see in a second here, because I think it's about 3 hours when I get to the little thing that separates us between the lab. Don't know kind of how far behind a PB I am, theoretically. But like I said before, my first 3 hours or so was like extremely good, and my end game was really good. As long as I don't throw too hard here, we can. Looks like we're about 60 minutes or 60 seconds behind.
That one was a lot closer.
I suppose you're
let's see.
The house was pretty
Is there
old,
anyone out there that
and
needs
it
some
seemed
help?
like we had a lot of money saved up.
So, for any random run to be, let's see here.
Anybody out there?
So the timer was, I believe, hit 3 hours around that little crevasse, so that'll let me know.
We're here to help.
60, 70,
Hey!
about 77 seconds behind. That's pretty good. 3 hours in, to be perfectly honest. It's really hard to keep a good pace going. There's so much RNG and stuff that you can just kind of lose huge chunks of time.
Hey! Ready? 1, 2, 3!
So the next segment, when I'm blowing through the rocks, tends to be pretty bright and flashy.
Is this all that's left of Wedge's place?
So we're going to try and get all the way over here to save and load. Doing this will get the cat immediately next to this, and then we're going to save and load again. That should make the cat immediately jump down the hole. There you go. Saved a little bit of time. If you do it too early or aggressively, the cat doesn't jump down the hole immediately. Then you have to save load again. So you have to wait a little bit in between. Okay. So we're going to break this down with Barrett. A lot of this segment kind of stinks. It's really random what happens. Normally I put steel skin here to make sure I don't get stopped in the hallway, but it's really not worth it unless I have 2 ATB. What we're trying to do is not get stopped by the rats, which I immediately got all 3 hits. Barrett does have Bloodsucker on his weapon, so whenever he kills something, he'll get HP back. So we're going to have to make sure to focus shot here. So focus shot with 2 ATB has a much larger explosion than a regular focus shot. I believe it's even bigger with 3 ATB, but that requires free focus, so it's not very good. We have to put Barret on focus or Fury Ring here, or else his damage just isn't enough. Your other option is to use Catastrophe, but as I said earlier, Catastrophe is a really big time investment. We want to do this. Hopefully this other dog works with us. Oh wow, that's not very common.
Oh yeah, another one in the bag.
Usually that fight, you end up having to spam Blizzard at the other dog, so that's nice. That saves a little bit of time. Overcharge makes it so the dog can't dodge. So the thing is, Bloodhounds are an upgrade of the earlier dogs, and the problem is those early dogs don't dodge ice, but Bloodhounds do. So it's like a 50-50 that you actually kill with ice. That's why I have to overcharge first. It's not a matter of ATB. It's a matter of I need to get them stunned and on the floor and pressured from the overcharge so that I can follow up instantaneously with ice and know it'll hit. These guys right here stink, so I go with Blizzard Magnify. We'll do the same here. The Forgers can be a bit of a trouble. Okay. I start pre-gaming the gun there, because if they dip out of the combo, the finishing shot can settle it up. That's actually, this is pretty good. Chapter 13 endgame right now. Normally, I could ice these guys right here, but I'm actually going to not bother. Sometimes this fight's pretty random. Damn it. You could, the way I would work it is I would either Blizzard Mag or Blizzara Mag, the flying bugs. The thing is, most of the time the bugs will just fly out of the spell. So unless you use Blizzara Magnify, they'll usually just dip out and you'll miss. Then you have to kill them manually. Hey, Burkle. Yeah. This place has a lot of bright flashing lights, I find. And since I am prone to migraines and stuff, I find it's worth wearing sunglasses here. It used to be extremely bad. I don't know what happened, but at some point it stopped being so ridiculous. And I don't believe it came after a upgrade or patch. Really, that's extremely unlucky. The damage isn't the problem, it just makes the fleeing take longer. If I had been in fleeing, I wouldn't have cared. So the reason I flee with Barret there instead of Tifa is because Barret's aiming gets all wonky if I flee that segment with him, or without him, and flee with Tifa. So right here, we're just going to move Tifa right next to the ladder. Man, this is Walla. This is some good shit. We're going to actually. Could you just? Okay, so that's really weird. I'm gonna have basically that, and then Tifa, Dolphin, Flurry. Okay, that actually worked out pretty good. That's, are you serious, game? Hateful. Hateful game. It's cheating me.
Of course.
It's just talking about how good the chapter was, and it's like, you know what? I got some Vaseline left for this ladder, so screw you. I have a theory that one of the enemies in the game that we're going to fight in the next chapter is running around Vaselining every ladder up and stuff. But right now, we're having pretty good 13. 13, yes. Final Fantasy 13, the final hallway. Sorry, I couldn't help myself since I set myself up for that joke. So at the beginning here, I'm going to Unbridled Strength Tifa and use it to figure out where I am in the targeting pool. We want to Blizzard Magnify here. We need to switch in between Blizzard and Blizzara Magnify. I also need to switch to Tifa here, get a little bit of ATB. And I also need to move over here. Tifa needs 1 ATB right here so she can Blizzara these two idiots. If I'm not close enough, they will move down the... What am I doing? Yeah, I have to restart. There's nothing I can do about that. Oops. That was really stupid.
Feeling a bit chilly.
I don't know why I did that. Blizzara. That was extremely stupid. Barret, you want to just overcharge that douchebag?
I got this.
The truth is, I'm the idiot here. Really? There was 2 of them? Come on, man. Ugh. You know what the problem was is I was thinking I was on Barret. The Blizzara's in a different spot between the 2 characters. What is this garbage? Seriously? Blizzara.
This is ridiculous.
That's That's really unfortunate. That's probably about... I had a really good chapter, and then I pissed it away by dolphin flirting. I was thinking about it for a second, and I was like, can I recover this? And the thing is, Tifa would have to stagger 4 enemies, which I'd have to stagger the 2 up top, and then the 4 around her, and I don't think there is an optimal way to recover her ATB to get those staggers quickly, so I think it was faster to reset. Very unfortunate. I'm very dumb. That's usually how these runs go, though. Blizzara? See, the thing is, Blizzara is on 2 different slots. Triangle for Barret, circle for Tifa. There's one thing that I tell people when they're learning these categories. If you can avoid it, or if you can, make sure your characters have similar shortcuts when you're spamming abilities in a boss fight. So you want to have things on a similar setup so you do not end up doing that. Like, Dolphin Flurry is extremely important in this fight. It's a huge damage source. Because Tifa has got her Dummerung, which does limit the damage, but the Star Shower into it just is enough to cripple the final boss, so that's unfortunate. Probably another 50, no, probably about 90 seconds behind bare minimum, I'd say. It's fine, though. Getting through a marathon run is usually taking a derail like that. It's just I guess, like, I'm the kind of guy where it's like, I would rather it be me that screwed up than the game screwing me with that RNG, so I really can't complain too much. I'm actually okay with this. I'm not super happy about it, but this. Then we want to go this way. We want to switch over to Fyra, Berserk. God dang it. It's really obnoxious to get the Berserk sometimes. Arrow Rai, I believe, and Maximum Fury. We want Focus Strike. Unfortunate. Good chapter. I don't know. I think I may have broke even between that stupid reset and how godlike that chapter 13 was. All of those fights were really good, honestly. Outside of the missing the parry to the ladder on the Thugs fight. I forgot what I'm supposed to do. There's Fyra, switch to Tifa and move, and then Fyra again with Cloud, and that clears it out. So I was waiting for a fire synergy I didn't need because I wasn't really thinking about it. So we got like another hour 20 to go, probably hour 30. As long as I don't do anything too bad, we should be okay.
Walk along the tracks.
The city's on high alert. All the roads and public transit have probably been locked down.
I'm writing this off right now as a marathon run. I don't think a PB pace was really reasonable behind 70 seconds going into going into the 3rd hour, but now it's definitely not reasonable to expect it, so we're just gonna ignore the timer and move on and do everything as good as we can.
I have some news for you. The office must be crazy.
So the sewers can be very obnoxious, to be perfectly honest. The sewers has a lot of Sajins, and even with a good setup, can be very hard to deal with. So a point of advice here, you want to mash triangle and circle until Barret gets done talking. And then at that point, you're better off just mashing triangle over and over and over again. And that will keep you from exiting that menu. That was kind of a weird thing to do. I don't know why I was mashing there. Sometimes my brain just gets confused and starts doing random stuff.
Got no other choice.
Because I'm talking about it, my brain's let's do that. So the sewers can be pretty volatile. Cloud with MP Absorb mostly rips through the sewers. But there can be some cases where enemies give you really bad patterns, or in some cases you can just accidentally input improperly, so... Chapter 14 is 14 is a place where you can very easily lose chunks of time if you're not on the ball or your muscle memory betrays you. The real big one is Fire Magnify is extremely potent on Abzu 2. But if you don't go in there with max MP, the fight can be a little bit tenuous at the start. Also, the fight can be a little bit frustrating because sometimes, not very often, but sometimes, Magnify can fail to hit. So we just want to skip this, skip the cutscene, skip this cutscene too. Okay. And then Leslie's going to tell us to go ahead, so we're going to burn everything with fire. Light it up. I believe all the enemies down here are weak to fire, despite the fact that they're monsters. Most monsters are weak to ice. Not all. Mainly the rule is, like I said earlier, humanoids are humans, weak to fire. So these, I guess, are classified as humanoids. Monsters are weak to ice. Machines weak to lightning. And flying enemies are weak to wind. So right there, we just let... Fyra should pretty much kill. If it doesn't hit a high enough damage roll, Barrett can follow up with fire. Bing, bang, pong, done. You're probably thinking why I have fire synergy for most of this. It's because, like, Chapter 12 is where I put it on.
This won't take
and the problem is, in Chapter 12, if you're using Wind synergy on Reno and Rude, it flings them around. Wind has a weird property where it likes to... ooh, nice. That was a really good flea, actually. Insanely good, to be perfectly honest. Will fling the target around, so it's pretty dangerous.
This won't take long.
Are you? What happened? I'm so mad right now. ATB boost.
Just in case.
It must have hit the wall. That's all I can think.
No holding
This
back.
fight has been bullshit the last couple of times. That's all I gotta say.
No escape.
Up fucking noxious horse shit.
Good job.
Oh god, I did it! God damn it! I popped off at the stupid... This fight is ridiculous sometimes. Cloud will just flat out whiff fire on those enemies, and I'm... You know what it is? It's probably because I'm not locking them on, and the game is like cheats at doing its damn job. I don't know. That fight is so stupid. It's unbelievable and very hard to explain why it's stupid.
The mark of avalanche. Right.
I think the problem is I've been forgetting to lock on. Last time I thought I accidentally cast Fyra, but now that I've done that fight again, I know what the hell happened. That's the worst fight to screw up, too, because everybody gets put to sleep, and then you're sitting there with your frickin' controller in your hand, no ATB, and no awakened characters to do anything. Whatever. This is why I hate the sewers, because of the bluegills. This is why I was so afraid of them in Chapter 10. They can literally just, like, unmitigated cripple your entire party, and then you just have to sit there and do nothing. Until somebody fixes it. And the sleep timer is stupid long, so
keep it up, man.
You're going to be sitting there doing nothing for a long time. So we're actually going to have Barrett crit, because he has a little bit higher magic than Tifa, because she's on Metal Knuckles. We also want to spread the cost between the two characters. So hopefully I don't mess up any of these other friggin' fights. It's because they're at an angle, so the game doesn't lock onto them properly, so you get screwed over.
Bastard went that way.
Fire here.
Don't lose it.
Strike. Are you serious? Oh. We're gonna ATB boost. ATB boost. Fyra. Are you kidding me here? Over there. What is this game doing? Oh my god. The sewer is awful, and the game is doing literally everything it can to screw me over. That's all I gotta say. Spells are... This game is so obnoxious sometimes. This is what I'm talking about, this game being this game.
Was never in doubt.
Like, the game just sometimes decides that you're not good enough, and will just, like, cancel your spells out, or interrupt them, or miss. This is a big issue with, the hard mode, to some extent, because the, lock-on system is very finicky, and loves to whiff spells. If you're not 100% locked on and ready to go. So I gotta make sure to Fyra here, and then Fyra again.
Just like
It's really obnoxious, that's all I gotta say. Barrett's probably gonna die if I don't do something about it, so careful. Oh,
Give it all you got.
Please don't. Okay, I'm very lucky there. So, you can sometimes warp out of combat before that guy gets in the way. Need to be careful with my MP so I can separate it among the two. We're gonna ATB boost here because we gotta wait for the Sajin to jump up. This chapter has been an unmitigated crap show anyway. Okay. So Cloud's at full MP. I'm happy with this. I could use Firaga Magnify here, but it would require a micro menu, so I don't want to. Barrett and Aerith's MP aren't super important. We just need a Dirk off of Barrett, and we need a couple of focus strikes from Tifa. Her MP isn't super important in this fight.
Just like his owner.
May come up, but not much. So, you could Firaga here, but since I don't have one, it's literally for this guy alone, so... Dolphin Flurry like this, ATB boost, just okay. Grab this, and into Firaga. Now I get to enter Abzu with all the juice. So the caboose is loose with the juice and juice. I don't even know what that alliteration was supposed to be, but I think I may have had a stroke.
Corneo's mine, and mine alone.
Chapter 13 was so good that I messed up the boss and had a little bit of a mental breakdown there. And then Chapter 14 was Chapter 14. 14 is feast or famine, I swear. There's like no in between. This chapter, either you miss every spell, you get put to sleep every fight, you underdamage every enemy, or you just nuke everything from above like you are a satellite laser cannon. We're gonna grab this here. Not super important, but whatever. So there was 2 crates in that room with the show, so I could have grabbed those if I wanted, but Cloud's maxed out at 92 MP. So the first Fyra here will hit for full damage, and it's going to magnify. The shots will usually be close enough that the boss will take multiple hits. I'll follow up with an additional Firaga Magnify, which there's usually close enough shots for to get hit by that as well. Tifa and Barrett are going to be backing up here, so Synergy Fire from Barrett will be doing additional damage. I'm actually going to Focus Strike twice with Tifa to trigger ATB Assist and have the minimal impact on her ATB because she gets 700 back on contact. So let's do the thing, right? Walk onto this guy. This is annoying. That's really, really bad. Fire into Firaga. True Strike into Poke. True Strike. Switch over to Barrett real quick. Eriga. Switch over to Cloud. Or not Eriga. Excuse me. Cloud having HP plus here makes this a lot simpler. Without HP plus, he's gonna die in this fight 90% of the time. This will make my life a lot easier. So we're going to Firaga here, switch over to Barrett, overcharge, and then wait for whatever we're gonna get here. Go over here, Star Shower, and then we're gonna try and parry, do an uppercut into it. Okay, we're gonna have to do this again because he's feeling froggy, I guess. Fighter should push. That's not what I wanted to see, but whatever. We're gonna have to do this a weird way. Firaga didn't hit enough with the Magnify because he moved so far away from the pack, so it's kind of unfortunate or whatever. So we're gonna do this, uppercut, cancel it early, True Strike into Star Shower, Barrett Max Fury, Fire Up, Dolphin Flurry. Oh, a little bit too soon. Come on. Okay. Sped it up a little bit there, not by much. We need to go focus on the other door, please. I could have gone for Firaga, but I wanted to make sure the Fyra hit. Cloud often gets interrupted if you go for Firaga. So we need to hold L1 here. It's actually a little bit faster than going up the ladder. Wind, fire, fire for light. I think I remember this. No, that's a little bit there. We need to go... where is it? One more. Wind, yes, lightning. For this, ice for this, and then this could go to refocus, so go all the way down. Then we want to go into, wrong. We want to go into, Aeromag, Aeroga, and Aero. Then stays, Blizzard, Funnily enough, we're going to want to use Blizzard for the boss fight and Somersault. Okay, let's go. Pretty bad, to be honest. You want to be around a 322, 321. 323 is like an old PB pace. But the boss went pretty good. I think Abzu 1 has kind of screwed me over in the past before. We can save some time in this chapter, if I remember right. My Valkyrie was an unmitigated disaster in my last couple of runs.
Careful. No telling what's gonna collapse.
By unmitigated disaster, I didn't die there, but I managed to take the slowest fight possible.
Where did Daddy go?
Because I'm a dingus. So,
everything will be okay.
Unmitigated.
No.
It's relative. I could say that failed experiment fight in Chapter 13 was an unmitigated disaster, but it's really not that bad. Just kind of embarrassing to accidentally throw out a limit. And to be honest, it isn't the first time, and it's not the last time I'll chuck a limit. Hey, it would be enough to kill a PB pace, because a reset there, and reset in anything but Phase 1 is really bad because of the animations in between. But we're fine. So we're going to be using a lot of Arrow Magnify, Arrow Magnify to be perfectly honest. We're going to use Arrow Magnify a few times to shape up our MP and keep it back at top. For some of the, like the Drakes coming up, we're going to need a little bit of extra damage to put them down.
Good job.
The reason I target the one in front of me instead of the two to the right, Arrow Magnify will double hit both of those. So I want to target the one in front so Barrett follows up with a Lightning Synergy, which is enough to make sure he's dead. Up here, we're going to go with Arrow Magnify, Arrow, and then Arrow. So we're going to go ATB Boost, Arrow, move over, Arrow Magnify. That was sweet. Over here, Arrow. That should be enough to kill. There you go.
Not bad.
The ladder, please. So both of the characters, Barrett and Tifa, have healing. So we will be maintaining max MP with them.
So that's where we
possibilities. There is a crate coming up that has a MP recovery in it, but it's really not necessary.
Through worse.
Like Barrett and only really need to cast Berserk in the previous fight. Valkyrie here is a machine, so Berserk is not going to do a damn thing. So we're going to ignore Berserk in this case. Anything that's a machine cannot be Berserked. Can be stopped and slowed, I believe, but not slept. It's just hard rules for that kind of stuff.
Holding back.
Into some shower. Arrow is always going to be enough in that situation, as long as it doesn't send them flying. I will be a little bit of damage here, but I'm probably going to recover. All right, Bernard, thanks for dropping by. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good weekend. I'll see you when I see you, and I hope you're having a good time. Arrow Magnifying here. We're going to focus on the doggo, because Arrow Magnify is just not enough. Arrow Magnify here. Actually, that's wrong. So we're going to switch over here. Arrow Mag.
Calling wind.
It's fantastic, actually. We're going to ATB boost here. This, Arrow Mag. Ignore the rest of this. Because then I'll go down here and Arrow Magnify that garbage. Okay. Future Strike. Yeah, that was fantastic. It's really... If you're too early on your attacks, you will screw yourself out of staggers with Wind Magnify. Because it usually needs two enemies right next to each other, and you really need A to be stagger to be activating over and over again to get through this fight quickly. So we're going to switch to these guys, Arrow. We're going to switch over to these guys and Arrow again. So I want to put Tifa in a very specific position to try and spawn Cloud right here. We're going to take this fight on purpose, because we can switch out to Tifa and get some pretty clean movement, as long as I don't do that. Get some pretty fast movement, I guess, not clean movement. Fly into myself. So we want to Star Shower, wait till we can trigger Somersault, Arrow. The Arrow plus Thunder will be enough to trigger a stagger. Bam, bam, there you go. I believe Somersault will normally stagger anyway, but I always go with it anyway. So we just gotta... The big time save from doing the skip here is we can avoid climbing these ladders. And all of these fights up to the last set of blast rays. Wow. That HP is... Or that MP is really obnoxious. So Barrett needs somewhere between 21 and 42 MP. We're gonna need a couple of Aerogas out of him to make sure we have enough damage. Tifa needs about 15, because we're actually going to spam triple Blizzard. Well, no. We're going to spam 2 Blizzards in the first phase. Excuse me, so she only needs 10. She doesn't have a cost reduction because she's on Metal Knuckles. For Blizzard, the Blizzard itself is not going to do shit for damage. The reason we're spamming Blizzard is because we're going to switch Cloud to Arrow Synergy before Valk. And basically everything is there to trigger an additional Arrow Synergy off of Cloud, which will do a shit ton of damage to Valk. And don't forget that he has Wind MP Absorb, Wind Magnify, which will switch out to Wind Synergy. So I'm not sure if he does, but he can, I think, get back to max MP. Not sure what the setup is. I think he burns through a lot on the blast rays, so... We're going to ATB boost here, Arrow, and then we're going to Arrow that guy. Do this with Tifa, and then we're going to zip across Brute Strike. And Thunder should be enough. There we go. So if I don't do that right, the Wind Drake has a lot more HP, so it's really annoying. I'm going to Arrow Ra this guy right here, and then I'll grab the Great right after, because I want to start the Blast Rays with max MP, so my Aeroga hits for the max damage. Would say, I think the last time it took me like 12 hours doing all the side quests, but I did skip all the dialogue.
That it?
My previous run through, so I think for me it was like 30 hours, 40 maybe. So it depends on how much of the dialogue, how many of the side quests you do. It's a pretty long game for being a glorified Midgar simulator. So we're gonna bounce off the wall here. That'll time us out both of these. Oh no, Barrett! Thank you. Actually, Barrett just saved me. Okay. No, dude. No, dude. I gotta wait here. Trying to avoid getting caught here, and I didn't do it right anyway. Barrett actually... That's the one time I've ever seen Barrett save me there. Heal Cloud again. Then we're going to come over here. Somersault after Star Shower. Yeah, that's funny. Here we go. ATB boost. Arrow Ra. Arrow Ra. Okay. So I do need to switch over. If you're talking about a speed run, it should run you about 6 hours if you're familiar with the game. Anywhere, I'd say like 8 or 9 for your first one though. So we're gonna Arrow Ra right off the bat. Switch to Tifa, switch to Barrett to try and avoid the dodge. Good. Good to go. Tifa gonna heal herself here. Barrett gonna heal me. Tifa heal up again. Barrett heal me again. Alright. And then I do want to do this for Synergy. And the amount of time it takes you to complete the game also depends on how much you know about the materia and the overpowered synergies in the game. Because there's a lot of really, like, and the difficulty, or the game version too. As the PS4 version's a little bit harder to get through. So we're just gonna run straight here. We're gonna get Kiriga with Barrett. Because that'll actually speed this up a little bit. Switch here. Aeroga, over to Barrett, overcharge. Tifa, limit, or refocus with your limit. Okay. We're gonna have to move a little bit to Tifa your Blizzard. Blizzard. Boost. Should have activated. Good. Okay, so we're gonna start with an Aeroga from Cloud here, and we're gonna follow up with an Aeroga from Barrett. So this will save a little bit of time. Barrett is Cloud's on R2, alright? So, Aeroga, switch over to Barrett. That will get an Arrow Synergy going, which should push the phase pretty quickly. Looks like the damage was a little bit low, unfortunately. Not much you can do about it. So we need to Arrow right off the bat with Cloud here to prevent anything stupid from happening. Aeroga. Alright, wait for that to come in. Then we need to go into first strike. We're gonna poke here real quick in between first strike, so I can trigger ATB assist. Arrow, go. True. Strike again. Okay, pretty good. Fine. 333. Yeah. Okay. I think I saved a little bit of time there. Tifa's ATB was pretty trash, but good enough. So I actually want to do switch him back to Magnify. I also want to go out of my way to magnify Eriga. Eriga Magnify makes the garage pretty doable. Without Eriga Magnify, the garage is horrendous as hell.
Could be for
so,
Avalanche. Or maybe even
we're just going to be spamming a mixture of Eriga Magnify, Arrow Magnify, and Arrow Magnify. Most of the time, for the bigger enemies like third-class soldiers and dogs, we will be going for Eriga Magnify. Pretty much everything else can get taken down by either Arrow Magnify or Arrow Magnify. Arrow Magnify will basically be a follow-up once we get everything staggered, because it'll do more than enough damage, and it's much quicker. The problem is Wind flings enemies around a lot, so we really want to one-shot them. So we're going to ATB boost right off the bat here, and then Arrow, switch to Tifa, unlock on, into Eriga, shower, this guy. Okay. So right there, that fight can delay a little bit. We're going to Arrow, ATB boost, and then Eriga, which will target these guys. Hopefully it'll fling them towards us. Okay, we're going to have to do this with the somersault. They're both in the same spot. Fantastic. So if you do that with somersault, Cloud will always work properly. If they get staggered, you can true strike them instead. That is a little bit dicey, to be perfectly honest. I guess. Can we just Arrow? So this is what I was talking about with, are you serious here? It's really weird the dog didn't get triggered. Freaking Arrow here for some extra damage. That room went really weird, to be perfectly honest.
Good job.
Whatever, man.
Barrett is fine here. We'll Arrow these guys. And then what we're looking for, not Guard Dog A, we're looking for third class. We're going to Arrow them twice. And that should trigger its energy, and we'll just start spamming Arrow. Arrow. Enough. Okay. So I do need to do something special with Barrett here. Okay, good. When you exit out of his menu, it'll reset Cure to Cure instead of Curiga. So I wanted to remove Curiga so that I could just heal quickly like this.
This building's incredible.
Okay, so I do need to change into Lightning, Iron Blade, Blade Burst, Self-Destruct, / Ascension. So I need to do this, which is one swap up. Iron Blade, no. And we want to go into Blade Burst. We actually want to hold on to Aurora for the next part. We want Catastrophe here. We want Thunder, and then I actually do Arise. Okay. I think the game is really dependent on the difficulty and how much you know about it, to be perfectly honest.
Let's just keep
if you're not used to action RPGs, the game takes a long time to complete.
So
battle is usually very difficult.
Either the elevator or the emergency stairwell.
The enemies can be quite frustrating. For me, I had played Kingdom Hearts, but this was my first party with action replay or active time combat with RPG mechanics.
Okay, guys. Wish me
and it was pretty hard to get used to, and I never started using shortcuts, so combat was a little bit longer than it could have been, but it's also much easier to do combat with tactical menuing. A lot safer, too. I guess I'd have to look it up to be 100% sure, because I really all I have is my account, and then like one of my friends said he took forever to complete it because he was listening to all the NPC dialogue and stuff.
Tifa!
Oh, shit! Tifa!
So we gotta do hand over hand here, nothing too special.
Are you okay?
Not,
I thought I was dead for
terribly
sure.
interesting, but it is pretty obnoxious, to be perfectly honest. This is one of the last minigames. Chapter 18 does have one more minigame at the very start of it with the highway segment. That segment is pretty hard in hard mode. Big surprise. Mainly the issue is you want to take a lot of damage on the motorcycle minigames to build up your special meter quickly. That's the speed strat for it.
Hand over
And with
hand,
hard,
huh?
that's not super viable.
Bring it on.
Because red heals you once and only once right before Arsenal, or Motorball, rather, excuse me. So you're gonna have a very hard time damage boosting, unless you death abuse too. It is something I could theoretically do as a donation incentive, but I have to be ahead of that. I know about that ahead of time. I can also do the VR chamber with certain restrictions, or the super bosses with certain restrictions. Well, those can be pretty interesting. Routing and learning the execution for those do take a bit of time, so I'd have to know ahead of time if I was going to offer that, and
This
offer
isn't so
something I
bad.
could do reasonably.
Pretty close now. Just need to make it over
So this
there.
is the problem with this area right here, trying to not, like, overreach and end up doing additional movements. The game is kind of really obnoxious with trying to get movements. That's why What the heck was that? That's why I usually stick to adjusting my angle through the camera. I find it's a lot more smooth than doing movement adjustment. There is one portion where you can't do that defense in this chapter when you're crawling in through the bathrooms of the meeting area. So we wanted to upgrade to Ascension here. Somersault is still enough for Abzu. Not Abzu 2, Specimen. Abzu 2 and Specimen 2 Specimen are very linked in my mind because both of those fights have ads and can be very random. Specimen or Abzu because the shotes can hit you in the back and cancel out your magic spells. And I'm relying on Magnify, so sometimes I get under damage and I have to do additional commands. Specimen more so because I'm self-destruct on phase 1 and trying to get a limit out of it. And if the eyeballs are being very aggressive, they can consistently hit Cloud with fire and ice and keep him from being able to do what he needs to. So it can be very annoying. Once you get into the second couple of phases, you should be good to go, unless you have really bad damage ranges everywhere. Should be fine. Should be fine. So that it's actually faster to hit that switch first.
You're gonna feel this one.
So right there, I switched stances just in case one of them was going to be caught off the Star Shower. Wow, Tifa's two
Worked up
today.
a good sweat.
Or should I say 5 for 5? That was really good. That's a nice little time save there. So we are coming up to the last cutscene segment, so I will be dipping out in a minute here just to take a bathroom break and
You must be
stand up.
You will
So,
by the exit there
this one's pretty short though. It's two very short, like
Yeah,
40-ish second unskippable cutscenes linked by a hallway in between, so it's really hard to get a good bathroom break or whatever in here. It's basically your last chance to stand up and stretch and pray that you don't mess up anymore.
HQ.
So Cloud's MP, you would think could be an issue, but it's actually not. No matter what, because I'm going to be using SD on a couple of different fights here, I'm going to get HP back. The thing is, like I said earlier, Iron Blade has trade-off. And trade-off is pretty potent with self-destruct. Because as long as you're at max HP, you recover 10 MP per explosion. And because my other characters are the one that have heal on, Cloud can very easily self-destruct for max twice.
Hey everybody,
I will be right back.
I hope you're all enjoying
See you guys in a minute.
Wasn't it fun to learn about Shinra and our esteemed president? And to get a peek at the president's mementos? That was super cool. Moving along, the next exhibit will teach you about the important work we do here by giving you a closer look at each of our divisions. I hope you're ready to be amazed because you simply won't believe all the exciting adventures we have here.
These all look so familiar.
Because we've destroyed a bunch of them already.
you enjoyed learning about our divisions and the wonderful ideas and solutions that are produced to benefit us all. Here at Shinra, we strive to ensure the safety of all residents around the clock.
So we are going into the fun. It's so much fun. I hate this game. Chapter 17 is very volatile, unless you're very careful about the way you route it. 17 can very easily clap your cheeks. So we're about to there should be about 60 minutes of gameplay left from here, as long as I don't play completely awful. So this door will trigger a cutscene immediately, so I don't have to actually worry about this one. Just need to be ready to skip the cutscene. Because as long as Cloud is in this doorway, the cutscene will start immediately. Like that. Then we'll come around here. We have a save load here that will shorten the dialogue a bit, but I gotta remember to mash, or else it takes a while for this to proceed. Excuse me. So the problem there is I hit the menu button and slid over to triangle, and I slid above it. The positioning for the menu button and the triangle button is a little bit different on the PS5 and PS4. So no matter how you're used to it, you can very easily whiff sometimes if your brain is thinking it's the PS4 controller. The reason you could play this with a PS4 controller outside of the PS4 version is there's a nice little thing you can do if you can hook up both your consoles at the same time and connect them to the same network through a cable. Not too terribly hard to do, especially if you're streaming, because you're usually used to, close to an Ethernet source due to a switch or some other thing. You can actually remote play the PS5 or the PS4. So if you have issues with a PS5 controller like I do, you can use a PS4 controller that way. I'm using a PS5 controller right now because I'm used to it, but it's more so that I'm just wanting to make sure that I'm consistent enough with this thing that if I were to do an IRL marathon, that it's not a problem. Because I'm not going to drag my PS4 somewhere with a PS5, with a PS5 controller, with a PS4 controller, just so I can play with my PS4 controller. Not happening. No. So a lot of the areas in here, we just got little optimizations to save some time. If we can, we want to get the camera focused at the right thing at the right time so we can start it up a little bit earlier. We have to do the little VR training thing here. This guy demands it, which is fine. It's actually not that bad, because the thing here is this little fight here only has normal and hard. So there's no established rules for this, so everybody defaults just doing this on easy. And since I have self-destruct, these guys are not going to last pretty long. Self-destruct over here, walk forward a little bit, and then... There you go. That's usually a pretty consistent setup, to be perfectly honest. Rips through the fight there. Here we need to spam X after this and circle to get out. This is one of the weird spots where your button you want to hit is really kind of weird. If we get lucky, which we did not, Barrett or Tifa can be on the outside still of the VR chamber, and they'll rush in after you try and head towards the door. They'll open the door for you early. The door takes a while because you have to like basically be right on top of it to get it to open. So it does save a little bit of time. Tifa, please move. Okay, so right there, it's something I did mention earlier. You can hold the menu, or hit the menu button and hold down on the D-pad. But the down input, which switches you to skip, isn't instantaneous. It's nearly instantaneous. So if you hit the menu button while holding down and still hit X too quickly, you'll just resume the game over and over again instead of skipping the cutscene. So you do need to be a little bit slower with that. If you do that too fast, you end up losing some time, obviously, because you're sitting there just opening and closing the menu for funsies, like you're pause buffering your way through some sort of cutscene skip, when that couldn't be further from the truth. A lot of the frame-perfect save loads, theoretically, it would be easier if you just tap the forward movement into it. But for whatever reason, moving at a faster speed makes it much easier to hit the save load.
I'll wait out here.
You very often step over it before you can hit the input. It's really weird. Hey, Will, thank you. We're in the last hour, so I hope you can hang out and enjoy.
No one's
Probably do a little bit of a master doo-doo after this. Have a snack break or something. Got a pretty decent run, and I'm pretty happy with it. Did kind of pop off... What was it that I screwed up? Yeah, I did pop off a little bit in Chapter 14, because I accidentally fired off Dolphin Flurry, and then... No, it was Chapter 13. This game is divided into chapters to be completed. So basically, it's just a segment of the game, more or less. It's the kind of... The reason the chapters are there to make it easier to access specific points of the game after you've cleared it. And also, they're there so that when you're playing through hard, you have a HP recovery at set reasonable points, intervals. The thing is, Chapter 13, I screwed up and fired a limit at a boss in Phase 2, so I lost a little bit of time there, because the cutscene takes a bit. If you want to reset, if you reset a boss, you really want to reset in the first phase in most boss fights, because you don't really lose time to the cutscenes, it's just your gameplay. Valkyrie and Genova are like the two exceptions to the rule, because they have really long segments before the fight even begins, so you don't want to reset those at all. And then in Chapter 14, I think I cast fire and it didn't hit anything. And I think it's because I need to lock on. So it's just the frickin' lock on in this game being obnoxious as usual. It happened last run too. And I thought it was because I accidentally cast fire, which may have been the case, and I did lock on. But this time I know for sure that it was the fact that I didn't lock on. Cloud must have just fired the wall like a dingus.
This it?
If I had oriented him the other direction, he would have locked on, so... I just need to change the way I do that fight, and I guess test it. Or not test it, but do it. Practice it. There we go. No testing required. I think I know what's wrong with it. I just need to practice doing it so I don't keep screwing it up. So we're heading into Jojo's lab. Around 350 is pretty nice. Not perfect, but pretty nice. So we're gonna skip this guy right here. Hojo is a monster, and I cannot wait till we get to fight him directly. As of right now, he's a slippery little worm that gets away. He leaves a specimen in his wake because he's too much of a wuss to fight us. I don't know what's okay to say nowadays, but it sucks. Slippery little snake. So we're going to need to do a little bit of menu after Specimen. Specimen actually has some RNG at the start. We do not want to see Rake, but we can still see it. I've seen it the last couple of runs. So this, Tifa into Berserk, switch stances. So we're going to do a full combo here and change stances and guard. And that will be enough to kaboom this, and that will shift phases. So I need to take the Mako Expulsion as additional damage before self-destruct, which will always get me a Ascension here, or level 2 limit. And then we're going to switch off the Tifa here. There we go. Okay, we got Rake coming in, so I need to move out of the way. So we're going to uppercut, parry cancel into Star Shower. That will do enough extra damage, and then I will follow up with an uppercut to get a little bit more ATB. Dude, just go. Just go! You suck! Go! You suck! That's really bad. So he wasted a bunch of the Berserk timer, not transitioning phases. So that's super obnoxious. Plus he slapped Barret, so that's going to cost him a lot of HP. So we're going to Star Shower right off the bat, switch to Barret, and then throw Somersault. Hopefully we'll be good to go, but, no. We need Tifa to Star Shower. Into Somersault. What is going on here? Oh, God. Tifa saved me. I don't know what the hell happened there. Barret. Kiriga. No. Stop it. I need a Kiriga Cloud here. Into Mithril. No, I don't know what the hell happened there, but that was almost horrific. I need to sit you into Thundera. Oh, good. We're good to go. ATB boost. Arrow. Little bit unoptimal, but fine. ATB boost. Blade burst. Okay, so they should both be dead now. Catastrophe. Cloud not dying is optimal, because that will allow me to end this fight much quicker, because he doesn't need to get back up. Very unfortunate boss fight. Oh my. That extremely long phase 2 was really bad, and it resulted in me accidentally casting Blizzard somehow. Yeah, Blizzard should be on Triangle. What the fudge happened here? It, Somersault should be on Triangle, Blizzard should be on Circle. Let's see, put that menu? That's rough. I'll have to change that with the first menu in Chapter 17. Shouldn't affect anything else. Actually, I can test it before we get into 17 and figure it out. Check it. So we're okay. Could be worse. Could be much worse. Luckily, I really quickly caught that before it got snowballed.
My mom and I.
If I hadn't caught that blizzard, I would have very easily underdamaged Specimen and got screwed. I need to skip this and then this. So what I need is Star Shower into Somersault. And what I did is I accidentally input Blizzard. I think it might be in the wrong spot. The way to work around that is because the game hadn't input either of them yet, I could switch back to Tifa and I shortcut the inputs. The problem was I think she got blown away by Mako Expulsion, so she just ended up taking a ton of damage, then followed up a little bit slower. The thing is, the boss isn't killable until he gets done with his spin attack, so it's not really super bad if you miss. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to ATB boost right off the bat, and then arrow magnify. Check. Okay, it's fine. Blade burst. Tifa could have somersaulted this, but whatever. I wanted to check her shortcuts, which actually would have been a good opportunity to get somersault in. So that was actually a dumb way to do it. Oops. Hey, hit the button. Hit the button, dude! Button. Who's got the button? So I think we're on a decent pace. The fact that we're sub 4 going into the lab proper is pretty good. But I think
dark secret.
I'm probably still 2 minutes behind because I think 53 is when I should get in here, not a 55. That's fine. Like I said, my endgame was very bad, so the run spiraled from here. Now all I've got to do is recover it from here. It's fine. It's fine. It's a very high risk reward. I need to kind of tweak how I do my laboratory because I do not respect the difficulty in this area as much as I should. So a lot of fights are a lot more of a clown show, carnival, circus, disaster than they should be. It's probably the easiest way to put that.
Concentrate.
So we're just gonna dip out of this fight. We don't need to fight these guys. We're gonna just roll a couple of times and then walk it out from here. There's no point rolling all the way. Very likely you'll end up getting the slow put away animation, which is lose your time. So my ATB boost right off the bat here. Into Errora. And then we'll triple slash. Okay. Triple slash will usually do enough follow-up damage to make sure they're dead.
Yeah.
Stardust Ray is pretty potent, but I want to kill them before it comes out so we don't have to wait for Red to get out of the stance to cast it. Stardust Ray is very good at stun locking enemies in some instances. I will use it in a few fights, and sometimes it's going to come out and it really doesn't matter or lose me time.
Sure. Yes.
But the next menu is the biggest menu. We need to switch over Wind Magnify to Aerith, which is a 3 materia menu. We need to put Cloud on Iron Blade, put Barret on Wrecking Ball to bring in a couple of new materia, and also put him on Goddard-Dummerung. Then we need to change a bunch of materia, and then we have to go back and switch him to EKG again. And then we also have to change a few shortcuts to steady things up. So right here, we're trying to Errora that protected mono drive in front of me. So this guy, and then we want to Tash for the remainder. Okay, now we're just going to kill this guy right here. With this and Star Shower, you should go down pretty consistently. Okay, that's really friggin' obnoxious, but not so bad. As long as it's a regular mono drive, it could be much worse. We're gonna overcharge that one. Barret will do a little bit of damage, get the last little bit of HP he needs, and then we can fall over here with Cloud, Slam, and Spin. We want to Thundera, ATB boost. Nice crit. Thundera again, and fall over Blade Burst. Blade Burst is simply because the more its HP is ever depleting there, so you're going to get less MP back from MP Absorb, the lower the HP on the enemy is. So at that point, I'll end up losing out on some damage. Let's just scratch my neck, so no hand gestures here or anything. Just thought about it after the fact and realized. Down. I did not want a Kiriga. I did not need it. It's fine. Barret, could you please not move red? That would be great. I want to just cast Cure here, because it's enough. Kiriga itself is nice at Specimen, because Cloud usually gets clapped in the last phase of the fight. He's not needed for that fight, but he's needed for the fight after. Because he's so flexible using magnified spells in the fights after, very easily, like, wipes out the enemies. Blade Burst is pretty good. You could probably just, like, Thundera as well, but I just like using Blade Burst on both of them, because Barret will fall over with Synergy Thunder, and you usually end up in a really good spot. Plus, it keeps Cloud a bit further away, too.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they were so passive, but, gotta skip this right here. Yep. So, yeah. We're going to want to put Wind Magnify on Aerith, Iron Blade, Wrecking Ball, Gutter Dummerung, and then we're going to need to put MP up on Tifa for a little bit, so that we can steal the warding materia off of Aerith, and then we're going to take time off of her as well, so that we have time warding for the entirety of this chapter. So if the Sledge Worms start up the time seal ability, the stop ability, Tifa can just sit there and wail on them.
It looks like the door's locked.
It's just a bonus because we want it for
Let's look around. Gotcha.
Genova as well.
We should let
Genova can stop us. We're going to get around her stop and mute by using Resist Magnify towards the end of Phase 3, or beginning of Phase 3, rather. But for the most parts, time warding is usually enough. But because of the strat that I've learned from Strife, you need to have Blizzard in the final phase to get through it consistently.
All right.
Or else you're kind of just rolling the dice on stagger values and stuff. Not a good idea. You can change. Genova's really weird, where it'll go between barrier and which blocks physical and magical, which reflects. What is this? ATB though. Errora. ATB boost into Thundera. Okay. That was pretty bad, to be honest. Cloud started with pretty bad ATB, and I should have just risked it for the Thundera. The thing is, sometimes you need Aurora, Magnify, Thundera, and then Blade Burst. In this case, because I delayed Aurora so much, Magnify hit the blast rate 3 times because the drones were close enough to it. That's usually why I use Aero Magnify there, because you get multi-hits off of it. While inefficient because it's not the weakness, it is efficient in the terms of tagging the enemy 3 times and activating the stagger and damage 3 times, so it makes the blast rate pretty easy to put down. Plus Barret follows up with Thunder Synergy, so give me a second here. We want to do this, and we want to put Cloud onto, nope, Iron, no, then I believe it's Wrecking, no, Goddard Dumberung to Tifa, yes, actually I was wrong about that, so MP to here, MP for warding, time for this, binding for fire, binding, what? Binding for this. I'm getting really annoyed now! It's very easy to hyper menu here. Magic up. Wait. Yeah. Okay, this is the thing. We want to go down to lightning. Barret, HP up for this, and then I also need to swap out subversion for cleansing. That's really inefficient, but okay. Then we do this. Want to switch Aerith over to Thundera and Blizzard. Wait, Magnify. Excuse me. Cloud goes to Thundera here, and then we add self-destruct in for Iron Blade. We're good to go. Not a very good menu, but it's very hard to remember menus for the entirety of this game. And the end game here, you really need a good menu. You need to be consistent with the menus. So you'll notice Aerith's HP is going back up consistently here. That's because Metal Knuckles, Mithril Rod, Hard Edge, and EKG Cannon all have Bloodsucker. Those are the ones that are important. Once you kill an enemy, you recover some HP. So even though Aerith can't fit on any HP ups normally, we will have access to HP recovery through that. So right here, this room can be pretty volatile. I'm gonna hope we don't get scammed too hard here. Ooh, we got a very good pattern here. You're around.
Watch out for high winds.
Should be good to go here. There we go. Alright, Aerith should recover, but I will heal her. So give me a second here. I need to move with Tifa and cure Aerith. Oh, actually, I should have killed her. The thing is, Aerith isn't really going to kill a lot of stuff here. It's going to be Tifa that should kill most of these enemies. So I want to make sure Aerith is maxed out. That was a pretty good room. It's not consistent that you get all the dogs to spawn at once. Unfortunately, she didn't stagger properly because the dogs were freaking jumping around really randomly. So I ended up having to poke to get the stagger. But once I got the stagger, it was over. They were all clustered together. Tifa's going to get a couple of kills here, so her MP isn't really that big of an issue. I should have grabbed that crate. That was bad.
Let's get across with those.
Whoops. Aerith's MP maxes out around 190 something. I think it's like 92, 93. So I did miss out on like 7 MP there. And that is a lot. If Somersault doesn't one-shot these guys, I'm going to have to waste quite a bit of MP on them with Thunderas and stuff. The Zeninays, I believe, are weak to ice because of the staggering property. So we're going to Somersault here. Okay. Stupid as hell.
I got you, Jittery.
Okay, this is really obnoxious.
It's on
Shower.
you.
This is super obnoxious.
Sorry.
Okay, Tifa, you wanna...
Okay, let's go.
This is a horrendous fight, and I got screwed over.
That's over.
So this is what a bad endgame looks like.
Is this really the exit?
The enemies are pretty stupid here. To be perfectly honest, even if I had First Strike on Tifa, which I should, that Zenine would have just zipped out of the Star Shower just like he did a minute ago, so it really doesn't matter much. So we're going to Somersault here. We're going to Thundera this, Thundera that. So if I use Thundera Magnify, I'd be able to... if I cast Cure instantaneously, I would have been able to heal her quicker, but whatever. So she will get 19 MP back from the crate over here, but that still puts her at 179. Not where I'd like it to be, but it's more than enough. The Zeninays are really awful sometimes. I disagree with that one. The Somersault should have definitely hit both of them, but the game is kind of a about that. You could use Dolphin Flurry, but you really don't need the extra damage. It's really the fact that it lasts longer, so it's easier to suck enemies into it. But to be perfectly honest,
you two stay there.
Most of the time it causes your damage to miss rather than hit, because the enemies move pretty erratically. Somersault's mainly for the sledge worms, because they just do not like staying still. So Somersault's the only way to, like, consistently hit the damage out. So right here we want to, cleansing for, where is it? Magic Up and Magic Up? Okay. So I will need Binding and Skillmaster next, so I gotta remember to swap those out for the right thing. I believe Binding and Skillmaster are in the same row, so Magic will end up in the far right slots of Aerith. My MP is a bit low here, but I'm gonna be self-destructing, and there's... Barret and Cloud get a really easy time here, because they get a bunch of crits that have 3 Mako shards in them. So we're going to triple slash here for Star Shower, then SD, move with Barret. So you want to try and get Barret as close to the center as possible.
One step at a time.
Barret was a little bit behind pace there, unfortunately.
Why don't you come down here?
So Barret has to be in the center and Cloud has to be standing up. So as long as Barret's close enough to the point where Cloud stands up at the same time, you're fine. Otherwise, I would be using a more nuanced 2-on-2 approach. Right now, I use a very heavily magic-based approach. Or rather, self-destruct based. I have Cloud do most of the damage. We'll grab this in. I think that should max us out anyhow, so...
Commencing test.
Hopefully we don't need to use any spells from Barret here, but...
Commencing test.
So we're gonna counter stance, Thundera, ATB boost, boom, and then move out. We've got Barret pretty close to the center. I'm happy with that.
Let's keep it up.
We'll have Barret heal himself up. So the next fight is the stupid one. The 3 Sledgeworm fight is the worst fight in this entire laboratory. Swordpeed can't even come close. Maybe in other difficulties, but not hard. Swordpeed is very easy. The only problem is sometimes he's really weird with Tifa and Aerith, where he like somehow ducks out of Tempest. We're not going to bother grabbing the crate here, because we'll need to grab a crate after. So we're going to switch over to Barret here, right off the bat. Overcharge. Good ATB. Oh, that's so stupid, dude. Okay. So awful. Sure.
Fry. This is gonna sting.
Oh, this is so stupid. Oh, we gotta wait.
Buzz off.
I'm so lucky I was at that distance. That was unbelievably horseshit. The Thundera should always hit the guy right in front of you. I don't even know how the game can justify what just happened. Oh shit, I don't need to heal here, actually. That was pretty stupid. Speaking of healing, stop it. Into this. Into Goddardummerung. We actually need to put Goddardummerung on because that makes the brain pans pretty easy. Good, Barret's at max MP. We're fine. Cloud's MP is a little bit low, but he's going to self-destruct twice, so it's fine. HP boost right off the bat. Boom. So we switch to Barret here so that he can buffer Catastrophe. No matter what we do, we're going to get poisoned here unless we, like, play keep away. Barret will always get poisoned too because he jumps into the fray. See Cloud's at 80 MP. He's going to get the rest back on Swordpeed. Or most of it. He doesn't need to have max MP, he just needs to have most of it. Because I do need a few spells from him in Unova. So right here we're going to guard for a bit and try and not get smoked. That guy over there can be quite bitchy. I got stopped. Cool. This is why this room is bullshit.
That thunder I hear.
Blade burst, or whatever. Okay, so Barret's gonna have to cure me. Normally I could self-destruct, but that's just way, way, way too low. Barret already had to thunder twice, so he's gonna lose out on a lot of damage in Arsenal. I'm actually, like, legitimately angry. That room is so stupid. It shouldn't be like that. It never should. That room is ridiculous. Because sometimes the brain pans just chill. They're like, oh, that's a cool limit you got there. I think I'm gonna ignore it.
What do you know?
Skill Master Binding, Lightning to Ice. Everything's the same. So we want Fury Ring again. This for Skill Master and Binding, and I want this over here, and I need to put Cloud back to Ice. Okay. So, surprisingly, Swordpeed does not matter what element you're on. Swordpeed isn't weak to lightning or anything.
Please.
Oh, this sucks so bad. Oh, this chapter is being really obnoxious.
It's a PHS turn.
The end game usually turns into this. It really depends on how you route the end game. But no matter what you do, I find that the stupid Sledgeworms are ridiculous. Sometimes they'll just go, oh, you're casting a spell, and dip out.
Okay down there?
The best you can do is, like, add in First Strike, but that still doesn't make it consistent. So right here, Cloud should kill. Skip. And then I targeted the other one with Blade Burst, so Barret could hit it with Thunder and kill it, too. Speeds up that fight a little bit. I could self-destruct if I really wanted to, but it's really not worth it. Their HP is pretty low, so I exit with like maybe 1,000. With the amount of HP I had, I could have self-destructed, but it really wouldn't have been worth it. in terms of MP and HP. So we're gonna somersault here. Hopefully we hit one. We're gonna wait for the attack here and Thundera.
Too bright?
Okay, one shot,
Good
nice.
kill for a shower.
So we're gonna try and somersault here again. Hopefully I don't get
You don't want to make me mad.
Looking good. There we go.
See you around.
All right, so we got a good side with Tifa and Aerith, to be perfectly honest. Barret and Cloud have had awful RNG. It's pretty unfortunate.
No.
So we're going to arrow these guys. Okay, they're all going to get hit by that. We're going to somersault this guy. And we're going to tag this one a few times and go into a soul drain.
That's that.
Excuse me. Somersault hit too early. Oops. I could arrow magnify those guys, but I wanted to correct my MP. Because it was a little dicey. Not as bad as I thought it was, but still pretty good. So what we're going to do here is... normally I would switch into Healing Magnify to make Jenova a little bit safer. The problem is you need to resist both Cloud and Aerith. You're better off just having healing on Aerith and or on Tifa and cure as needed in Phase 3. Cloud can trigger assist over and over again, and if you really want fast ATB on Tifa, you can uppercut cancel with her on the tentacles to get rid of them. 2 uppercuts will get rid of a tentacle, and that'll give you
And it's not moving.
14, 1300 ATB, something like that. I don't know.
For the record,
All I know is it's
I don't
enough
like
for
this
one action
bit.
and a little bit plus. So right here, we're going to take this fight a little bit slow. I'm actually going to wait a bit and then arrow magnify with Aerith. That should set things up so that they all get killed properly. And I can still get over here. A little bit slow, but good enough. So we need to give her Ice Elemental and Cleansing Mag to Tifa.
This was a good idea.
We want Ice for Cleansing, Ice for this for Mag. Then we want to switch over to Dive Kick. Dive Kick is actually going to start seeing some use. Oh, I need to upgrade to Dolphin, Thundaga, and Blizzara. Barret also is going to get into Point Blank.
Right.
The next time I need to use Catastrophe with Barret, it is very hard to target the correct drone on Arsenal quickly.
Yeah.
So I opt to tactical menu it. And it also gives me a chance to slow the game down so I can get an idea of which way Aerith's going. She acts very erratically in Arsenal. And you really need to know which direction she's going so you don't get slapped in the mouth. So Barret's MP is going to be too low to have the 20% damage buff from Steel Pincers, and I'm just going to have to suck it up. It's unfortunate. It will limit his Thunder Magnify. But to be perfectly honest, he's just additive damage in that fight. So it's not super important. It's just really obnoxious. If you can avoid it, it's normally not a problem with Brain Pans. They just decided to be complete buttholes today. And be like, I'm gonna chill out here. I see how effective Catastrophe. I could fire Catastrophe. I could have Catastrophe twice, to be perfectly honest. But so we're gonna do this, counter into a Blade Burst. Then I still have ATB boost, double down, and kaboomsies. Okay, that's okay. That was almost unfortunate. Dolphin Flurry here, jump out of the way, charge Tempest, throw it in, ATB Soul Drain, and there you go. So Soul Drain recovers 6 MP on Ting. Apparently it whiffed, or else you'd have a little bit more MP. That's unfortunate. But it's actually better that it, it's nice if it hits, but if Soul Drain hits, that means Tempest missed, so you don't siphon MP. It's pretty, sometimes Dolphin Flurry and Soul Drain, or Tempest will whiff there. So you really, that's not what you want to see. This camera angle is awful, and I don't know what causes it. I gotta do some more research into like flipping that switch and see what the camera angle does. So right here, we're going to switch out to Hard Edge, give Stagger to Tifa, and Assist, Stagger to Tifa, and then we're going to take Wind out for Skillmaster. Could have done that earlier, but I forgot about it, which is fine. That's why it's listed down here. No, Blizzara. Into Braver. Okay. So now we're all set up for Jenova, and I'm ready to screw up the fight. Jenova's a very challenging boss.
What the hell?
And it's very easy to screw this setup. It's very, very tight.
Let's go.
I'm going to use Disorder twice in the beginning so that I trigger Synergy with it, or trigger ATB Assist with it, I'm actually not going to use Synergy because there are some phases where Genova gets Reflect, and I don't have a good way to make sure Aerith isn't zapping her over and over again. So very much so, it's risky for me. The runner that taught me this strat, or showed me this strat rather, did use Synergy, and I have no idea how the hell they get away with it, to be perfectly honest. So we skip this cutscene, and we head on into Genova, Suffering of Infinity. Pretty decent. So we're heading into a 5-boss rush, Genova being probably the hardest, and definitely the gatekeeper of runs. If I make a slight mistake in the very beginning, I most likely will need to reset, depending on what the mistake I make is. Mainly I need to be triggering assist with Cloud here. And I want to use ATB ward with Aerith because her ATB is fairly useless in the first couple of phases. Genova is either in Reflect or just flat out resistant to magic. So Aerith is going to be an ATB battery. Cloud will be triggering assist over and over again to give both Aerith and Tifa ATB. And then I will be continually siphoning it through ATB ward. So Tifa and Cloud can spam commands ridiculously fast. I need to be very focused here, so I'm going to shut up and try and not screw the fight up. The next couple of fights I can talk over a little bit, because they're pretty simplistic.
Pull me up!
Let's go!
Here it comes!
Aerith, HB ward onto Cloud, HB boost,
what you can do.
into Zerk, Star Shower, da-da-da-da. Cloud self-haste. Wait, her. Shit. Oh, I mistimed that.
One more shot!
I did lose a little bit of time there because I did not brave her early enough. I actually forgot about it. Then we need to go into counter stance, switch to Aerith. Oh, good. She's not behind the thing. Good. Tifa into Star Shower. Cloud into this, into Star Shower. Braver. Star Shower. Braver. I believe I need another Star Shower. Now I just need to not die. Which apparently I'm doing in real life. So we're going to send Cloud in there to get a little bit of ATB as he hits Genova. That will allow me to do this, and then I will disorder just to trigger a ATB assist, so Aerith's, or Tifa's MP pushes up there. We're going to do this. Cloud's MP, or HP, is pretty good right now, so I don't need to worry too much. Need to shut the hell up, though, because this fight can be very hard. This phase is the really rough one. I don't want to be on this side, I want to be over here. Okay, I want to kill you. I also need to make sure to get resist going. Did that a little bit late. That could have been very dangerous. This. XP boost. Triple. That'll go to Genova. Triple here. Okay. Over here. Into a focus thrust. Come over to Tifa. That'll give her the limit. We'll switch to Aerith. Tifa True Strike. And we'll double temp this here. I've got more than enough ATB to do this. So we'll just temp this twice. And then switch over to Tifa, do a bunch of whirlings to boost damage here. Aerith's HP is actually dog shit, but there's not much I can do about it. I could cure in this phase, but it's very dangerous to do that right now. I should. Spell Cure to Aerith.
No need to panic.
Shower. Star Shower. Blizzara. That's interesting. Into Dolphin Flurry. Get over that Cloud. Should just attack regularly. Okay, so Aerith should be fine here. Go into Pincer. Yep. Overwrite. Goddard Ummering. Yep. Binding into HP up. correct. And assist back for Stagger. Let me double check her HP. Good. That's actually fantastic. We are good to go. Let us escape gravity. This nightmare is no more. Sephiroth is our only foe. Okay. So, Rufus and Arsenal are both extremely easy and extremely easy to screw up. I'm going to do a very particular setup with Darkstar so that I stagger him immediately in the next phase. So all this blah, 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 blah stuff I'm saying is just to time it in my head. So 1, 2, 3, triple ski, switch dances, do a full combo, poke the floor, focus thrust the doggo, switch stances, switch back in, hit him 4 more times, and perfect pressure.
Understood.
The downside to this is he does get Kiriga off,
Not at all.
but he also has 1 point left of pressure, so as soon as I slap him with the sword, he will go into stagger, so the triple slash here and the following combo will do much more damage. Arsenal is a bit of a different story. We want to start off with the Catastrophe. That's not the right way. Ooh, that might get me hit in the back, actually. I almost got hit in the back, for sure. So right here, normally you could sleep Dingus, Mr. White Coat. I'm too cool for black. But in hard, he will counter our triple slash with a shot. So we can actually take advantage of that to do a pretty slick fight.
Yeah.
Triple ski.
Don't get caught.
We're gonna get out of the way of that. No counter here. Switch to Punisher stance, and you've been countered. Whack! Full combo into disorder, and he's gone. Now we've got another little cutscene here. We want to start with Catastrophe, Drone A. We also have Drone F, by the way. I don't know what the hell causes that, but that is a thing that happens. We're going to Tempest twice here to get our ATB built up, and try and Thundera A. Then we need to skip over to the other side and Tempest this guy. We're going to Soul Drain to get our Skillmaster loop going and start swinging like there's no tomorrow. Now we are in a Skillmaster loop. Any one command here will trigger a Skillmaster again. And we also have Stagger, so we're going to be just staggering the heck out of this boss. Start up with Blizzara, Tempest, throw it in, 8 Blizzard, Blizzard, and wait a second here. Okay, now we want to charge up a Tempest, throw that, overrun with Barret, and we should be able to get through this phase. So now we need to Skillmaster again. Blizzara is technically on the stack, so Thundiga Thundera is what we need to do. Thundiga will stop this phase 100%, we won't have any damage ranges. And no matter what happens, Barret will help us out and dodge up in front. That's a phase that we don't need to worry about. We'll Thundera the front wheel, and then Blizzara the rear one. Then we'll charge another Tempest and send it on in. Barret can point blank, which will take him a second. Wait till he gets pushed back, overrun, and there we go. I wanted to delay that last hit to push the phase properly. Now we're going to Thundera. Barret will Thunder his energy twice, and this guy's dead. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. This boss is an absolute jokey wheezy. Thundera.
Take cover behind.
Easy peasy. So we're just waiting for Barret. We can really just do this over and over again. There you go. So now we have a stupid long motorcycle minigame that we are not gonna do. So we'll be skipping that. And then we have one more pretty hefty menu right before the final boss. The Whispers can be very volatile, so strap in and get ready for Stupidity and Anger. Oh, I need to move a little bit here because the menu takes a while to activate. Go into Iron Blade. No. We want to put LMG on you. Yes. God or Tifa, yes. And then we want HP up for Skillmaster. No. That's incorrect. Whatever. What am I doing? What am I doing here? Magic up is what I need. Magic up. Magic up. So we want... What? Okay. Now that I'm done having a stroke, give her HP up, or this over Skillmaster. Lightning goes here. I think. Lightning for Magnify. This goes to a Revival. Cleanse Time can go to Steadfast. Barret also needs Steadfast as well. So this has to go to that. Unfortunately, that was the most mangled menu I could possibly mangle. We also Ascension here. We want to self-destruct. And then we want to Braver? Yes. We want to Kiriga. Everything I set up. Kiriga Magnify. Dolphin Flurry, she stays the same. Blizzaga. Tear things up. And let's get into the Rift. Yeah, should be good. So unfortunately, the problem with this is Barret is 100% a healer. So if I screw this fight up, and I get Barret in Sephiroth, I'm absolutely boned. And to some extent, it's not my fault if this fight gets messed up. Sometimes the Whispers can give you such a bad pattern that Barret will get too many points. So the trick here is we need to micromanage our points. This ATB is actually great. I love it. I have started this fight with full ATB before, but this will be more than enough to do what I needed to do. This will also allow me to hold on to ATB boost for a significant period of time, so that if my phase 1 to 2 transfer is bad, or my phase 2 to 3 transfer is bad, I should be able to refill my ATB. So ATB boost now still doubles your ATB, but in the PS4 version it does it every 2 minutes of combat. In the PS5 version, it's coded to do every 60 seconds of recharges. This fight does have a ton of cutscenes, so it will feel like that minute should have passed in some scenarios, and it will not. These Whispers take a while to be aggro here, so I can do a couple of hits here and then go into self-destruct. I'm going to follow up with Barret on the red one to get a little bit of extra damage and make sure he's on the floor where he needs to be. But they take so long to activate here that I can build up a little bit of ATB right here without too much of an issue. SD, switch over to Barret, overcharge. So I did at one point, oh, that's really obnoxious. Okay, yellow can be really annoying. Okay, that's actually really good. Barret, Kiriga, everyone. Want to make sure that everybody's maxed out here. Barret should have Steadfast, so it's fine. I need him to Arise Cloud, but it will be good to go. There's no need to worry about it. We're just going to roll up to SD here. Barret's going to get hit a couple of times. As long as he gets into Steadfast block, we're good to go. The overcharge is just to get him on deck. You could skip the Kiriga here, but this phase can be really dicey, because Cloud enters it with half HP, give or take, depending on what hits him, or if he doesn't get hit at all. So it's anywhere between 3/4 to 1 hit point. Boom. Switch over to Tifa.
Let's go.
I gotta wait for Barret to build up some bar here. Barret, could you just... Star Shower, Barret's Arise Cloud. It's really obnoxious as hell. Urgh. I'm gonna have to fix my ATB here, unfortunately. That's how it is. So the red phase here, I'm gonna fix up my ATB. This is really bad ATB, so I can't really afford to be screwing around. Cloud would normally have pretty low ATB anyway because of the phases. So he does get about a bar there, but what we're looking for here is Dolphin Flurry on Tifa. That's going to do most of the work here. So that's what we're going to do. Lock on, Dolphin Flurry. Okay, we're going to uppercut a couple of times here with Tifa. And then Barret, we burst here. Or we're just gonna ATB boost because I absolutely have to have full ATB here.
Did we do it?
Whew.
Hang on.
That ATB boost could be a problem in the next phase, but we'll get there when we get there. I need to limit right off the bat to get rid of blue, and then I'm going to want to self-destruct on yellow, so I don't have any time in between to be gaining bar or anything. Barret should be able to assist me in a quick kill.
What the hell did
if I get unfortunate here, Aerith has red kill, or red stagger, so she has some points. Barrett does do a lot of healing here. I would have liked to heal Tifa, but I don't really want to piss away the ATD right now. She'll be fine. It's fine. It's fine. She's not going to get hit very much, to be perfectly honest. Shouldn't get hit very much. But it is possible. So we've got one more round with yellow and blue here. We're going to want to take down blue right off the bat through Ascension plus maximum Furry. Hopefully we don't get Thunderbolted because we really can't do shit about that. It'll cancel just about anything. In the old version, it would cancel a limit as well, so it's pretty stupid. So we're going to limit here. What do we got? Fury. Alright. Whenever. It's Cloud.
Got some fight left in you.
This time.
Oh, this is so annoying. That's so stupid. That's the second time I've had to take the teleport here because the game is so ass cheeks.
That's that awful. It's over.
I'm gonna have to kill Cloud here. I hate the Yellow Whisper. He can totally go jump off a bridge. It doesn't matter. They're phantoms from the stupid Advent Children movie, so they can... It doesn't matter. That happened last run, too, and I popped off pretty hard about that, because it's really ridiculous. The yellow gave me horrendous patterns that I couldn't do anything about. Like, the only way I could have done something about it was stay on Barrett, so yellow was still focused on him, and then SD with Cloud. But SDing with letting the computer do self-destruct, you don't want to do that. The computer is awful about self-destruct control. It will very often be very slow and get clapped pretty hard by it. So we are a little bit behind the thirst mission,
Ultra Big Boy is all mine.
but we also didn't pop off over stupid stuff. So the lab was worse by far. Last one had a really good lab. I was actually pretty surprised. The funny thing is, last one reset on Genova, but this one's so far behind that it didn't matter, unfortunately. And then right here, we need to Punisher counter 3 times no matter what we do. So Tifa will heal us up here. Kira Cloud.
I've got you covered.
I could have also healed her up, but she has way more. She has about the same amount of HP as Cloud, so we should be okay. Shouldn't be an issue. So we're going to ascend this guy to the moon. Gotta wait till that lands. Tifa uppercut a couple of times. And then switch over to Aerith, start charging a Tempest, so that when he lands, I can drop that down on him. Switch over to Tifa, Star Shower. That's so stupid. Star Shower damage is so good. Okay. Because I didn't link the 2 Star Showers together, I missed out on a 70% damage buff, so that was extremely stupid. I really hate the yellow here. Should be fine. Actually, want to switch over to this guy here.
See ya. See ya. That's that.
The last fight, this thing didn't die to Blade Burst, so I did a little bit of extra damage there. Because the Blade Burst hit the blue one, which put him to 0 HP, so he full healed. Then made everything else take longer. And that phase transition on the yellow and blue is starting to make me mad. I think I'm gonna have to practice this fight again. Either that or go back to what I used to do. I was using Max Fury there to give a Barrett the stagger on yellow or blue, so that the limit would insta-kill, but the game is being really obnoxious about it. So,
be gone.
So, I shouldn't ATB boost there. That was actually... Nope. Yeah, so this is going to be about a 42, I think, unfortunately. Not as good as the previous run, so I'll have to decide whether I want to submit a faster run that has a little bit more crude commentary, or a faster run, slower run with better commentary overall. So this guy right here, we want to hit with Thundaga. Boost. And that will stagger. Actually, I don't know where Cloud is, so I can't self-destruct. Switch over to Tifa. So you see kind of why Tifa's HP wasn't really that important. She barely took any damage. As long as that phase goes off right, you're not really too much risk. Hard Edge, Magic Up for HP Up, Skill Nest for Magic Up. I think the problem here was the menu, actually. The gameplay was better overall. Might go for another attempt on another game. Actually, that was dumb. It's automatically in the spell menu. So I gotta hold here to menu. That's the only downside of this fight. It is faster whispers, but you have to menu before it. Let me see here. Magic up for skill up, HP up. This for assist. We need to switch into disorder, focus thrust, braver, Lizera. Yep. 1, 2, disorder you, Lizera, chill, and jump on.
Let's finish this.
See you later, buddy. So now we can stagger him twice pretty easily with this setup. We'll be able to pressure him and follow up with a Blizzara, which pressures into a stagger. Switch stances, braver. So we're trying to avoid... Ooh, nice, with HP cap. So we're trying to avoid hitting him in such a way that it will send him to a... We'll usually transition between platforms. If you do this fight just so, you can get the damage attacks in after the Blizzara, but before the game would recognize it as something that should transition to the additional part of the stage. So right here, we're going to disorder right off the bat and tag him with a stance change, which will put us in a situation where he has mouse meter waiting. If we Dolphin Flurry, like in this situation, the mouse meter waiting's good, that should stagger him. And then we'll send him flying. And then we're going to follow with Tifa, get a little bit of ATB here, so I'm going to Punisher mode, jump over, and then I'm going to uppercut a few times to get some free ATB. Tifa whiffed on that one, but whatever. So this phase right here is the big rub. We can get 3 elements. Wind, lightning, or fire. Fire is the worst because we'll have to move Tifa naturally. Everybody is on Ice Elemental, Tifa and Cloud, or Aerith and Cloud both. So it really will boost our damage. But the problem is it's not really optimal because we can't just cast with Aerith without really thinking about it. So we're looking for lightning or wind. Fire is fine, but, you know. So what do we got here? We have Fire Infusion, so that's what I get. Blizzaga. Blizzaga will hit after this. Staggering. Now we're going to Blizzara twice here. And that'll trigger ATB Assist. Sit here. Counter.
Anytime now.
Into a stagger, which will give me Infinity End, Aerith and Blizzaga. And I'll take Tifa over here, True Strike twice. Uppercut, uppercut, into dive kick. Uppercut, uppercut, into dive kick. There we go. So the damage range can be a little bit variable there. I could uppercut and dive kick cancels are very optimal in the PS4 version. I use them here because dive kick is their hardest hitting single targeting attack. We could Star Shower, but the problem is Tifa gets some like really weird movement, so it's very inconsistent. So right here we are on the timer. There we go. Oh, that is thanks timer. 442 is pretty good. I did have a marathon commentary run that's a 441, so this is pretty roughly where it is. This one, I think, in terms of commentary, is a bit better. I do go over more things. I did avoid dropping off in the very end, which is something that usually happens, because you get a little bit too focused. The menus were pretty sharp all over the place. A little bit of time lost here and there. I did mess up the Chapter 14, I guess, by failing to target properly. And I did mess up Chapter 13 a bit by firing off that Dolphin Flurry. But I'd say overall, besides Chapter 13 and Chapter 14 issues, this run was better than my previous submission attempt. For a couple of different reasons. Better commentary, better play overall, because those were some big time misses. Firing off a Dolphin Flurry that far into Failed Experiment is fairly slow, because then you have to redo the first phase, which is like 2 Blizzaras and a Blizzard, bare minimum. And if you get a really good first phase, you're probably not going to get a good one, another good one, so you end up having to do even more. So it's like 4 seconds for 2 Blizzaras, and then like an additional 2 to 3 seconds for Blizzard. And that's assuming you get a good phase 1. Then you have to do it again, which that phase 1 is very RNG heavy. So that's really one of the fights you do not want to reset. The thing in this sewer was just stupid. Luckily, everybody didn't get sleeped, which happened in the previous run. And that really drove me up a wall. But now I think I know what the mistake is. So, thank you for the GGs. Thank you. I'm gonna go get a snack, and I think I'll, so this is a bit lower for 442, because obviously, like, I wasn't clicked in on the timer. But I'd say this is a pretty good run. For a marathon, I'd say anywhere between a 41 to a 43 is what you would be looking at for me, unless I completely, like, die at the end of Genova or something. If I get wiped at the end of a boss fight, which is very rare, and most likely requires me to misinput very heavily, at most, it would be a 445 XX. If I played very poorly throughout the whole game and got a lot of really bad RNG. Or, well, if I played decently and I got bad RNG, or if I played poorly but got good RNG. So I'd say this is a pretty good submission. I want to... this is mainly for ESA because the submission is coming up. I'll probably try and do another few commentaries and see if I get one that's a little bit lower, but with the same quality, if not better quality, of commentary. Most of the bosses are... It's a very high-risk reward to commentate. I know what I'm doing in them, but to be perfectly frank, it's very hard to let your brain turn off, do the button inputs, while still staying on your I can talk about them before or after, and there are plenty of people that I could probably get to do commentary, especially for ESA or some other bigger marathon. They've done it for smaller ones.
Not yet.
And unless something really bad happens, I usually don't go above PG-13. Sack of garbage, stupid boss, bad camera.
7
I very much can rein myself in as long as, like,
enough for you.
I don't get Barrett and Sephiroth or something.
But what
getting Barrett and Sephiroth is a nightmare because, like I said in the previous fight, Aerith has wind, lightning, and ice, which is exactly what I need to counter any one of those 3 elements. And Barrett's damage is too low, and he does not have the elements required for that boss fight. So getting him... It depends on how you do the previous boss fight, the one with the whispers, staggers, and that kind of stuff that I kind of glazed over. The other characters, how many staggers they get, how many kills they get on specific enemies in that fight, determines how many points they get to appear in the final battle. Right. So that's about it for this. There's really nothing but cutscene here. In terms of marathon, there's 4 hours and 40 minutes to explain a ton of stuff. I could probably, I can easily make time for donations or anything else. There's a couple of incentives. There's a soft lock I could show off in the first 60 minutes. I can do English, French, or Japanese for language. Another big one that people like is stairs versus elevator in Chapter 16. That does add 7 minutes. So if I do take stair versus elevator, you're most likely looking at 450. I can also do PC instead of PS5. It is about 10 to 15 minutes slower real time. The main offering there is... You're trying to kill my PC, but no. My PC can handle it, but it's like 720p 60 frames, which is decent load speeds. If I had a better graphics card, I could run at a higher frame rate, which would make it load better. But the upside is I could just use capture software through through web browser to add that into the display outside of just cameras as well. I put off for super bosses that are in the VR chamber if we're really needing extra donation incentives, or this is like a marathon finale for some reason. But New Game Plus Hard has a lot of execution. It has a very large amount of variety. A lot of the runners do similar stuff, but none of us really do the exact same thing. At most, we share about 30 to 40% of the same route. But the game is very difficult and execution heavy. But there's at no point a dead stop where you're completely boned if you don't do it right. Every one of the bosses has a reset, so you can restart the boss instantaneously, as long as you don't screw up the lead into the boss, like overextend your MP or something, use too much MP, or something like that. Most of the time, this game is kind of script to a T for me, and I think like a 43, 44 is like the worst. 45 is the worst you'll see. If you're factoring in stairs, around 450. But it is a pretty funny thing to do, and the community really loves that one. And I also know the French community really loves remakes, so French versus English versus Japanese is a very popular incentive too. I don't need any audio cues that are spoken dialogue, so it's fine. I'm available usually whenever. There's a couple of stipulations depending on appointments I have that week, but outside of appointments that like have to be done on a specific day and they, would take a while to do them again, which I don't really think I have any. I wouldn't be available for certain days, but for the most part, I'm available every day. Just a little bit flexibility. So even if it's on a bad day, I can do it. So yeah, that's pretty much what you're looking at. My PB now is a 440 50 something, so this is like 1 seconds off my PB, something like that. Yeah. I've done another marathon submission run that was around a 4:41:20 something. Marathon commentary was less good on that one, but even no reset runs are consistently hitting a 41:42. This is very reasonable outside of some sort of major meltdown or having to reset because the stream wasn't going properly or the stream died. It's what you're looking at. I wish I had something more to add, but I think that'd be it for this submission. Well, I'll probably try and get another one just so that I have a good idea of like what my completely what my range is. But I get the feeling that like 45 is the worst, and the best will be somewhere between a 40 and a 43. I think 41:42 is reasonable. I thought I would lose more time, like a minute per every hour, but it looks like I can keep it closer to 30 seconds every hour. Pretty good. Game does have a lot of RNG, but reacting to it is the main way to save time and not lose time. Anyway, that'll be it for this submission. Thank you guys for your time. I hope this fits for your marathon. If this isn't the one I submit, you'll hear it again. Thanks, everybody.
Daddy?
Glad you could spend some time watching this, and I hope it works. See you guys later, and howdy.